Chapter 197. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked solemnly, Brother Kong, which are the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty? Kong Feng Ao coughed lightly and said, The 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty are the Tai Yi sect, the Saint Lotus sect, the Saint Demon sect, the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Star River sect, the Corpse Demon sect, the Puppet sect, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate. However, Brother Yang, with your natural talent, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter a single one of the 10 great sects. Yang Feng said, No way, I'm still a level 2 warlock. If I'm not qualified to be an inner disciple, I should be qualified to be an outer disciple or a registered disciple, right? Kong Feng Ao laughed and said, My Great Cloud Dynasty has a boundless territory and a population of trillions. Geniuses were as common as the clouds and monstrous as the rain. Almost half of the geniuses were aiming for the top 10 sections. They had no shortage of geniuses. The 10 great sects criteria for accepting disciples was that one had to become a level 1 warlock before the age of 13, and one's soul aptitude had to be at least superior level 6. Only youngsters could join and become a disciple in name, then slowly climb up within the sect. Brother Yang, it's basically impossible for you to enter one of the 10 great sections. Yang Feng was speechless. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Jessica's soul aptitude was superior rank 6. She could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But in the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he isn't even qualified to be a disciple in name. The number of geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty can be imagined. Yang Feng asked, Half of the Great Cloud Dynasty's geniuses target the 10 great sects, what about the other half? Kong Feng Ao smiled and said, The other half is targeting the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court of my Great Cloud Dynasty is also incomparably powerful. The 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all super powerhouses that can rival gods and contend against the sect masters of the 10 great sects. The treatment of high-ranking officials in the Imperial Court was even better than that of the 10 great sections. The Imperial Court also possesses more and more complete secret arts than the 10 great sections. Yang Feng said, However, if you don't have enough strength and background, it will be very difficult to make progress in the Imperial Court, right? Kong Fangao said, That's right. If you weren't a super genius, a peerless demon, that person must have an outstanding background. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to advance in the Imperial Court. After graduating from university, most people would choose to enter a sect to further their studies and increase their strength before joining the Imperial Court. On one hand, he could improve his strength, and on the other hand, he could expand his network. The officials of the Imperial Court who came from the same sect will always be closer to each other. They will help each other and improve faster. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, I still want to join the 10 great sects. Brother Kong, is there no other way? In the Great Cloud Dynasty, one must be very cautious when joining a sect. Once one joined a sect, it would be extremely difficult to join another sect. The slightest bit of carelessness would offend 2 sects, and his future would be bleak. Kong Feng Ao pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I got it. Didn't you kill the clone of Demon Emperor Cartman of the demon race? The Battle Demon sect is warlike and addicted to fighting. It sweeps out the demons, conquers countless planes, and suppresses the enemies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Battle Demon sect once said that as long as you can kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank being that invaded the Zhongji plane from another plane, and is willing to accept the Battle Demon sect's assessment, then you will be considered as a disciple. You killed the Demon Emperor Cartman's clone. If you pass the Battle Demon sect's assessment, then you may join the Battle Demon sect and become a member. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, Oh, there's such a thing. It seems that I have to take a trip to the Battle Demon sect. However, Brother Kong, I don't know the way. It seems that I'll have to trouble you to take us to the Battle Demon sect. If a person like Yang Feng, who came from a small place like the Tyrannid subcontinent, were to rashly join the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court, then he would only be able to become an ordinary patrolman. He wouldn't even be able to become an official. In such a strict system, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to climb up. Joining the Battle Demon sect was the best choice for people like Yang Feng who yearned for instant success. This was also the reason why there were so many people flocking to the 10 great sects. Kong Feng Ao said with a smile, All right. Zheng Gong quickly completed a series of procedures, and handed 2 identity cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. 2 days later, the Hague Port's airship parking lot. In the Hague Port's airship parking lot, there were several hundred-meters-long airships with countless mysterious runes engraved on their sails. Rays of magic light flashed, and a huge metal cover extended from the huge spaceships, completely covering the upper half of the spaceships. Some of them even activated a faint protective barrier. Immediately after, countless gales enveloped the huge spaceships, lifting them up and sending them flying into the sky. How spectacular! Standing around the airship parking lot, Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration as he watched the airships flying into the sky. The airships were the perfect combination of the Zhangji Plains spells and machinery. Shi Shui asked curiously, "Big Brother Kong, why do some of the airships have metal covers while others don't?" Kong Feng Ao explained, "The ones with metal covers are ordinary airships, while the ones without metal covers are luxury airships. The luxury airships need to release the level 3 area of effect spell air barrier at all times to protect the entire airship, so that the passengers can enjoy the scenery below from the deck. Moreover, the defensive strength of the level 3 spell air barrier is stronger than that of many steel alloy shells. It's much safer to sit in the luxury airships." Yang Feng said. "Kong Feng Ao, are there teleportation arrays that lead directly to the demon-fighting province?" The 10 great sects had a venerable status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each of them was entrenched in a greater province and possessed monstrous power. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, 10 of them were named after the 10 great sects. Kong Feng Ao said with a somewhat strange smile, "There are. The Great Cloud Dynasty's teleportation arrays can be found in major cities. However, from the Hague city to the demon-fighting province, you have to pass through 6 lesser provinces and 3 greater provinces. If you want to use the teleportation array to go to the demon-fighting province, you have to pay 100,000 inferior magic crystals. Are you sure you want to use the teleportation array?" Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly and he exclaimed, 100,000 inferior magic crystals? So expensive? In the Tyrannid subcontinent, magic crystals were extremely precious treasures. Only some of the highest-grade magic stone veins and Warlock College Antalia's large energy-absorbing ancient trees would produce some every year. Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Tyrannid subcontinent's wealth, yet he only had 100,000 inferior magic crystals. It was only enough for him to teleport to the demon-fighting province. This filled him with shock. Kong Feng Ao said, "Of course, the longer the teleportation distance, the more energy is consumed. The distance between the Hague city and the demon-fighting province is more than 1 million kilometers. The amount of energy consumed to teleport over such a long distance can be well imagined. This kind of teleportation array isn't something that ordinary people can use." Yang Feng coughed lightly and said, "Then I'll take the airship." Magic crystals were more precious than top-notch magic stones for cultivation. Yang Feng wasn't willing to spend magic crystals on teleportation. Originally, Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Tyrannid subcontinent's wealth, and thought that even if he wasn't the richest in the world, he was still a millionaire. However, when he arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, he truly understood that he was at most a little wealthy. There was still a terrifying gap between him and the truly wealthy. After buying the tickets, Yang Feng and his party boarded a luxurious airship. Magic radiances flickered, and the luxurious airship immediately rose into the air and flew towards the horizon. Standing on the deck of the luxurious airship, Yang Feng leaned against the railing and looked down, appreciating the scenery below. The speed of the luxurious airship far surpassed the speed of sound. However, there wasn't a trace of wind on the deck, nor was there any noise. The flight was extremely smooth, making people feel as if they were on land. Yang Feng looked at the scenery below and mused, "The Great Cloud Dynasty is really high-end. Its level of technology is who knows how many streets ahead of Earth's. The Tyrannid subcontinent simply can't compare to it." The technological content of the luxurious airship far surpassed that of the various planes on Earth. Its safety factor was also far greater than that of the various planes on Earth. If this luxurious airship appeared on Earth, then all major airline companies would go bankrupt. 1 month later. We have arrived at the demon-fighting province. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. In a spacious and splendidly decorated airship parking lot, Yang Feng alighted from the luxurious airship and heaved a long sigh of relief. After flying for a whole month, Yang Feng felt extremely stifled. Now that he alighted from the airship, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Kongfang Ao said with a slight smile, "Let's go. We'll take the gravity-free suspended light trolley. This trolley is relatively fast. We can reach the demon fighting sect in about 30 minutes. The ticket price isn't expensive either. Each person is a top-notch magic stone." Yang Feng's face twitched slightly and he sighed inwardly. A ticket price of a top-notch magic stone. The Great Cloud Dynasty really has a lot of nouveau riches. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, for the sake of a top-notch magic stone, great warlock rank experts would fight openly and covertly. Level 3 warlocks would treasure a piece of it. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, a ticket cost a top-notch magic stone. The exorbitant cost was simply appalling. Under Kongfang Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party left the airship parking lot and went outside. The outside world was filled with high-rise buildings, extremely spacious streets, and all kinds of top-notch sports cars could be seen everywhere. The people wore a wide variety of fashionable and beautiful clothes, not losing out to those of Earth in the slightest. In addition to the sports cars on the ground, there were also transparent tracks about 50 meters in the sky. On those transparent tracks, there were wheel-less sports cars flickering with magic radiance. When Kongfang Ao saw Yang Feng's gaze fall on the hover sports cars, he explained, "Those are gravity-free hover sports cars. They are currently the most advanced magic sports cars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. These sports cars use top-notch magic stones as their power source. They don't produce any exhaust, the sound of the engine is small, and their speed is much faster than that of traditional magic sports cars. Their emergence has greatly alleviated the traffic pressure in the urban area. However, some people are of low quality and always like to throw things high up in the sky. Managing them is a bit of a headache." Yang Feng said, "The Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy level is really advanced." Kongfang Ao said proudly, "That's only natural. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty is able to suppress countless planes is because of the formidable alchemy and the endless inheritance of knowledge." Yang Feng smiled slightly and didn't say much. Under Kongfang Ao's lead, Yang Feng arrived at a subway station and stood next to a platform. Crackle, crackle. Amidst a series of crisp sounds, countless bolts of lightning flashed, and a white train suspended on the track with countless mysterious runes carved on it suddenly appeared on the platform. Kongfang Ao was both proud and somewhat regretful. Gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle. This is the most advanced magic train of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Its speed has already reached 1,000 times the speed of sound, and at full speed it can travel 340 kilometers per second. Its only drawback is that the construction cost is too high, and it cannot be manufactured on a large scale. Ordinary people also find it difficult to afford the ticket price of a top-notch magic stone, and it is very difficult to popularize it throughout the country. Only some greater provinces have such gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicles. Yang Feng looked at the white train, and a touch of shock flashed past the abyss of his eyes. 1,000 times the speed of sound, that's too heaven-defying. After buying tickets and boarding the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle, Yang Feng and his party boarded the train. As soon as he entered the train, Yang Feng could feel a gentle force being released from the train and wrapping around his body. Kongfang Ao warned, "Don't resist or destroy this layer of magic power. Otherwise, traveling at super high speeds will cause you harm." When the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle was first launched on the market, many idiots destroyed this layer of magic power. As a result, they were turned into a pile of minced meat. Yang Feng nodded and didn't move. "The train is about to depart. Please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. The train is about to depart. Please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." After the announcement was made several times, the voice disappeared. Electric lights flickered around the train. Yang Feng only felt a slight pull on his body, and then calmed down. "We have arrived at the demon fighting sect. Passengers, please alight in an orderly manner." Before long, a voice came from the train. Yang Feng and his party alighted from the train and left the exclusive station of the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle. Once they left the station, A majestic city with a several hundred-meter-tall city wall engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. On top of the city wall, there were built one after another 9-story-tall warlock pagodas, for a total of 36 9-story-tall warlock pagodas. Each 9-story-tall warlock pagoda exuded terrifying fluctuations of power, as if a god was stationed there. Chapter 198. Above the city wall, there were teams of soldiers constantly patrolling. Every soldier had the terrifying strength of a level 3 warlock, while the captains of the soldiers had the strength of a great warlock. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng's level 2 warlock rank strength could already be considered a hegemon. Yet in the demon fighting sect it was difficult for him to even be an official soldier. This was the domineering and underlying strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. People from the Great Cloud Dynasty had a sense of confidence and pride wherever they went. That was because the Great Cloud Dynasty was extremely powerful, and they were proud of being a part of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kongfeng Ao said, "This is the Demon Fighting City. The Demon Fighting Sect is an exchange window open to the public. Basically, the Demon Fighting Sect's disciples in name live here. Behind the Demon Fighting City is the Demon Fighting Mountain Range, where the Demon Fighting Sect's outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples live. Above the Demon Fighting Mountain Range is the Demon Fighting Floating Island. The Demon Fighting Floating Island is the core of the Demon Fighting Sect, where the true disciples and many great elders live." Yang Feng nodded slightly. After accepting the identity verification from Kongfeng Ao, they entered the Demon Fighting City. The Demon Fighting City was extremely bustling with people coming and going. It was even more crowded than the big cities on Earth such as Beijing and Shanghai. However, the layout of the Demon Fighting City was extremely scientific, and the streets were spacious. At the same time, there were countless floating flyovers intertwining in midair, forming a huge transportation network. Everyone walked within the huge transportation network, without the slightest feeling of congestion. Yang Feng was dazzled as he walked inside the Demon Fighting City. He only felt that it was a novelty. It was like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. No matter how much he looked, he couldn't get enough of it. Everything here was different from the Tyrannid subcontinent. At the same time, the air inside the Demon Fighting City also contained extremely pure magic energy. The concentration of the magic energy wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the concentration of the magic energy in the Tyrannid subcontinent's 5-storied Warlock Tower's elemental pools. In the center of the Demon Fighting City, there stood a super-large purification tower, which exuded powerful purification fluctuations that neutralized the life magic energy unconsciously dispelled by the powerful warlocks and prevented the birth of freaks. Even ordinary people who weren't warlocks could live very well inside the purification tower. Under Kongfeng Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party arrived before a towering, no less than 300-story tall silver building. In front of the silver building stood a huge sign Fighting Demon Sect External Office. As soon as Yang Feng entered the building, he saw 4 12 to 13-year-old little boys and little girls, respectively, handling the school admission procedures on 4 counters in an orderly manner. When Yang Feng's group of 3 entered the building, they attracted gazes. Shi Shui's appearance was approximately 15 years old. Her temperament was clear and cold, and she was extremely beautiful. Instantly, everyone's gazes were drawn to her. Under Shi Shui's astonishing beauty, Yang Feng and Kongfeng Ao were reduced to supporting roles. A demon fighting sect's outer sect disciple, who looked to be in his 20s, gave a slight smile and handed an identity jade card to a very beautiful and adorable little girl. Xu Jingman, 13 years old, inferior level 7 soul aptitude, current strength level 1 warlock. Use the orthodox warlock's cultivation method to practice cultivation. If you are qualified, you can become an in-name disciple of the Battle Demon sect. This is your identity jade token. Come over tomorrow to receive guidance and choose a secret technique. The little girl said with a sweet smile. Thank you, Big Brother Ming. Ming Sheng said with a slight smile. You're welcome. That's because you met the requirements. That's why I was able to recruit you. If you didn't meet the requirements, then I couldn't do anything about it. Inferior level, 7 soul aptitude. Such a little girl's soul aptitude can be compared to Carolina's and Cheyenne's. The demon fighting sect really has as many geniuses as dogs, and experts are everywhere. After Yang Feng swept Xu Jingman and Ming Sheng with a glance, he suddenly felt a great pressure. Although Ming Sheng was only an outer sect disciple, but Yang Feng could already feel that the life force he emitted had already reached the pinnacle Great Warlock realm, and was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock realm. It was the strength of Tyrannid subcontinent's overlord rank experts like Aldrich, Carolina, and Anthony. Xu Jingman walked to Shue's side. Her big black and white eyes flashed with a touch of craftiness, and she said with a cute smile, "Big sister, my name is Xu Jingman. Are you also here to take the demon fighting sect's entrance test?" Shui gave a sweet smile and hugged Yang Feng's arm. Her pretty face blossomed with endless brilliance, and she was incomparably beautiful. "I am Shui. If big brother Yang Feng joins the demon fighting sect, then I'll join the demon fighting sect. If big brother doesn't join, then I won't join." The gazes of the people in the building, regardless of gender, were attracted by Shui. Among them, the two little boys who came to handle the admission procedures couldn't help but reveal a trace of jealousy in their eyes. "Big sister Shui, your big brother Yang Feng is a bit too old. I think it'll be very difficult for him to join the demon fighting sect." A 12 or 13-year-old handsome youngster with short black hair and even a trace of femininity came over. He imitated the bearing of an adult and said with a slight smile, "My name is He Feng, superior level 6 soul aptitude, level 2 warlock rank cultivation base, and I've just obtained the admission qualifications of the demon fighting sect. Big brother Yang Feng, you can come to my place and take the entrance test. If you can't pass the entrance test, then I can introduce you to a low-grade sect in the spiritual state's Green Wolf County. Our He family still has some prestige in the Green Wolf County." All right. Yang Feng was somewhat speechless as he watched this little brat, who hadn't even fully grown his hair, show off his family background and pick up girls. When he was 12 years old, he was a young pioneer who didn't understand anything. His most outrageous action was to pull the hair of a girl he liked in order to attract her attention. Yang Feng walked up to Han Ning, an outer sect disciple of the demon fighting sect. Han Ning swept Yang Feng with a glance. His eyes blossomed with traces of magic fluctuations, and a yellow radiance shot out from his eyes and fell on Yang Feng. Yang Feng suddenly felt a prying force pervade his body. Han Ning withdrew his spell and said politely, "Yang Feng, 29 years old, intermediate level, 6 soul aptitude, Black Dragon's Blood Meridians, level 2 warlock rank cultivation base. Yang Feng, I'm sorry, you don't meet the requirements to join the demon fighting sect." Basically, the demon fighting sect rarely recruits Blood Meridian warlocks, because the potential of Blood Meridian warlocks is really limited. Only Blood Meridian warlocks with a Moonlight Warlock rank or above might be recruited by the demon fighting sect. The demon fighting sect isn't the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians, but rather the Beast God School and the Myriad Snow Gate. You should go to those two sects and give it a try. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and sighed. The Beast God School and the Myriad Snow Gate were indeed the two great sects with the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians in the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, as part of the 10 great sects, these two great sects had extremely high requirements for their disciples. Yang Feng had no chance of joining the two great sections. The two precocious boys also revealed looks of disdain. Xu Jingman and the other outstanding little girl also revealed looks of disappointment. It was easy for Blood Meridian warlocks to practice cultivation in the early stages, but later on it would be very difficult to practice cultivation, as they would be shackled by the bloodline. If it was a formidable bloodline of the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, they would still receive some attention. Black Dragon bloodline at most could only be practiced until the Great Warlock rank bloodline. In some small places of the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in the demon fighting sect and the other 10 great sects, it was synonymous with no potential. This is the clone of the demon Emperor Cartman that descended to the Tyrannid subcontinent from the Demonis plane and was killed by me. I heard that the demon fighting sect specially recruits heroes who are willing to kill foreign enemies of other races for the Great Cloud Dynasty. As long as you kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank freak that invaded the Zhangji plane from another plane, you'll get a chance to join the demon fighting sect. Since I killed the demon Emperor Cartman, I should be given a chance to take the assessment, right? Yang Feng took out a box and opened it, revealing the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone. A remnant demigod rank and extremely ferocious might immediately pervaded the area. Under the remnant might of the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone, He Feng and the little boy called Wang Shuang had their complexions changed greatly, and they couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. The pretty complexions of Xu Jingman and the other girl called Wang Yi also changed, and they retreated again and again, their beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of fear. He Feng and the other three were indeed peerless geniuses with outstanding talent. But they were too young and had always been practicing at home, rarely going out to fight. That was why they were frightened by the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone. Xu Jingman's pretty complexion changed, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. He could actually kill such a freak. That's really terrifying. Han Ning was first startled. Then his gaze congealed and his expression became solemn. Suddenly a terrifying pinnacle great warlock rank life force converged. And he stared at Yang Feng and said while stressing each syllable, "You killed it? That's impossible, right? Yang Feng, you have to know that there's a price to pay for playing tricks on the demon-fighting sex people. It's still not too late to take back your words. Otherwise, once I cast a spell and discover that you lied to me, then I might even take action and kill you here." The Demonis Plains Demon Emperor rank experts were formidable beings that could contend against gods. His clone also possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength. Han Ning wasn't a match for his clone, so he didn't believe that Yang Feng killed him with his own hands. The other three demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples also revealed unkind gazes and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Although they had always appeared very kind, but they had the arrogance of the demon-fighting sect's disciples in their hearts. If someone dared to play tricks on them, then they wouldn't mind getting rid of that person. Even if they made a scene in the sect would only praise them and wouldn't scold them. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty where laws were strict, colossi like the 10 great sects still had a lot of privileges. This was the real reason why countless geniuses flocked to join the 10 great sects. No one would dare to behave atrociously in a place like the demon-fighting sect, otherwise only death would await them. This was also a great difference from Earth. In essence, the Zhangji Plain was still a plain where the strong preyed on the weak. Chapter 199. Yang Feng said calmly, "I was the one who killed him. The correct way to put it is that I first severely injured him, then besieged him with a group of subordinates. Finally, I killed him with my alchemical golem. You can use a spell to test me. Everything I said is true." Han Ning silently recited an incantation, pointed at Yang Feng, and a spell to detect lies suddenly fell on Yang Feng. A white radiance suddenly lit up on Yang Feng. Han Ning's eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity, and he praised sincerely, "What you said is true. You can actually kill him. That's amazing." The other three demon-fighting sects' outer sect disciples also revealed looks of admiration. The demon Emperor Cartman was a powerful being of the Demonis Plane, comparable to a god. Within the demon-fighting sect, only true disciples and great elders had the ability to deal with him. Even the demon-fighting sect's inner sect disciples might not be able to kill his avatar. No matter what method Yang Feng used to be able to kill an avatar of the demon Emperor Cartman, that was a very remarkable thing. Han Ning said with a smile of admiration, "Yang Feng, to be able to kill an avatar of the Demonis Plane, you're a hero. However, I have to warn you. The difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment is very high. If you're the slightest bit careless, then even a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert will die." Yang Feng asked, "What assessment? Can you tell me first so that I can be mentally prepared? It's best to choose the simplest one. After all, I only have a level 2 Warlock cultivation base." If the difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment was too high, then Yang Feng could only choose to give up. After all, he only had one life. If he died, then he would have nothing left. Han Ning said, "I'll help you choose the simplest one. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Even the simplest test mission would be extremely difficult for you. It's almost impossible to complete. After all, these assessment tasks are originally aimed at Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and above." Yang Feng nodded silently. He was aware of the demon-fighting sect's assessment rules, but he still wanted to give it a try. Han Ning took out a jade booklet and flipped through it. His eyes lit up and he said, "I got it. Feisua Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. Your test is to sneak into this plane, kill a demigod powerhouse, and bring his head back to the demon fighting sect. There is no time limit for this mission. Yang Feng exclaimed, one of the 36 primary material planes, wouldn't that be a place where legends roam the streets and demigods are as common as dogs? For a trifling level 2 warlock like me to go there, wouldn't that be courting death? The 36 primary material planes were the 36 huge planes with countless powerful existences, discovered by the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Among the 36 primary material planes, powerhouses were as common as clouds and rain. None of them was inferior to the Zhangji plane. Only when the 7 warlock emperors established their states could the human warlocks completely suppress the other 35 primary material planes, forcing the powerful existences of the 35 primary material planes to obey the commands of the human warlock dynasties. During the time of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, it merely maintained its position as the leader of the 36 primary material planes. It didn't have the ability to command the other 35 primary material planes. Han Ning smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. On the Feisua plane there were many divine systems. There were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beastman divine system. Among the 3 major divine systems there were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beastman divine system. For example, the elven divine system was divided into the elven divine system and the dark elven divine system. There were also camps among the gods, and there were open and veiled struggles between them. With your experience traveling in the Tyrannid subcontinent, you will definitely be able to integrate well into the Feisua plane. If you enter the Demoness plane or the Dawn plane, then you won't have a chance of survival." Yang Feng pondered for a moment and then said, "If I go to the Feisua plane, then only by igniting my godfire and becoming a god can I slay a demigod. Is there no problem with that?" "There is no problem. In fact, many of the gods of other planes are human warlocks of the Zhangji plane. Fearing that their lifespan would run out and they would die, they would directly run to those planes, ignite their godfire, and become the god of that plane. However, Yang Feng, once you ignite your godfire and become a god on the Feisua plane, then you will have a huge connection with the Feisua plane. After igniting your godfire, your true body will not be able to leave the Feisua plane. You can only leave the Feisua plane with an embodiment. Once your true body leaves the Feisua plane, you may suffer a backlash from the plane, your godhead will collapse, and your divine power will disappear. This is the price of becoming a god. We warlocks are free. We can go to any plane and no power can bind us. From the moment a god is born on a plane, they are linked with the rise and fall of the entire plane. If the plane in which the god resides dies, then the god will also die. That scene is known as the Twilight of the Gods." Han Ning said. The demon fighting sect had a very long inheritance, and had explored countless planes. There was a lot of knowledge in the sect. Han Ning, a trifling outer sect disciple, had so much knowledge that it made Yang Feng blush with shame. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then his eyes blossomed with a glint, and he said in a clear voice, "I accept the test." Han Ning said with a hearty smile, "Good, you're a real man. If you accept the task, then you can come here tomorrow. We will open the library and let you study for 3 months. Only after you have grasped the basic knowledge of the Feisua plane and the current situation will we open the planar passageway and send you over. However, you have to think it over clearly. Once you study in our library and are unwilling to participate in the test, then we will impose sanctions on you." "Yes," Yang Feng responded faintly, then grabbed Shui beside him and said, "This is my younger sister Shui. She also wants to participate in the demon fighting sect's entrance test." Han Ning's gaze swept Shui, and his eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. He smiled slightly, then silently recited an incantation. His eyes blossomed with 2 magic radiances that fell on Shui. Superior level 8. Superior level 8 soul aptitude. Her soul aptitude is superior level 8. Han Ning only took a glance at Shui. Then his complexion suddenly changed greatly, his eyes brimming with shock, and he cried out involuntarily, "What? Superior level 8 soul aptitude? Superior level 8 soul aptitude," quickly informed the elders. The complexions of the 4 demon fighting sect's disciples changed greatly. They immediately got up and surrounded Shui, staring at her with scorching gazes. Geniuses were as common as clouds in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Basically, those who entered the demon-fighting sect had superior level 6 soul aptitude, and there was no lack of peerless geniuses with around level 7 soul aptitude. However, level 8 soul aptitude was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Superior level 8 soul aptitude was even rarer, rarely seen in a millennium. The higher the soul aptitude, the fewer elixirs that could enhance their soul aptitude. Superior level 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng's various soul aptitude enhancing elixirs were of no use. Even the Rose Divine Pool was of no use to Shi Shui's soul aptitude. Kong Feng Ao stared at Shi Shui with somewhat bloodshot eyes and complained, "Superior level 8 soul aptitude, Yang Feng, you really hid it from me." Superior level 8 soul aptitude. Such a genius was rarely seen even in the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. When Kong Feng Ao thought of such a genius hanging around him, he felt as if he was in a dream. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Hehe, you didn't ask me. Where's the person with superior level 8 soul aptitude?" With a flicker of magic radiance, an old man dressed in a blue robe appeared in the hall, exuding incredibly formidable fluctuations of power, as if a god walking in the secular world. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He could vaguely feel that the terrifying power exuded by the old man dressed in a blue robe could even contend with the power he sensed from the goddess Lolth. An extremely beautiful young woman dressed in a red warrior's attire, looking like a flame, strangely appeared beside Shi Shui. She swept Shi Shui with a glance and said with great satisfaction, "Little girl, are you the one with superior level 8 soul aptitude? Not bad to possess the strength of a level 3 warlock at such a young age, truly remarkable. I'm Wuxia, one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect. Little girl, how about becoming my personal disciple?" As soon as she said that, the 4 outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect immediately revealed envious expressions. Wuxia was one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect, her strength tyrannical. To be accepted by her as a personal disciple was something that even true disciples of the demon-fighting sect yearned for, let alone outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect. The old man dressed in a blue robe frowned and said, "Wuxia, shouldn't there be a first come, first served basis for everything? I came first, so this disciple should be mine." Ordinary geniuses were fine. Superior level 8 soul aptitude was simply a freak among freaks. Even in the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, it was a rare genius that appeared once in a millennium. Wuxia said coldly, "Chao Iha, I'm taking this disciple. She's a little girl. You're an old man taking a little girl as your disciple, don't you feel ashamed?" Huang Iha was also one of the great elders of the demon-fighting sect. His strength was tyrannical, comparable to that of a god. Unmoved, Huang Iha said with a faint smile, "On the path to eternal life, there's only master and disciple, there's no distinction between men and women. I won't give up." Wuxia was silent for a moment, and then said, "You and I are equal in strength and status. It's better to let this little girl choose her own master, what do you think?" Huang Yihe said decisively, "All right." Wuxia asked directly, "Little girl, between him and me, which one do you want to be your master?" Huang Yihe replied, "Little girl, if you choose me as your master, then I'll definitely teach you everything I know. With your talent, as long as you practice diligently under my guidance, you'll be able to promote to a glorious dawn warlock within 1,000 years. The eyes of the 4 outer sect disciples of the demon-fighting sect almost spewed fire with jealousy. They were all geniuses with superior level 6 soul aptitude, but it was already very difficult for them to promote to the Great Warlock realm, let alone promote to the Starry Sky Warlock realm. As for the Moonlight Warlock realm, they didn't even dare to think about it. As for the Glorious Dawn Warlock realm, even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were pinnacle experts with lofty status and strength comparable to gods. Chapter 200. Wuxia said with a proud smile, "Whatever old bastard Chao can promise you, I can promise you everything. As long as you become my personal disciple, the Glorious Dawn Warlock rank won't be a problem." Shi Shui very obediently bowed respectfully to the 2 great elders of the Battle Demon sect and said, "2 seniors, I am very grateful for your kindness. However, I hope to be with Big Brother Yang Feng. As for choosing a master, I'll choose whoever Big Brother Yang Feng wants me to choose." Huang Yihe frowned and said, "Yang Feng? Who's that? Han Ning promptly pointed at Yang Feng and said, Great Elder, this is Shue's big brother Yang Feng. Blood Meridian Warlock? Black Dragon's Blood Meridian? His potential is too low. Huang Yi's eyebrows creased slightly, saying, Why did he come to the demon fighting sect with such aptitude? Han Ning said. He killed a Starry Sky Warlock rank clone of a Demonis Plains demon emperor that descended on the Tyrannid subcontinent. He hopes to join the demon fighting sect through the assessment. Huang Yi said with slight surprise. He wants to join the demon fighting sect through the assessment? Little guy, I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Huang Yi was very clear about the difficulty of the demon fighting sect's entrance assessment. For a level 2 warlock like Yang Feng to participate in such an assessment, it was practically a matter of life and death. Yu Wuxian said coldly, You don't need to take the assessment. I can make an exception and let you become a disciple in name of the demon fighting sect. If you have the ability, then slowly climb up. Let your little sister Shui choose me as her master. In the future, I'll give you some guidance and let you get more benefits. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, Thank you, Senior. However, there's no need to make an exception. Junior wants to participate in the demon fighting sect's assessment and join the demon fighting sect in an upright manner. The Feisua plane was extremely chaotic and had many divine systems. Such a plane was the best place to fish in troubled waters. On the Feisua plane, Yang Feng's clone and Shizu robots would be of great use. Yu Wuxian was slightly surprised and said with a faint smile, You have backbone. I misjudged you. I originally thought that you wanted to borrow your little sister's talent to join the demon fighting sect. Not bad, kid, I'm starting to like you a little. As long as you can complete the fighting demon sect's assessment this time, I can directly guarantee that you will become an inner disciple of my fighting demon sect. Huang Yi grinned, Interesting. Yang Feng, if you can complete the demon fighting sect's assessment, I'll accept you as a personal disciple. Yang Feng said with a smile, Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I think Great Elder Yu Wuxian is more suitable for you. You should take her as your master. Shui was very well behaved. She immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Yu Wuxian. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Haha, good. Good. Good disciple, come with me to the floating island now. I'm going to show off to those guys. Haha. Yu Wuxian somewhat forgot herself and laughed heartily. Her whole body flickered with a magical radiance, and in a flash, she and Shui disappeared from their original place. Sigh, what a pity. Huang Yi also let out a long sigh. With a flash of magical light, he disappeared from where he stood. After the two great elders of the demon fighting sect left, the gazes with which everyone looked at Yang Feng changed. Shui's future prospects were limitless, and Yang Feng was no longer an ordinary level 2 warlock. Since the matter has been settled, I'll take my leave first. Yang Feng smiled and left the demon fighting sect with Kongfang Ao. Kongfang Ao said with a smile, Yang Feng, since you've already arrived at the demon fighting sect, then I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again. If you have time, come to the Green Province's Tianmu County. Our Kong family has a bit of status there. If you come, I'll definitely show you the hospitality of a host. Yang Feng replied, All right. After the two separated, Yang Feng found an inn in the demon fighting city. Early the next morning, Yang Feng once again went to the demon fighting sect's external office. Han Ning greeted him with great enthusiasm. Yang Feng, you're early. Come with me. Yang Feng said with a smile. Good morning, senior disciple brother Han. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Ning took Yang Feng into an elevator-like magic staircase and pressed the 100th floor button. With a flicker of magic radiance, the door of the magic staircase opened, and Yang Feng and Han Ning appeared on the 100th floor. Han Ning gave Yang Feng a detailed introduction. This is the great library that can be used by the demon fighting sect's disciples in name. Here there are a variety of level 1 to level 4 spell models, as well as a variety of knowledge from countless different planes and many secret methods. The common knowledge of the Feisua plane is also here. Among the countless knowledge here, the one I recommend the most is the demon fighting sect's fundamental secret method. The demon fighting heaven suppressing record. This is the demon fighting sect's strongest secret method. There are only 4 layers of the demon-fighting heaven-suppressing record here, which can only be practiced until the Great Warlock realm. In the future, if you can complete the assessment and join the demon-fighting sect, then you'll have the opportunity to learn the next few layers of the secret method. Yang Feng looked at the Great Library and saw that it covered an area of about 5 square kilometers. Obviously, a powerful warlock had cast a spatial spell on it. Within that area of 5 square kilometers, there were countless bookshelves with books neatly arranged on them. In the center of the Great Library, there was a magic crystal ball with a diameter of about 1 meter suspended in the air, and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Han Ning said, "That's the Great Library's index crystal, as well as the library's administrator. You can use the index crystal to quickly find all kinds of information you want. The specific way to use it is to walk within 5 meters of it, and then silently recite the information you want in your mind." Yang Feng went before the index crystal and mused, "I need the demon-fighting heaven-suppressing record." With a flicker of magic radiance, a book flew out from the countless bookshelves and flew into Yang Feng's hand. Han Ning said with a smile, "All right, Yang Feng, I won't disturb your study. Work hard." Yang Feng said, "Thank you, senior disciple brother Han." After Han Ning left, Yang Feng sat to one side and began to study while using the smart microchip installed on his glasses to scan those books into his database. In the Great Library, Yang Feng practically forgot to eat and sleep as he studied all the information related to the Feisua plane. He was very clear that the information was related to the future safety and development of his embodiment. 10 days later, in a cultivation secret room of a luxurious hotel, Yang Feng sat cross-legged on a jade bed, surrounded by the remains and ashes of top-notch magic stones. The green life embodiment bead suspended in the air in front of Yang Feng and blossomed with resplendent radiance. Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a stream of blood essence along with 3 golden specks of light that entered the life embodiment bead. After losing the stream of blood essence, Yang Feng's complexion became extremely pale. He promptly picked up a vial of elixir beside him and poured it into his mouth. After drinking the vial of elixir, Yang Feng's complexion became a lot better. He silently chanted, and rays of magic light condensed around his body. A soul seed flew out from between his eyebrows in a strange manner. Below the soul seed, there were countless fine lines extending, with each fine line having a small sphere. With a closer look, one could see that the small spheres were spell models. As soon as the soul seed appeared, it slowly split into 2 halves. Along with the splitting of the soul seed, Yang Feng felt as if he had been split into 2 halves, feeling extremely painful. However, he still forcefully endured the pain with great willpower. After the soul seed split into 2 halves, 1 half flew into the life embodiment bead along with the countless spell models. The life embodiment bead trembled slightly, twisted continuously, changed rapidly, and finally condensed into a person that looked exactly like Yang Feng. Even the soul fluctuations were the same. When Yang Feng's embodiment took shape, an extremely novel feeling was suddenly born in Yang Feng's true body. It was as if there were 2 of him existing in this world at the same time. This was different from when he used the consciousness conduction helmet. When he used the consciousness conduction helmet, he was still a consciousness. When he possessed the robots, his true body would fall into an unconscious state. But now, he had 2 independent consciousnesses existing in this world, and both consciousnesses were him. Yang Feng's embodiment sighed slightly. "This feeling is really wonderful, as if there are 2 of me existing at the same time." Yang Feng's true body said, "It's really wonderful. No wonder even if it is as strong as a god, if their godhead isn't high enough, they still can't split into more embodiments. Without the support of a godhead, if one has too many embodiments, they will definitely suffer from schizophrenia and become a psychopath. Gods could also split into embodiments, but generally speaking, gods with feeble divine force rank would only split into 1 embodiment. That was because their godhead couldn't support the existence of more embodiments." Yang Feng's true body said, "Scan me. Yang Feng basic attributes strength 1, 1 agility 1, 3 physique 1, 2 spirit 1, 6. Blood meridians. Pure human blood meridians. Soul aptitude. Superior level 6. General evaluation classified as a level 0 life form. Evolution potential great. Note: Because the host's soul has just split, the soul is in a weak state. It is recommended to practice the true mystic embodiment scripture to restore your soul force. Before your soul force is fully restored, it is not advisable to practice cultivation as a warlock. After Yang Feng used the true mystic embodiment scripture to pour all of his power into the embodiment, his true body once again became an ordinary person. However, he now had infinite evolution possibilities, laying a solid foundation for recultivating on the warlock path. Moreover, the wealth he collected in the Tyrannid subcontinent was enough for him to recultivate and easily evolve into an official warlock. Moreover, the knowledge grasped by the embodiment was equivalent to the knowledge grasped by Yang Feng's true body. Thus, it was equivalent to having two people practicing cultivation and learning at the same time, which was simply heaven-defying. It was precisely because of this that a treasure like the life embodiment bead was so precious, priceless, and could only be encountered but not sought. Chapter 201. After separating an embodiment, Yang Feng's true body and embodiment simultaneously began to read all the information about the Feisua plane, learning continuously. Time passed and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng arrived at the demon-fighting sect's external office. The one in charge of receiving him was still Han Ning. When Han Ning saw Yang Feng arrive, his eyes flashed with a touch of unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Finally, he gave a long sigh and said, "Come with me." The difficulty of a level 2 warlock entering the Feisua plane, a primary material plane that could contend with the Zhangji plane, and killing a demigod rank expert could be well imagined. The demon-fighting sect set up such an assessment mission in order to recruit peak experts above the Starry Sky warlock rank. At the same time, it was also to eliminate a large number of silk pants who used their family's power to help hunt demigod rank freaks. Even great warlocks would find it very difficult to complete such an assessment mission, let alone a level 2 warlock like Yang Feng. Yang Feng followed Han Ning to the top floor of the demon-fighting sect's external office. After passing through a teleportation array, they appeared in front of a huge palace. In front of the huge palace there was a golden gate. In front of the golden gate sat 2 old men, one fat and one thin. Yang Feng looked at the 2 old men with a glance, and his pupils constricted slightly. He couldn't sense the life force emitted by the 2 old men. This showed that even without using secret methods, the 2 old men could completely restrain their life force, making people feel that they were ordinary people. Han Ning said respectfully to the 2 old men, "Elder Luozheng, Elder Luoming, this is Yang Feng. He wants to go to the Feisua plane to participate in the assessment." The thin old man didn't open his eyes. The fat old man opened his eyes, and 2 divine lights shot out of his eyes and swept Yang Feng. A feeling of being seen through instantly pervaded Yang Feng's body. The fat old man threw a gray jade card to Yang Feng and said lightly, "This is a return jade card. After completing the mission, crush this jade card, and we'll find a way to pick you up. However, it won't be instantaneous. If you don't complete the mission and crush this jade card, only death awaits you." Yang Feng took the jade card and said, "Yes, I understand." The fat old man closed his eyes. Ka. Amidst the loud noises, the golden door slowly opened, revealing a wide and deep planar path that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Feng stepped into the planar passageway. A formidable spatial force enveloped Yang Feng in a flash, and a dizzy feeling of dizziness flooded his mind. Once the dizziness disappeared, Yang Feng heaved a long sigh. He discovered that he was already on top of a desolate hilltop. Yang Feng carefully sized up the surroundings for a while and mused, "So cautious. In order to prevent me from discovering the exit of the planar passageway, they set up a random teleportation array at the end of the planar passageway and teleported me here." The Feisua plane has countless gods. At the time, the 6th Warlock dynasty had subdued the gods of this plane, and their mechanical legion had been seen by them. If I use the mechanical army and nuclear bombs on a large scale in this world, it will attract their attention and then it will be over. Yang Feng silently calculated in his heart. The Feisua plane was different from the Tyrannid subcontinent, as this plane had gods. Each of the countless gods possessed terrifying might, greatly limiting the might of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, making it impossible for him to unleash a large number of mechanical legions to fight the gods. Otherwise, the gods of the Feisua plain might unite to deal with him. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. A magic radiance flickered, and a huge eye formed in the sky, observing the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Found it, there's a city over there. Yang Feng's figure changed slightly, and he turned into a blonde, blue-eyed, and tall Westerner. The Feisua plain was a plain dominated by Westerners, and the human gods were basically Westerners. At present, Yang Feng didn't have the strength to challenge that terrifying power. Yang Feng walked along a muddy road covered in dust and livestock excrement for about 5 kilometers, before a city with a 10-meter-tall city wall appeared in front of him. In front of the city stood 8 Western human warriors. They were not wearing any armor, had deep eyes, high noses, and fair skin, and were about to collapse their swords. The captain of the 8 warriors stepped forward and stopped Yang Feng, saying, "Stop, please show me your identity document." On the Feisua plain, the human world was divided into 4 classes: slaves, subjects, freedmen, and aristocrats. Slaves and subjects of lords couldn't freely leave the territory of lords. Only freedmen and aristocrats could freely travel throughout the continent. Humph! Yang Feng snorted coldly, spread the fingers of his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his hand. "Wizard! I'm sorry, Your Honorable Excellency. Please forgive me for offending you." When the captain saw the flame in Yang Feng's hand, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he bowed and said respectfully. The rest of the warriors looked at Yang Feng with a touch of respect in their eyes. On the Feisua plain, wizards were lofty existences, and their status was comparable to that of aristocrats. They could freely travel throughout the world. Many aristocrats took pride in being able to recruit a wizard to serve them. Moreover, on the Feisua plain, the number of wizards was very small. Out of 100,000 people, there might not even be one wizard. "This is my power, my own power." Yang Feng looked at the 8 respectful warriors, and a touch of pleasure welled up inside him. On the Tyrannid subcontinent, relying on the tremendous power of the Shizu Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng defeated countless powerful enemies, and finally unified the entire Tyrannid subcontinent and became its king. However, he was very clear that it was mainly by relying on the power of the Mechanical Legion that he achieved that step. But now, on the Feisua plain, the power he possessed was enough to make people revere him. This feeling made him somewhat unable to stop, and he was very pleased. "Get lost, you lowly commoners. Quickly make way for Master Wizard to enter the city." A warrior immediately berated the farmers and merchants waiting to enter the city, driving them away and making way for Yang Feng. Yang Feng entered the city. In the city, the roads were extremely muddy, livestock's excrement could be seen everywhere, and there was a lot of dust. Most of the buildings in the city were made of wood, exuding a backward and ancient aura of the Western Middle Ages. Yang Feng swept the city with a glance and frowned slightly. "This is the Feisua plain that can contend with the Zhangji plain? This is unbelievable." This human city couldn't even compare to many cities in the backward places like the Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng arrived in front of a mermaid and bear bar, pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered the bar, Yang Feng saw burly mercenaries gulping down alcohol and eating meat, while uttering vulgar words and flirting with the waitresses in the bar. Yang Feng went to the bartender who was mixing drinks in front of the counter, and with a light flick, a gold coin drew a beautiful parabola and fell in front of the bartender. Yang Feng said, "I want to go to the Rijek city, so I need an experienced and reputable mercenary group to escort me. Tell me, what's a reasonable price to hire such a mercenary group?" The bartender smiled and put away the gold coin. "It depends on the number of people you hire. From the Wood Speech City to the Rijek city, it's about 10 days' journey. The journey isn't too dangerous, and paying 3 silver coins per person per day is already enough. Of course, the more reputable and stronger mercenary groups, the higher the price." The common currency of the Feisua plain was gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 1,000 copper coins. "Hey young man, hire our bear strength mercenary group. Our mercenary group has 10 good lads, each of whom is a seasoned mercenary." A burly man with a bear-like build and a big beard strode towards Yang Feng and said with a hearty laugh, "For each of us, you only need to pay 5 silver coins per day. A middle-aged man with a thin figure and a gloomy temperament between his eyebrows came over and said with a smile towards Yang Feng, "Hello, I'm Lek, the leader of the Storm Wolves mercenary group. Our Storm Wolves mercenary group has 13 members. For each of us, you only need to pay 2 silver coins per day, and you'll be able to get the services of the 13 members of the Storm Wolves mercenary group to safely escort you to the Reject City." A beautiful woman with a height of 1.8 meters, wheat-colored skin, and regular facial features, who was much taller than many men, strode towards Yang Feng and said, "Mister, please hire our White Lily mercenary group. Our White Lily mercenary group only has 5 people, but it's the mercenary group with the best reputation in the Wood Speech City. There's no record of us going back on our word. For each of us, you only need to pay 8 silver coins per day, and we'll do our best to protect you." Lek's face stiffened. As if a viper, he stared at the beautiful woman with a tall figure and said coldly, "Katie, what's the meaning of this?" Katie said with a cold smile, "What do I mean? You're well aware of it." Yang Feng had read a lot of information about the Feisua Plain and knew that there were all sorts of people among mercenaries. Many mercenaries would normally do normal business, but would secretly kill their employers. If choosing a mercenary group wasn't suitable, then it would definitely be courting death. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "There's no need to fight over it. I think that beautiful women are better. The White Lily mercenary group is fine." Once he said that, the leader of the Bear Strength mercenary group gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, then gave a chuckle, turned around, and returned to his mercenary group. The bartender also gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, but remained silent. Lek gave a cold smile and said meaningfully, "Good, good, good. You're on your own." Chapter 202. Katie sat in front of Yang Feng and gave him a flirtatious look. "Hi, my employer. What's your name?" Although Katie's looks and temperament were far inferior to that of beauties like Jessica and Judy, but compared to ordinary girls, she was already a beauty. Moreover, she had the unique heroic spirit of mercenaries, which was quite attractive to men. Yang Feng said with a smile, "My name is Ian." Katie asked, "When do you plan to set off for the Reject City?" "The sooner the better." "Then how about we meet at the Western Gate tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? "All right." After the discussion, Yang Feng left the small bar and stayed in the Woodward City for the night. Early the next morning, Yang Feng arrived at the Western Gate. At the Western Gate, Katie and her White Lily mercenary group were already waiting for him. In addition to Katie, the other 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group were tall and burly, with solid muscles and fierce glints in their eyes. They looked more manly than men. Yang Feng looked at the 4 burly female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group and muttered inside, "The White Lily mercenary group has such a nice name." Katie smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "You're early, get on the carriage." Yang Feng nodded and boarded a carriage. The carriage rental fee was naturally paid by Yang Feng. "Set off," Katie ordered, and the convoy left the Woodward City. The main road of the Woodward City hadn't been repaired and was full of potholes. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Feng felt very uncomfortable due to the jolting. Yang Feng criticized inside. No wonder it was so difficult for people in ancient times to travel far. It's so uncomfortable to sit in a carriage. If it wasn't for my strong physique, I would have been jolted like a dog. In the Tyrandot subcontinent, Yang Feng's true body came and went either by plane or by magic carpet, which was a very comfortable and happy life. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, he wrote a variety of advanced alchemical secret treasures, and didn't feel any discomfort. Now that he came to the Feisua Plain, he deeply felt the backwardness of the Feisua Plain. "Ian, there's something up ahead." Suddenly, Katie's voice came from outside the carriage, and the carriage stopped. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and alighted from the carriage. Yang Feng looked around and discovered that the convoy had arrived at a very remote place. On both sides of the road, there were 2 small hills with dense grass, very suitable for an ambush. On the hillside, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of people flashing. With a dignified expression, Katie walked up to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "I suspect that it's someone from the Storm Wolves mercenary group. They often kill their employers halfway and plunder their wealth. I'm afraid they've set their eyes on you. It's fine if they don't come. If they come over, I'll give them an unforgettable lesson." Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the sky and cast magic eyes. A magic light flashed and condensed into a huge eye in midair. The eyeball rotated 360 degrees and looked at both sides of the hillside. On both sides of the hillside, there were indeed more than 20 heavily armed soldiers lying in ambush. Among those soldiers stood Lek, the head of the Stormwolves mercenary corps. Magician. He's a magician. The more than 20 soldiers looked at the magic eye in the sky, their complexions turning deathly pale and revealing traces of fear. On the Feisua plain, magicians were synonymous with mystery and power. These soldiers had only heard of the powerful deeds of magicians in some myths and legends. Now that they saw the magic eye, they were shocked, scared out of their wits, and lost all will to fight. Ian, you're actually a magician. That's really amazing. I think I might have fallen in love with you. Katie stared fixedly at Yang Feng, her eyes rippling with traces of charm, her face carrying traces of a coquettish and charming smile. She walked up to Yang Feng. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Katie's eyes. She pulled out a dagger with a blade flickering with a dark blue radiance and fiercely stabbed at Yang Feng. Caught off guard, Yang Feng was stabbed in the abdomen by Katie. After succeeding in her attack, Katie immediately retreated briskly by more than a dozen meters, before saying with a charming smile full of malice, "Mighty Mr. Wizard, I think I might have fallen in love with you. However, I'm not in love with you, but rather with your wealth, haha." The magic eye in the sky collapsed in a flash. Why? Yang Feng covered his abdomen with both hands, his expression pained, and said while gnashing his teeth. Lek, the head of the Stormwolves mercenary corps, laughed wildly, and took his subordinates down from the hillside. "Idiot, that's because our Stormwolves mercenary corps and the White Lily mercenary corps are in cahoots. A fat sheep like you is our favorite target. Lord Wizard, the romantic encounter in the bar wasn't bad, right? In fact, in the bar, the people with the best reputation are that stupid bear's mercenary corps. Apart from his mercenary corps, the rest are just hungry wolves like us." Katie interrupted. "Enough with the nonsense, kill him. The means of wizards are too strange and powerful. Don't give him any chances. Shoot him." On the Feisua plain, bows and arrows were controlled weapons. Apart from people in the army who could equip a large number of bows and arrows, ordinary mercenaries rarely could afford to use bows and arrows. However, there were 5 archers in the Stormwolves mercenary corps. Lek barked, "Fire." The 5 archers immediately drew their bows and shot 5 arrows, as if shooting stars, towards Yang Feng. At the moment when the 5 arrows were about to hit Yang Feng, a powerful warping force field suddenly appeared and shook slightly, and the 5 arrows were strangely deflected. Seeing such a strange scene, Lek and Katie's complexions at once became extremely pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of an unknown premonition. "You weren't stabbed?" Katie said in a somewhat trembling voice. Yang Feng stood up, looked at the holes in his clothes and said faintly, "No, I was still somewhat careless. I was stabbed by an ordinary person like you. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between us is too great, and I don't have a legend rank weapon. It's basically impossible to assassinate me." Yang Feng wore the legend rank secret treasure white elephant armor, the legend rank secret treasure heart of azure, and the legend rank defensive ring sacred light protection. Under the protection of the 3 legend rank secret treasures, only a legend rank assassin with a legend rank dagger would be able to assassinate him in an instant. Katie's complexion paled, her expression was one of remorse and sorrow, and tears streamed down from her eyes. She knelt on the ground and knelt towards Yang Feng. "I'm sorry he forced me to do this. Lord Wizard, it was this man who forced me to do this. I beg you, spare my life. I didn't want to, he forced me to do this." Lek's eyes flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and he bellowed, "Tui! Cheap whore! Everyone, let's kill him. We have more than 20 people, no matter how strong this wizard is, we can definitely kill him." The eyes of the more than 20 mercenaries flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and under Lek's lead, they rushed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his hand, and a seed fell on the ground. With a flash of magic radiance, the seed quickly grew, extended more than 30 barbed rattans, and wrapped around the more than 20 mercenaries. The extremely sharp barbs stabbed into their bodies, making them wail in pain. Even the leader of the Stormwolves mercenary group, Lek, was tightly entangled by the rattan within a single move and let out an incomparably mournful shriek. The complexions of Katie and the 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, were very pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. This extraordinary power was far beyond their imagination. It would be a pity to waste such a precious elixir on you. But I'm short on manpower. I'll reluctantly use it on you. Yang Feng took out a large box of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and said somewhat regretfully. Before coming to the Feisua plain this time, Yang Feng had made sufficient preparations, bringing 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir. In the Turandot subcontinent, liquid metal nanorobot elixir was only a benefit for the upper echelons. After a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir was injected into one's body, one could maintain eternal youth by relying on the nanomachines. Before dying of old age, one would always look young. It was very popular among women, and was in short supply. Before Yang Feng built the first portable fortified stronghold on the Feisua plain, the 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir could be used up, and could not be replenished. Yang Feng said faintly, "I have some magic elixirs here. As long as you're injected with these magic elixirs, once you have the thought of betraying me, you'll self-detonate and die. Now, I'll be merciful and let you choose whether to take the elixir or not. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider." Katie promptly said, "I'll take it. No, please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard." The 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard." "I'll take it too. I beg you, let me take it." "Honorable Lord Wizard, please bestow me the precious magic elixir." The warriors of the Storm Wolves mercenary group weren't fools, and they implored bitterly. Amidst their pleas, Yang Feng also injected vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into their bodies. After subduing the 2 mercenary groups, Yang Feng rode the carriage and continued to move towards the Reject City. Chapter 203. The Reject City was located at the border of the Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Human Morance Empire. It was a large city belonging to the Morance Empire. With a population of nearly 1 million, the Reject City was very prosperous. It was the extremely sinful slave trade that supported the Reject City's prosperous economy. The Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Morance Empire waged war all year round. The defeated would be reduced to slaves and brought to the Reject City by slave merchants. At the same time, sinful human slave hunters often appeared in the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, capturing beastmen and elves for sale. The Reject City was the largest slave trading city in the Morance Empire. The city wall is only a dozen meters tall. It's really weak. Yang Feng looked at the city wall that was only a dozen meters tall inside. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the city walls of various cities were at least 100 meters tall, and were covered with warlock towers. The defenses were extremely strict. The city wall of the Reject City, the largest slave trading city of the Morance Empire, was only a dozen meters tall. If Yang Feng drove the Mechanical Legion, then he would be able to seize the Reject City's city wall with a single charge. "Stop! Please show me your identification." When Yang Feng and his party arrived at the gate of the Reject City, several warriors came over. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand and a scorching fireball appeared in his hand. The complexions of the warriors changed and they said respectfully, "So it's the Honorable Sir Wizard, we've been impolite. Please come in." A warrior promptly drove away the commoners at the gate, making way for Yang Feng and the others to enter the city. A warrior gave them a glance, then left his post and quickly walked into the city. In the Reject City, in a luxurious room, a fat man with a pair of small eyes, yet a shrewd glint, narrowed his eyes and asked the warrior, "What? You said that a wizard without a magic badge came to the Reject City?" The warrior said, "That's right, Master Jim. I saw it with my own eyes. There were more than 20 mercenaries beside the mage. 5 female mercenaries and 23 male mercenaries." Jim casually tossed 3 gold coins to the soldier. "Interesting, these 3 gold coins are yours. You can go." The warrior was overjoyed. He received the 3 gold coins and withdrew. Thank you very much, Master Jim. Jim's eyes narrowed and flashed with a shrewd glint. A wizard without a wizard badge. Is he a wizard who just returned after learning from a reclusive wizard? He's a good investment target. Without any hesitation, Jim immediately stood up and walked out with large strides with vigorous movements that were different from his fat body. Ridgex City was much larger than Woodward City and had a much larger population. It was bustling with people coming and going, making it seem very prosperous. The streets were filled with all kinds of beast-like slaves, but most of them looked like humans. The beastmen were divided into the humanoid beastmen and the pure beast beastmen. The humanoid beastmen were beastmen who had a partial beast form, but most of them were in human form. On the other hand, pure beast orcs were all kinds of beast orcs that had evolved to have hands and feet and possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Beastmen were beastmen of beastmen with beastmen and beastmen. With beastmen. Beastmen were natives of the Feisua Plain. Beastmen were pets brought over from other planes by the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. The Beastman Empire was ruled by beastmen, and beastmen didn't have much power. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, beastmen were also called humanoids, and were distinguished from beastmen who had a human appearance. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, humanoid beastmen were instead a weak race. That was because the humanoid beastmen in the Tyrannid subcontinent were pets brought over from the Feisua Plain by the ancient warlocks. Yang Feng looked at the streets full of humanoid beastmen and had a very novel feeling. Shortly after Yang Feng walked in the Ridgex City, Jim came to greet him with a dozen guards. Jim revealed a refreshing smile on his face and said, "Hello, Honorable Sir Wizard. I am Jim, the manager of the Ridgex City branch of the Rose Merchant Group. The Rose Merchant Group has the best supply in the entire Ridgex City. We can even get you the most sought-after fox girls among the elves and beastmen. They are definitely purebred elves and beastman foxes, and not those mixed-blood half-elves and half-blood beastmen. Would you like our services?" Purebred elves and purebred beastman foxes were the most beautiful women. Protected by the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, it was very difficult to get hold of them. On the other hand, half-elves, half-humans and half-beastmen weren't protected by the Orc Empire or the Elven Empire. Many of the slave merchants in the Ridgex City were very black-hearted, and sold half-blood beastmen and half-blood beastmen as genuine purebred elves and purebred beastmen to make a huge profit. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "My name is Ian. I think I'll need your services." With a full set of legend-rank secret treasures and the level for extraordinary life-form rank mechanical battle beasts stored inside the dimensional badge, unless it was a demigod rank expert, no one could kill Yang Feng's embodiment. Jim said with a smile, "In that case, Honorable Sir Ian, please come with me." Yang Feng said carelessly as he walked, "Slaves need to eat and drink. Can you buy a lot of food?" Jim's plump face beamed like a flower. "You've asked the right person. The Rose Merchant Group is one of the 10 largest merchant groups in the Morance Empire. Only we can easily buy food for hundreds or thousands of people." Yang Feng asked, "Is it transportation?" Jim said with some vigilance, "To where?" The Beastman Empire had always been short of food. Every year, they had to smuggle large amounts of food from the Morance Empire. The Morance Empire had always cracked down on smuggling. Jim had no choice but to be vigilant. Yang Feng said lightly, "The Red Earth Wasteland. I want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland." "The Red Earth Wasteland. That's no problem." "What? You want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland?" Jim was suddenly taken aback, saying, "Sir Ian, the Red Earth Wasteland is extremely barren. It has no special products or minerals, only some dirty goblin bandits, bugbears and other lowly races. It's of no value at all." The Red Earth Wasteland was a vast wasteland located at the junction of the Morance Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Elven Empire. In the wasteland, only the Rhine River ran through the entire wasteland. Apart from the vicinity of the Rhine River, the rest of the wasteland was dry and had little rain. Only some low shrubs and berries grew there. The lack of water made it a barren place, which was why it was abandoned by the 4 empires. It wasn't that no one had the idea of building the Red Earth Wasteland, but the lack of water made everyone give up. To transport water from afar to the Red Earth Wasteland was a huge project that cost a lot of money. Besides water, there was also food. The Red Earth wasteland didn't produce food. To build a city there, it would cost a lot of money every year. Mountains of gold and seas of silver wouldn't be enough to spend on food. The most commendable thing about the Red Earth wasteland was its superior geographical location. It could pass through and trade with the four empires. However, it was also bad because of its location. Although the four empires weren't willing to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland, but once the city was built in the Red Earth wasteland, it was bound to cause a huge dispute. Such a place of little value couldn't attract the attention of the powerful forces. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm rich, so I'm happy. Legend has it that wizards are some strange people. Now it seems that it's true." Jim criticized inwardly, yet he was even more respectful towards Yang Feng. A rich and willful nouveau riche like Yang Feng was definitely a favorite client of slave merchants like Jim. Katie's eyes were bloodshot and full of remorse. If she had known that Yang Feng was a rich and willful nouveau riche, she would have shown off her flirtatiousness and thrown herself at him. Jim led Yang Feng to a huge slave market. Inside the huge slave market, naked and haggard-looking beastmen, half-blood beastmen, half-blood elves, humans, and all sorts of other slaves could be seen everywhere. Many people were standing there, judging the slaves and picking the ones they liked. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyebrows creased slightly. He, who was born on Earth, was still slightly unaccustomed to such a scene. However, he was very rational and quickly threw the unaccustomed feeling to the back of his mind. Jim said, "Sir Ian, what kind of slaves do you want? Beauties? Warriors? Housekeepers? Or scholars, blacksmiths, and the like?" Yang Feng said, "I need warriors with high obedience and strong battle prowess." "Very well, I just got a batch of top-notch goods. You'll definitely like them." Jim gave a few instructions to one of his subordinates, then smiled and led Yang Feng inside the slave market. Jim quickly led Yang Feng to a huge cage. Inside the cage, there were more than 300 tall and sturdy humanoids with only a bull's tail and a height of 1.9 meters. Jim enthusiastically promoted to Yang Feng, "These are 318 mixed-blood ox-human half-blood beast men. Their origins are very clean. They were captured by a slave-catching group of the Beastman Empire and given to us. There won't be any problems if you buy them. Ox-human half-blood beastmen are honest and obedient. With a bit of training, they'll be very good half-blood beastman guards." Chapter 204. Yang Feng asked, "How much?" Jim said straightforwardly, 30 gold coins per person, 318 people. I'll count it as 9,000 gold coins." A burly oxman half-blood beastman in his 30s got up, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and implored with tears in his eyes, "Sir, if you want to buy us, then we're willing to sell us to you. I beseech you to be merciful and buy our family as well. If you can buy our family, I, Babu, swear in the name of my ancestors that I am willing to lead my clan to serve you, even to the point of death." The 317 oxmen half-blood beastmen also came over, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Yang Feng until their foreheads bled. Half-beastmen did not have the protection of gods, so their status was extremely low. Neither the humans nor the orcs saw them as their own kind. They hunted them wantonly and traded them like goods. Yang Feng asked, "How much for their entire family?" Jim smiled and said, "Their families are basically all old, weak women and children. Only a few pretty virgins are worth a bit of money. If we sell them separately, we should be able to sell them for around 2,100 gold coins. If you want to buy them, Master Ian, 2,000 gold coins will do." Yang Feng said lightly, "I'll buy them all. After I'm done choosing, we'll pay together." Jim smiled and said, "Yes." Yang Feng suddenly pointed to a huge cage next to him and asked, "How much are those people?" Inside the huge cage that Yang Feng pointed at, there were 200 burly human men. He could be considered to have rich experience in Tyrannid subcontinent. With a glance, he could tell that those 200 burly men were definitely from the army. Moreover, they were the kind of elite army. However, the eyes of those 200 burly humans were lifeless and dispirited. Their spirit, energy, and vitality had already been reduced by more than half. Jim glanced at the 200 burly men and said, "Those are the most elite imperial guards of the Aman Principality. It was not long ago that the king of the Aman Principality refused the proposal of the Duke of Iser. Duke Iser used his private army to destroy the Aman Principality. These 200 human slaves were the most elite imperial guards of the Aman Principality. Their strength was not bad. The leader of the imperial guards, Clive, even had the cultivation of a sky knight. However, their dochi had been crippled, and 3 fingers had been cut off from each of their hands. They were already a group of trash. He's only suitable to be the male pet slave of the noblewomen. He's not the powerful warrior you need. Yang Feng walked up to the 200 elite royal guards of the Aman Principality and said lightly, "My name is Ian, I am a wizard. I want to ask you, do you want to continue living as a male pet? Or do you want to be a warrior and fight for me, have the dignity of a warrior and live as a warrior?" When they heard Yang Feng's words, a glimmer of light ignited in the eyes of the 200 human burly men in the cage. The burly human Clive raised his eyes, stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Our cultivation bases have been crippled, and 3 of the fingers on each of our hands have been cut off. We can no longer hold swords. Honorable Sir Magician, what do you want us to do to fight for you?" The light in the eyes of the 200 burly men immediately dimmed. With their current strength, any ordinary person could defeat them. Yang Feng said lightly, "Although your dochi has been crippled and your fingers have been cut off, however, your knowledge hasn't been taken away. I need you to train me into an army that can defeat any thief or robber in the Red Earth Wasteland. Besides, I'm a wizard. The path of magic is mysterious and unfathomable. It's not impossible for me to help you restore your dochi and fingers in the future." Clive's eyes lit up. He struggled to get up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. "In that case, Sir Ian, we are willing to serve you." The 200 human knights also got up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. Their eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Yang Feng said, "I want all of these 200 people. Name your price." Jim's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "Sir Ian, although their dochi has been crippled, but each of them is tall and sturdy with sturdy muscles. Many noblewomen of the Morant's Empire like such male pets. If they are sold to noblewomen, each of them can be sold for more than 100 gold coins. Clive is a sky knight, so he can be sold for at least 3,000 gold coins. The 200 of them will be sold for 30,000 gold coins." Yang Feng said carelessly, 30,000 gold coins, no problem." Next, in the warrior slave market, Yang Feng picked and bought more than 50 slave warriors. He didn't fancy the rest of the slave warriors. Jim continued to promote, "Sir Ian, you have a distinguished status, so you should let some servants handle the daily affairs. We have a batch of maids from the imperial palace of the Aman Principality. Do you need them?" Yang Feng said. "Then let's go take a look." Under Jim's lead, Yang Feng passed through the warrior slave market and arrived at the female slave market in the rear. 1,000 gold coins. 1,100 gold coins. As soon as he walked into the female slave market, a burst of crazy screams came from inside. Men who looked like aristocrats gathered together, looked at the auction platform in the center of the female slave market, and shouted madly. Yang Feng looked at the center of the auction platform and saw a 12 or 13-year-old girl with a pair of elf-like pointed ears and a delicate and beautiful appearance. Beside the girl stood a 21 or 22-year-old woman with a delicate and beautiful appearance and a pair of elven ears. She had a youthful charm and a pair of beautiful elven ears. Jim warned. The Black Fang slave hunters went deep into the hinterland of the Elven Empire, and paid a huge price to capture a pair of pure-blood elven mother and daughter. Furthermore, the daughter is still a virgin. Sir Ian, are you interested in them as well? The Elven Empire isn't to be trifled with. If you want to build a city in the Red Earth City, then once the people of the Elven Empire find out that you keep elven female slaves, their pointy ears won't let you off. My greatest weakness is that I'm kind-hearted. There's really no other way." Yang Feng said lightly, 5,000 gold coins. After hearing the offer of 5,000 gold coins, the fanatical aristocrats calmed down a little, and their gazes focused on Yang Feng. 5,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum. It was enough to purchase more than 100 robust half-blood beastmen slaves. Some ordinary half-blood beastman virgins were sold for no more than 5 to 10 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. A young man with deep eyes, a tall stature, puffy eyes, and an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption, dressed in aristocratic attire, swept Yang Feng with a cold glance and threatened eerily, "Baron Gerald of the Abet family has taken a fancy to this pair of mother and daughter. Who wants to compete with me?" When the young man with an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption issued a threat, the aristocrats frowned and remained silent, unwilling to bid. On the auction platform, the originally smiling slave master had a bitter and helpless look on his face. Jim's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately warned, "Sir Ian, the Abet family is one of the greater aristocrats of the Morantz Empire. The patriarch of the Abet family is an earl. The family's private army is very strong." The Morantz Empire was so powerful that a duke dared to brazenly dispatch his private army to wipe out another principality. The greater aristocrats of this formidable empire were terrifyingly powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to the kings of some lesser principalities. 15,000 gold coins. Yang Feng nodded slightly to Jim, then swept Baron Gerald with a glance and said with a cold smile, "This is an auction where everything goes to the highest bidder. Baron Gerald, if you don't have the money, then shut up." A gloomy glint flashed past Baron Gerald's eyes. He swept Jim standing next to Yang Feng with a glance, his pupils constricted slightly, and he squeezed out a smile saying, "Very well. What's your name and which family are you from?" Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm Ian, a wizard." "Wizard? There's actually a Sir Wizard here." The complexions of the aristocrats changed, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear and respect. Baron Gerald's complexion suddenly changed as well, and he squeezed out a smile saying, "So it's the Honorable Sir Wizard. Since you like her, then I'll let you have her." Wizards had strange and unfathomable means and were extremely powerful. Killing someone silently was like playing around. The aristocrats weren't willing to offend such a terrifying existence for no reason. When Jim saw this scene, his eyes became slightly hot. As one of the leaders of the Rose Merchant Group, he had much more money than many aristocrats. But in the eyes of the aristocrats, he was still a lowly commoner. Only a powerful wizard like Yang Feng could make those arrogant aristocrats bow their heads. No one dared to bid, and Yang Feng easily bought the pair of mother and daughter elves. Jim stepped forward to negotiate with the slave owner, and agreed to settle the bill before Yang Feng left. Then he took Yang Feng to his slave warehouse. "Sir Ian, take a look. These are the top-notch goods from the Amon Principality. Each of them has been carefully selected, rigorously trained, and have aristocratic blood. They're basically virgins, and it wasn't easy for me to get my hands on a batch of top-notch goods. You should know how difficult it is to find such a virgin in the midst of chaos." Jim arrived in front of a cage, pointed at the huge cage and said proudly. Yang Feng looked carefully at the cage, and saw that it wasn't as messy as the other cages. Instead, it looked very clean and didn't have a trace of stench. Instead, it was sprayed with a bit of perfume. There were some tables and chairs inside the cage, and 18 beautiful women dressed in maid attire with extraordinary temperaments sat neatly in front of the tables and chairs. It looked like a beautiful scenery. Yang Feng sighed silently. Every profession has its own master. Even slave merchants know how to package their goods. The neatly dressed maids might originally only be 7 to 8% beautiful, but after dressing like this, they looked 8 to 9% beautiful. These maids were much more pleasing to the eye than the unkempt, spiritless, and naked female slaves. Yang Feng asked, "How much for one?" "For 100 gold coins for one." Jim quickly added, "A virgin female slave isn't worth that much, but they come from the Amon Principality's imperial palace, have aristocratic blood, have extraordinary temperaments, and grasp a variety of service skills. Such maids are very popular with aristocrats. For 100 gold coins for one is really not expensive. The cost I paid for them is extremely high, so the price can't be any lower." A tall and sexy woman with a long scar extending diagonally from the right side of her face and nearly splitting her cherry lips in half stood up, saluted Yang Feng and said softly, "Sir, I am Lena, the head maid of these maids. May I ask if you can buy all of us? As long as you buy us, we will do everything in our power to repay your kindness in the future." Yang Feng took a look at the cage, and saw that the maids inside the cage were looking at him with longing expressions, yet none of them interjected. Clearly, Lena had a very high status among the maids. Moreover, these beautiful human maids were well trained, and were many times better than those clumsy and unruly women. All right, I'll buy them all, Yang Feng said straightforwardly. With a flick of his wrist, an inferior magic stone appeared in his hand. Do you accept this gem? Jim's eyes flashed with a glint of ecstasy, and he promptly said, this is a magic energy stone. Accept. I'll pay 500 gold coins for each magic energy stone. What do you think? No, 600 gold coins for each. If you can sell them in large quantities, then the price can be negotiated. The magic stones, also known as magic energy stones on the Feisua Plain, were a very rare resource. At the time when the Zhangji Plain's human warlocks dominated the Feisua Plain, they brought nearly all of the Feisua Plain's magic stones to the Zhangji Plain, resulting in a shortage of magic stones on the Feisua Plain. As for the Feisua Plain's gods who lived high up in their divine countries, they could get their hands on magic crystals of a higher grade. Therefore, they didn't do anything about the shortage of magic stones on the Feisua Plain. The life magic energy contained within magic stones was not only beneficial to the cultivation of warlocks, it was also beneficial to the cultivation of knights, wizards, druids, assassins, and many other different cultivation systems. On the Feisua Plain, magic stones were a very precious cultivation resource. Yang Feng sighed in his heart. Planar trade, the profits are nearly 10,000-fold. No wonder that Zhangji Plain's human warlocks are so keen on exploring other plains. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, an inferior magic stone was only worth 1 silver coin, while on the Feisua Plain, an inferior magic stone could be exchanged for more than 600 gold coins. Transporting inferior magic stones to the Feisua Plain, and then bringing gold to the Zhangji Plain, the profits were tens of thousands of times. Chapter 205. Of course, the profits of planar trade were terrifying, but the costs and risks were also astonishing. A planar passageway leading to a different plane not only required magic crystals in the hundreds of millions, but also required all kinds of precious resources. Only powerful warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above could establish a planar passageway. In the era of the 8 great warlock dynasties, planar passageways ran through countless planes, transporting troops through those planar passageways and suppressing many planes. After the 8th warlock dynasty, the major planes revolted and destroyed their planar passageways leading to the Zhangji Plain. Once those planar passageways were discovered, they would face the risk of being destroyed. The planar passageways controlled by the major forces like the demon fighting sect naturally wouldn't be used for such a trivial matter as magic stone smuggling. Yang Feng said in an overbearing manner, I'll use these magic energy stones to pay the bill. How many magic energy stones are there in total? Give me a number. In order to quickly establish a foothold on the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng brought 2 billion inferior magic stones and 3 billion gold coins. A trifling few inferior magic stones were nothing to him. Jim said in a forthright manner. Forthright, Sir Ian, you're really forthright. How about this? I'll calculate the price of a magic energy stone at 700 gold coins. The slaves you've purchased will cost you 72,365 gold coins. I'll erase the change and calculate it as 70,000 gold coins. You only need to pay me 100 magic energy stones. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Without saying much, he tossed a pouch containing 100 inferior magic stones into Jim's hand. In fact, on the Feisua Plain, an inferior magic stone was generally sold for more than 800 gold coins. If transported to some prosperous places and sold to major forces, it could even be sold for more than 1,000 gold coins. However, Jim did his best to curry favor with Yang Feng in order to make money. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't haggle over it. If you don't give them some benefits, who will work hard for you? Jim beamed with joy and hurriedly grabbed the pouch. He had earned at least 50,000 gold coins from this transaction. Besides, selling magic stones would not only make him a fortune, but would also help him expand his network. Every wizard is a walking treasure trove with the wealth of a state. This sentence couldn't be more correct. Jim shook the pouch in his hand, listening to the sound of magic stones striking each other. His fat eyes narrowed, and he revealed a gratified smile. He rejoiced at his wise decision. Yang Feng said meaningfully, help me prepare 3 months' worth of food for 1,000 people, as well as the clothes, armor, and weapons needed by my slaves. As long as you do a good job, I'll even pay with magic energy stones. Jim became excited. His eyes seemed to have turned into the shape of magic stones, and he jumped up and said, Sir Ian, I will definitely arrange everything properly for you. Jim's influence in the Rijek city was indeed enormous. He quickly got a large courtyard and stuffed all the slaves bought by Yang Feng into it. Without demur, Yang Feng spent 50 magic stones to buy the courtyard that could accommodate more than 1,000 people. The slave trade in Rijek city was very prosperous. Those who bought slaves also needed a place for the slaves to live. Only then would they have large courtyards similar to prisons and cages. In a spacious room in the courtyard, Yang Feng was sitting on a big chair. In front of him stood 3 people, namely Babu, Clive, and Lena. Yang Feng opened a box, revealing 3 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir inside. He said lightly, I'm a wizard, now it's time to prove your loyalty. There were 3 magic potions in the box. I will inject them into your bodies. This way if I die you will die with me. If you have any thoughts of betrayal, this magic potion will also kill you. Pick them up. A person's heart was hard to fathom. Yang Feng didn't think that he had such great charisma to make these 3 slaves desperately follow him. In fact, it was not uncommon for slaves to turn on their owners in the Morin's Empire, so the price of slaves was not as high as people thought. Yes, Master. Lena picked up a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir without hesitation. When her hand touched the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew up and pricked her jade-white arm, injecting the colorless liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. When Babu and Clive saw this without hesitation, they stepped forward and touched the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir. The 2 vials of elixir flew up, pierced their arms, and injected the elixir into their bodies. Very good. I'm glad that you didn't make the wrong choice. Now it's time to witness a miracle. Yang Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. Lena suddenly felt the scar on her face itch slightly, and countless heat surged. The extremely ugly scar seemed to be torn off inch by an invisible hand, revealing the snow-white and tender skin underneath. Without the extremely ugly scar, Lena suddenly changed from an ugly woman who would give people nightmares to a top beauty with a sexy figure and extraordinary temperament. Babu said in a low and muffled voice, Your scar is gone. Lena was slightly startled and somewhat incredulous. The scar is gone? Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a mage hand grabbed a mirror and appeared in front of Lena at once. Lena looked at the pretty face in the mirror that she had personally destroyed restored to its original appearance. She was pleasantly surprised and full of complicated feelings. Is this the power of a wizard? It's amazing. When Clive saw this, his heart was filled with shock. Almost at the next moment, his hands heated up, and he felt a numbing itch where his fingers were broken. Finger bones with flesh and blood grew out in an extremely strange manner. Then, countless flesh and blood quickly covered his fingers, condensing into 6 new fingers. After the new fingers finished growing, Clive only felt a sharp pain in his body. The destroyed meridians linked up one by one, and countless hidden apertures were stimulated. His formidable life force was stimulated, and tyrannical chi gushed out in a flash. Thank you, Master, for repairing my body and restoring my chi. Clive is willing to do everything in his power to serve you, Master. Clive's mood surged. He knelt in front of Yang Feng and performed a knight's salute of loyalty to his lord, his voice full of passion. When Clive chose to rely on Yang Feng, he was only forced by the circumstances. There was no worse choice than to rely on Yang Feng. Now, he was truly convinced by Yang Feng. Using both kindness and power was the only way to rule. Babu suddenly felt his body heat up, and his life force potential was stimulated. A tyrannical chi gushed out of his body, directly promoting him to a knight rank expert. Oxman half-blood beastman like Babu had a very good physique, and was extremely suitable for cultivating chi. However, more than 90% of half-blood beastman tribes didn't have methods to cultivate chi. Only then did the liquid metal nanorobots stimulate his life force, allowing him to break through the barrier and promote to a knight rank expert. Chi. I Babu have chi as well. Master, you're really remarkable. Babu is convinced. Babu had a look of ecstasy on his face as he prostrated on the ground and said. Lena also saluted Yang Feng and said, Thank you, Master, for repairing my body and appearance. Lena is willing to do everything in her power to serve you, Master, and take care of your daily life. After seeing Yang Feng's unfathomable means, the three people were finally convinced. Yang Feng quickly made a series of arrangements, making Lena the manager of internal affairs. Babu became the leader of the 300 Oxman half-blood beastmen. Clive, on the other hand, became the leader of the human slave warriors and commanded them. Under Clive's pleading, Yang Feng injected the 200 most elite royal guards of the Aman Principality with the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, restoring their strength and repairing their limbs. The 200 most elite imperial guards of the Aman Principality were all knight-rank powerhouses. There were even more than 30 great knight-rank powerhouses and 2 earth knight-rank powerhouses. Their strength was extremely extraordinary. It should be noted that the leaders of the 2 mercenary groups, Lek and Katie, only possessed the strength of advanced warriors. The 200 Aman Principality's royal guards became Yang Feng's strongest force. In the center of Rijek City, there was a magnificent group of huge shrines that made people feel admiration at first sight. The huge temple complex enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system. Not far from the temple enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system, there was a temple that, although still magnificent, was a bit smaller. That was the temple of the weave goddess Gargerstave. The Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system were the 2 major human divine systems of the Feisua Plain. The Morance Empire and the Titan Empire respectively enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system. The gods of the Zalia divine system were the protectors of the Morance Empire. The gods of the Titan divine system, on the other hand, were the protectors of the Titan Empire. In addition to the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system, there were also some gods of neutral divine systems and some independent gods with very few believers. Among the many neutral gods, the weave goddess Gargerstave was definitely one of the most powerful. Virtually all wizards of the Feisua Plain who practiced magic were believers of the weave goddess Gargerstave. She created the weave and cast spells with the help of the power of the weave. Even a powerful divine system like the Zalia divine system had no choice but to tolerate the weave goddess Gargerstave preaching within its sphere of influence. Of course, the size of the temple couldn't surpass that of the Zalia divine system's gods. Chapter 206. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the temple of the weave goddess Gargerstave, he carefully looked at the temple, lowered his head slightly, and stepped inside. A young priest walked up to Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Dear sir, hello. What can I do for you?" "I am a wizard who obtained the magic notes of a reclusive wizard and achieved success in my cultivation. I have always been a believer of the great weave goddess Gargerstave in the mountain forest. This is my sincerity to the goddess, please accept it." With the look of a devout believer, Yang Feng handed a bag of gold coins to the young priest. Gods didn't need gold, but secular churches didn't lack gold. After the young priest received the bag of gold coins, he weighed it in his hand and keenly felt that there were more than 100 gold coins in the bag. His smile became more enthusiastic. "The great goddess will definitely bless you," Yang Feng said. "I hope to be able to pray to the great goddess in the temple. Please come with me." The priest naturally wouldn't refuse a believer's prayer request. When Yang Feng came to the prayer room, he quietly activated the invisible crown of blasphemy that he had already put on his head. "Great Lord Gargerstave, you are the ruler of the weave, the goddess of magic." In front of the statue of the goddess, Yang Feng bowed his head and recited a prayer. Extremely devout spirit fluctuations diffused from Yang Feng. The statue of the weave goddess Gargerstave surged with divine light, and a ray of divine light shot out of her lily-white hand and shone on Yang Feng. The priest was dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. Divine grace. A fanatic? He's actually a fanatic. On the Feisua Plain, everyone had to have faith and believe in a certain god. Believers were divided into 6 classes: non-believers, pseudo-believers, shallow believers, true believers, fanatics, and saints. The vast majority of people were pseudo-believers or shallow believers. The number of true believers and fanatics was very small. Only the talents cultivated by churches would have a large proportion of true believers and fanatics. A true believer was enough to serve as a priest in a church. Although wizards believed in the weave goddess Gargerstave, but many of them still pursued knowledge and truth. Most mages were false believers and shallow believers. There were very few true worshippers, and even fewer true worshippers who had been blessed by Goddess Gargerstave of the Weave. The great goddess of the Weave, Gargerstave, has boundless divine power. Even the magicians in the forest are affected by her great divine power. This was a miracle, a blessing from God. This man is destined to be an amazing man in the future. A middle-aged man dressed in a bishop's robe walked out from one side of the temple, looked at Yang Feng shrouded in divine light with a complicated look in his eyes, and sighed. After Yang Feng finished praying, the divine light shrouding him also dissipated. The bishop came to Yang Feng and said, "Hello, young man, my name is Edo, the bishop of this temple. Did God guide you to our temple?" Yang Feng said respectfully with a pious expression, "Yes. Dear Bishop Edo, my name is Ian. I was summoned by the great goddess of the Weave Gargerstave to come here to buy slaves and go to the Red Earth wasteland to build a city and spread the glory of the great goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. On the one hand, I came here to pray to the great goddess. On the other hand, I applied for an examination of my magic strength. On the other hand, I hope that the temple can send a bishop to the Red Earth wasteland to build a temple belonging to the great goddess and spread the divine light of the great goddess." On the Feisua plain, every city had to have a temple. Just like in the Great Cloud Dynasty, every city had to have a warlock tower. Without a temple, not only would a city not receive the protection of the temple's divine power, but it would also be regarded as a heretic and subject to the crusade of all nearby forces. If Yang Feng wanted to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland, then he had to have a temple. After careful consideration, he still chose the neutral goddess of the Weave, Gargerstave. As a wizard on the Feisua plain, it was normal for him to be close to the goddess of the Weave. When he heard Yang Feng's request, Edo's face revealed an embarrassed expression. The Red Earth wasteland was a barren wasteland without any resources. There were only dirty and ugly goblins, bugbears, ogres, and such bandits. No priest or bishop would go there to preach. Although the goddess of the Weave didn't restrict the races of her believers, but beast men, elves, and other races that could grasp magic power had their own gods. For the goddess of the Weave, goblins and bugbears, who didn't understand magic, had no value in preaching. Edo said, "Ian, from the light of divine grace bestowed upon you by the great goddess, I have confirmed that you are a great wizard. I'll give you the magic badge in a moment." When the young priest heard this, a look of envy appeared in his eyes. On the Feisua plain, the ranks of wizards were divided into Level 3 Apprentice Wizard, Wizard, Level 1 Warlock, Great Wizard, Level 2 Warlock, Archwizard, Level 3 Warlock, Legend Wizard, Great Warlock, and Demigod Wizard, Starry Sky Warlock. Great wizards were already extremely powerful beings. Bishop Edo, the bishop of the Weave Goddess's temple, only had the cultivation base of a great wizard. The young priest's cultivation base was only that of an apprentice wizard. Edo suddenly asked, "As for the temple in the Red Earth wasteland, Ian, are you willing to join the Weave Divine Order, become a member of the Weave Divine Order, and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great Weave Goddess Gargerstave?" Yang Feng said with a pious expression of a martyr, "I am willing to join the Weave Divine Order and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great Weave Goddess Gargerstave." Edo was very satisfied with Yang Feng's performance, not having the slightest doubt. Only fanatics, who were second only to saints, would go to a remote place like the Red Earth wasteland to build a city and preach at all costs. Edo said, "I'll report your situation to the headquarters. After receiving a reply from the headquarters, I'll preside over the induction ceremony for you." Yang Feng said somewhat awkwardly, "Bishop Edo, I'm leaving for the Red Earth wasteland tomorrow to build a city and spread the glory of the goddess. There are still 6 months before winter. I might not have the time to come back." Edo said, "It doesn't matter. I now grant you the title of acting bishop. You can build the temple of the goddess in the Red Earth wasteland. As for the materials and blueprints for the construction of the temple, I'll send someone to deliver them to you after you've built the city." Yang Feng revealed his true purpose. "The Red Earth wasteland is very dangerous. I hope to buy some magic scrolls, divine spell scrolls, and holy water for self-defense." The Weave Goddess Gargerstave was a god worshipped by countless wizards on this plane. The Weave Temple had the largest number of magic scrolls and divine spell scrolls. Yang Feng's strength as a level 2 warlock was already extremely tyrannical. But on the Feisua plane, no amount of preparation was excessive. Although his strength was extremely formidable, but his spirit force was limited after all. Those magic scrolls were very useful in enhancing his fighting prowess. The holy water in the temple also had the miraculous power to purify evil, strengthen one's constitution, and treat some common ailments and pains. On the Feisua plane, the holy water in the temple was equivalent to an all-purpose medicine. Of course, the holy water could only treat many ailments and pains. Those serious ailments still needed to be treated by a doctor. Edo said, 50 gold coins for level 0 magic scrolls, 3,000 gold coins for level 1 magic scrolls, 50 gold coins for level 0 magic scrolls, and 2,000 gold coins for level 1 magic scrolls. 1,000 gold coins for 1 liter of holy water. How much do you want? Yang Feng said overbearingly. I want as much as you have. Edo was startled and said, I have 300 magic scrolls for level 0 magic scrolls and 27 magic scrolls for level 1 magic scrolls. 400 magic scrolls, 100 magic scrolls, and 20 liters of holy water. That's a total of 336,000 gold coins. Yang Feng smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a magic stone appeared in his hand. Can I pay with magic energy stones? Edo showed a trace of a smile and said, yes, for each magic energy stone, I can offset the payment of 600 gold coins. Yang Feng said, I also need a lot of food and weapons, preferably standard military weapons. Of course, money is not an issue. Edo's eyebrows creased slightly. Military standard weapons were controlled goods and were not allowed to be bought and sold by civilians. If one didn't have the means, it would be extremely difficult to get their hands on them. Edo pondered for a while before saying, no problem, but it will take 2 to 3 months before I can come across this place. The Weave Divine Order was one of the most powerful churches on the Feisua Plain. Even in the Morance Empire controlled by the Xalia Divine System, it still had a huge hidden force. If it was an ordinary person, Edo would never care about such a matter. Even if he was given more gold coins, he still wouldn't care about it. However, Yang Feng's embodiment of Ian was going to the Red Earth Wasteland to spread the faith and glory of the Weave Goddess Gargerstave. This had to be taken seriously. Yang Feng showed a trace of a smile after the negotiations were concluded. Food and weapons were the foundation of a force. He didn't want his lifeline to be controlled by a force. Although Yang Feng had his own ideas and plans regarding food and weapons, but in the initial stage, they had to be imported in large quantities. Yang Feng's embodiment had black dragon blood meridians and integrated 3 divinities. If he wanted to walk the warlock path, his evolution potential was limited. However, there was no problem in walking the path of gathering faith and becoming a god. Establishing a force, gathering believers, igniting godfire and ascending to godhood. This was what Yang Feng had decided to do before entering the Feisua Plain. After the negotiations were concluded, Yang Feng bought a lot of research materials on wizards from the Weave Divine Order, and then left. Chapter 207. When Yang Feng returned to his bedroom, he saw 2 women sitting next to his bed, one big and one small. The big one was beautiful and moving, while the small one was delicate and lovely, very pleasing to the eye. They were the pure-blood elven mother-daughter flowers he bought from the slave market. When she saw Yang Feng enter the room, the extremely beautiful young elven woman got up and blocked in front of her daughter. She looked at Yang Feng very vigilantly, her beautiful eyes brimming with fear. There was practically no difference in what human aristocrats wanted to do when buying beautiful female elves. Yang Feng asked, "What are your names?" The female elf gave Yang Feng an elven salute and pleaded pitifully, "My name is Nancy, this is my daughter Nanny. Respected Sir Wizard, I can obey any of your orders. Please let my daughter out, okay?" Elves had always been proud and looked down on humans. But for the sake of her daughter, the always prideful Nancy had no choice but to lower her proud head. Yang Feng revealed a trace of curiosity and asked, "Was your daughter Nanny born from the elven mother tree? Or was she born from your union with other male elves?" The ancestors of the Feisua Plains pureblood elves were high elves of other plains. They were the annihilation troops sent by high elves to the Feisua plain to deal with the dark elves who had betrayed them, and the goddess Lolth who had seduced the dark elves into corruption. After the annihilation troops came to the Feisua plain, they originally wanted to deal with the dark elves and the fallen goddess Lolth as soon as possible. However, Lolth was very cunning. She immediately sought refuge with the human warlock dynasty, and obtained the protection of the human warlock dynasty's experts. As a result, the matter was left unsettled. After a long time, the experts of the annihilation troops sent by high elves had their thoughts mutate. They chose to ignite their divine fire on the Feisua plane and ascend to godhood, establishing the Feisua plane's elven divine system. These pureblood elves were the descendants of high elves. They had long lifespans, formidable martial arts and magic talents, and were natural archers. They also had the sole weakness of high elves, that was, their very low fertility. This was a very common weakness of all powerful life forms. The way dark elves overcame this weakness was to degenerate and promiscuous, marrying with all kinds of strange species. At the same time, they would capture male life forms of various races, mate with them, and give birth to offspring. Although this method maintained the continuation of their race, it also caused their elven bloodline to be gradually eroded by various chaotic bloodlines, giving birth to countless monsters. Pure-blooded elves were very devoted to love. Basically, once a pair of lovers confirmed their relationship, they would be faithful to one person until the end. Even if their lover died, they would never look for another lover. However, because the pure-blooded elves were constantly fighting with their enemies, the male elves had suffered heavy casualties, and the proportion of the elves had been decreasing year after year. The number of elves that could reproduce naturally was dwindling. The elven mother tree was a precious treasure that the pure-blood elves possessed. Once the pure-blood elves wanted to have children, they could extract half of their blood essence and have it absorbed by the elven mother tree through a secret method. About 4 months later, the elven mother tree would bear a fruit, from which a newborn pure-blooded elf would be born. The elven mother tree was one of the most precious treasures of the Elven Empire. It was the foundation of the race's reproduction, and it was placed in the elven royal court. Only pure-blooded elves in need could go to the royal court and ask for a child. Of course, by paying half of their blood essence, the elves' vitality would be damaged, and they might not be able to recover even after a dozen years. Therefore, there weren't many pure-blooded elves who were particularly fond of children, or there were mandatory orders from the Elven Empire to ask for children from the elven mother tree. Nancy's pretty face was dyed with a faint blush, making her look even more delicate and charming. She said softly, "Respected Sir Wizard, I am amazed by your profound knowledge. Nanny is the child I wanted from the elven mother tree. Therefore I am still a virgin. Sir, please let my child go. I am willing to obey your orders." Yang Feng said with a light smile, "I think you misunderstood. I bought you mother and daughter only out of sympathy. I have no intention of doing anything to you. In the future, if you want to return to the Elven Empire, I can personally send you back." The Red Earth Wasteland was currently a barren desert, only a place of little value to goblins and bandits. However, Yang Feng was confident that he could establish it as a prosperous place. At that time, the attitude of the 4 empires would be very important. Befriending the Elven Empire was also one of Yang Feng's goals. The Elven Empire had never had a favorable impression of humans. Nancy and her daughter might be the key factor for Yang Feng to open a gap in contact with the elves. Only then did he buy the mother and daughter. Of course, the fact that they were more pleasing to the eye was also an important factor. Nancy heaved a light sigh of relief. A touch of disbelief flashed past the abyss of her eyes, yet she still said with a smile, "Thank you very much. Respected Sir Wizard." Nanny, the little lowly who might be several times older than Yang Feng, hid behind her mother and looked at Yang Feng timidly, looking extremely cute. Yang Feng said, "You can freely walk around here. However, I want to warn you. The people outside aren't as kind as I am. If you leave here, it's very likely that you'll meet with misfortune. For your own safety and your daughter's, please be careful." Nancy said, "Yes, sir, we understand." Yang Feng said, "All right, you can go back." Nancy quickly took her daughter Nanny's little hand and left Yang Feng's room. Yang Feng took out the magic data he obtained from the Weave Holy Order and began to scan it. This magic data is of no value at all. It's just a pile of trash. After a while, Yang Feng somewhat disappointedly threw the magic materials aside and sighed somewhat disappointedly. The Feisua plain had a huge weave created by the weave goddess Gargerstave that covered the entire plain. The cultivation methods of the Feisua plain's wizards were called meditation methods. By practicing a variety of meditation methods, they could improve their spirit force. Many of the Feisua plain's wizards had extremely powerful spirit force, yet their fleshly bodies were very frail, not even comparable to that of ordinary people. Moreover, the Feisua plain's wizards were limited by the weave, and the number of spell slots they could fight each day was limited. The day before, wizards had to choose spell slots, meditate, communicate with the weave, and inject their spirit force into the weave according to the spell model. The next day, they could use the spells they memorized on the first day to fight. After every day, the Feisua plain's wizards would forget the spell models they memorized the day before. They had to memorize the spell models anew and inject them into the weave. Under this repeated torment, the number of wizards on the Feisua plain became very small. As for powerhouses that could become archwizards and legend wizards, they were even fewer. Each shrine had different divine spells and blessings according to the divine title and power of the gods. The Weave Holy Order had its own unique divine spells. Level 0 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before, Level 1 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before, and Level 2 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before. With the Weave Holy Order's priests following them, the fighting strength of a wizard could be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the Weave Holy Order also had a divine grace that Feisua plain's wizards coveted the most. It was to never forget the spells they memorized. For this divine grace, countless powerful wizards had become the Weave Holy Order's hired thugs and lackeys. The Weave Holy Order was the church with the largest number of wizards on the Feisua plain. In Yang Feng's view, the spell models of the Weave Holy Order were castrated versions. These spell models couldn't be solidified in his spirit sea, and were worthless. Yang Feng quickly reacted. He picked up the magic materials that he had thrown aside. That's not right, even if it's trash, it also has its own use. These magic materials are pretty good for nurturing some apprentice wizards or wizards. If the warlock cultivation knowledge Yang Feng learned in the Tyrandot subcontinent was disseminated on the Feisua plain, it would definitely attract countless people. Even many magicians would probably change their allegiance to him and practice the warlock path. However, Yang Feng didn't dare to publicly disseminate warlock cultivation knowledge. The weave goddess Gargerstave had spent countless efforts and tremendous divine power to build such a weave in order to dominate the wizards of the Feisua plain. Once Yang Feng publicly disseminated warlock cultivation knowledge, he would be cutting off the foundation of the weave faith and offending the strong divine power weave goddess. With such a deep hatred, the weave goddess Gargerstave wouldn't mind personally descending and blasting Yang Feng to pieces. Before long, the news that a wizard was about to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland spread in the Rijek city. After hearing the news, the merchants of the Rijek city were shocked. Then they fell into ecstasy and frantically inquired about the wizard. Every official wizard was a moving humanoid treasure trove. This was a truth recognized by everyone on the Feisua plain. As long as a wizard leaked something, it would be enough for many merchants to eat for several years. After Jim heard the news, his complexion changed greatly, and he immediately mobilized his forces in the Rijek city in an attempt to snuff out the news. At the same time, he released a lot of true and false rumors in an attempt to confuse the public and cover up the truth. Jim's method was extremely effective. Many merchants fell into confusion when faced with the true and false rumors. At this moment, the Weave Holy Order's Bishop Edo came forward and announced that the Weave Holy Order's believer, Great Wizard Ian, intended to go to the Red Earth wasteland to build a city in order to spread the glory and faith of the Weave goddess. Chapter 208. Although Bishop Edo's status in the Rijek city couldn't compare to that of the Zalia Divine System's bishops, but he was definitely a respected bigwig with unfathomable strength. When such a bigwig publicly announced that a wizard was going to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland, it immediately caused a huge sensation. The Rijek city's merchant forces immediately went crazy. The materials needed to build a city were absolutely astronomical. In particular, in a place as poor as the Red Earth wasteland, where there was nothing, even transporting drinking water would cost a huge amount of gold coins. The Rijek city's merchants, like wolves that smelled meat, scurried around and inquired about information. Jim couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. He could only sigh helplessly and give up on the idea of monopolizing it. The merchants in the Rijek city desperately inquired and paid a huge price. Finally, they found out from Bishop Edo that the great wizard Ian would hold an investment fair in the Rijek's Grand Hotel 3 days later. At present, only some large merchant groups had received invitations. The small and medium-sized merchants in the Rijek city began to desperately search for invitations to enter the investment fair. The large merchant groups sent people to frantically search for invitations in the trash. They regarded the invitations sent by Yang Feng as a scam and threw them into the trash. 3 days later, a luxurious carriage stopped outside the Rijek's Grand Hotel from time to time. Then, a man dressed in luxurious clothing alighted from the luxurious carriage and entered the hotel. A luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Jim's somewhat fat body squeezed out of the carriage. He alighted from the carriage, glanced at the luxurious carriage parked near the hotel, and sighed in annoyance. As if his parents had died. He had a sullen expression on his face. "Isn't this our Jim? What, you're here as well? Didn't you tell me that this is just a lowly and ugly scam? I remember that you also said that no fool would go to a place like the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city." A middle-aged man with short blue hair and a well-groomed mustache in luxurious clothing walked over. His eyes were filled with anger as he coldly mocked. It was precisely because of Jim's words that he directly threw the invitation letter that Yang Feng sent to him into the trash. Afterwards he had no choice but to rummage through the trash to look for it. After spending a lot of effort he finally found it. Naturally he was endlessly angry with Jim. Jim put on a long face and said as if he didn't know anything, "Randy, I also made a mistake. Who would have thought that someone would really build a city in the middle of nowhere like the Red Earth Wasteland? If it wasn't for Bishop Edo, I wouldn't have believed that someone would build a city there. Don't you think so too?" Randy sneered. "Hee, I heard that a few days ago, you accompanied a mage to the slave market to shop and earned a fortune. He even managed to get his hands on some good stuff like mana stones. Are you still saying you don't know?" Jim said without batting an eyelid. "I'll sell you 50 magic crystals for 800 gold coins each. Then let's join forces and give those little guys who are trying to disrupt order a lesson. How about it?" Randy weighed the pros and cons, and then revealed a smile. All right. Since it had come to this, there was no point in Randy continuing to pester him. Jim had already made it up to him. He didn't mind joining forces with Jim to suppress those small and medium-sized merchant groups. Once he entered the tavern, Jim saw the leaders of the Rijek city's merchant groups of all sizes, and his eyebrows couldn't help but sink slightly. On a dais in the center of the tavern, Yang Feng slowly walked onto the dais. Shortly after, gazes from below focused on him. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm very glad that everyone is here. I'm Ian, the wizard who's about to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "To build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, I need a lot of supplies. Water, food, weapons, clothes, all kinds of supplies. I invited you here to make you rich. I'll set a bottom line here. Each of you must guarantee at least a 40% profit, otherwise, you're not allowed to participate in the bidding." Suddenly, a burst of warm applause sounded in the tavern's venue. The eyes of the leaders of the merchant groups turned red. It was the first time that they saw a fat sheep being ripped off. Jim, who originally planned to lower the price and force the leaders of the merchant groups to withdraw, was stimulated by Yang Feng's bait. His whole body heated up and his eyes turned bloodshot. Yang Feng said with a smile, "However, the thing that the new city lacks the most is population. I need a lot of slaves, preferably human slaves. Every month, the merchant group that brings me more human slaves will be able to get a bigger share of the profits. Of course, I'm also willing to buy those slaves at a high price." A leader of a merchant group stood up and said loudly, "Sir Ian, I'm willing to personally gift you 20 female slaves. Every month I guarantee to deliver at least 100 human slaves to you." Yang Feng said with a beaming smile, "What's your name?" The leader of the merchant group straightened his body and said loudly, "My name is Sam." Yang Feng said with a smile, "What kind of business do you want to do?" Sam said, "I want to do a clothing business." Yang Feng said straightforwardly, Very well, as long as you can supply us, then as long as there's no problem with the quality and it meets our requirements, then our clothing will be provided by you in the future. Sam said excitedly, "Thank you, sir." At present, Yang Feng already had hundreds of slaves in his hands. Before long, the number might exceed 1,000. Those slaves plus the clothing of everyone in the new city would definitely be a big deal. Moreover, the 100 slaves that Sam sold could also earn a huge amount of money from Yang Feng's hands. Going back and forth, Sam would obtain a huge profit. Yang Feng said, "As a reward, I'll pay you with magic energy stones." Sam said excitedly, "Thank you, sir. Sir Ian, I'm willing to personally gift you 10 female slaves. Every month, 80 slaves can be shipped to the new city." Below, all of the merchant group leaders became excited and excitedly called out their bids. Jim and Randy were also forced to join the bidding spree. Amid the cheers of the leaders of the merchant groups, Yang Feng signed a contract with them under the witness of the God of Contracts priests. Once the contract was signed under the witness of the God of Contracts, it would take effect. If the contract was violated, one would suffer a backlash from divine power. He really has the ability to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Jim looked at the leaders of the merchant group scrambling to sign a contract with Yang Feng and heaved a long sigh. Complicated feelings welled up inside him. Originally, Jim had planned to use his influence in the reject city to play some tricks and have Yang Feng rely on him more. It would be best if he could monopolize all the construction materials in the Red Earth wasteland. But now, the leaders of the merchant groups were scrambling to serve Yang Feng and sign a contract with him. This completely shattered his fantasies. In the back garden of a villa in the reject city, Baron Gerald held a glass of red wine in his hand. With a gloomy expression, he slowly swirled the glass of wine in his hand. A handsome man sitting in front of Baron Gerald said with a chuckle, "Gerald, I heard that Master Ian is going to the Red Earth wasteland to build a city. He's a big fat sheep. Don't you want to get rid of him and take revenge?" Gerald said with a cold smile, "Artes, you don't have to provoke me. He's a great wizard. I don't want to be killed by a great wizard. There are a lot of ways to kill people with magic." Artes said with a sneer, "That's right. We have no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with a great wizard. We'll be killed by his strange magic in a single confrontation. However, although a great wizard's magic is formidable, but the number of spell slots he can memorize in a day is limited. 8 level 2 spells, 24 level 1 spells, and 108 level 0 cantrips. This is the number of spells that a great wizard can cast in a day. As long as that person consumes his spells, he'll be like a toothless tiger, vulnerable to a single blow." Gerald pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "His spell slots are enough to destroy an army of 100 people. Our private troops will collapse under his spells." Although Gerald had a lot of private troops under his command, but after a certain number of deaths, his private troops would also collapse. Although he coveted the wealth of a great wizard, but Gerald was still very rational. He knew that a great wizard wasn't easy to deal with. The 2,000 private troops under his command were the family's precious wealth, and they might not be able to kill a great wizard. Artes said in a low voice, "We can spread the news and let the people of the Elven Empire and the Beastman Empire do it." Gerald's eyes lit up and said, "That's right. He bought that pair of mother and daughter elves. As long as this news is leaked, those long ears will absolutely not let him off. Moreover, those greedy, filthy, and stupid beast bandits of the Beastman Empire will absolutely not let go of such a fat sheep." Artes said meaningfully, "We can hide on the side and observe the situation. If he wins by then, we can retreat in time. If he and those guys are mutually injured, we can just kill our way out from the side and annihilate them in one fell swoop. A great wizard's wealth is absolutely comparable to a country." Gerald's eyes flashed with malevolence, his gaze flickered a few times, and he gritted his teeth. "Let's do it. He actually dares to fight with me over women. I must kill him. After killing him, that pair of mother and daughter elves will be mine." Artes replied straightforwardly, "All right." The two looked at each other and revealed a smile. They clinked their cups and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 209. 3 days later, A long caravan set out from the Rijek city and headed for the Red Earth wasteland. In less than 10 days, the number of slaves under Yang Feng's command skyrocketed to more than 1,700 people. Coupled with the hired grooms, coachmen, and other servants, the number of people in the caravan reached more than 2,000 people. Even though Yang Feng had purchased a large number of livestock in the Rijek city to act as transportation, but the movement speed of the more than 2,000 people was still very slow. Gazes with ulterior motives stared at the huge caravan as it moved towards the Red Earth wasteland. The journey was calm and tranquil. The Rijek city was a border city of the Morince Empire. In the vicinity, no human force dared to brazenly attack a caravan with a great wizard overseeing it. The huge caravan traveled for 10 days before arriving at the border city of the Morince Empire and the Red Earth wasteland. After showing their identity documents, Yang Feng and his party smoothly passed the checkpoint. Without a clear order from the empire, the border generals of the Morince Empire didn't dare to offend a great wizard. After leaving the border, what entered one's eyes was an incomparably spacious and intimidating wasteland. There were only a few scattered shrubs scattered all over the place, and it was covered in red soil. The Red Earth wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, and the scenery looked extremely beautiful. However, only the inhabitants of the Red Earth wasteland knew how cruel it was. It was a dry land with little rain and almost no water source, so it couldn't produce any food. Only some scarce shrubs grew some sour berries. Even around the banks of the Rhine River, which ran through the Red Earth wasteland, not many plants could grow. It was as if this land was cursed by the gods. Clive looked at the barren Red Earth wasteland with a glint of unease in his eyes. He came to Yang Feng and asked, "Sir, where are we going to build a city? Although there is no shortage of water on the banks of the Rhine River, but there are often some ferocious merfolk who attack the surface along the banks of the Rhine River. It's very dangerous to build a city there." The Rhine River, which ran through the Red Earth wasteland, led straight to the sea. It was also the route merfolk used to attack the four empires in the sea. On the Feisua plain, the major races fought ceaselessly, and wars broke out frequently. Every time they recuperated, the sea race would surge out from the Rhine River and engulf the various empires. After a bitter battle, they would retreat back into the sea. It was precisely because of this that no one built a city next to the Rhine. Yang Feng said lightly, "No, let's go to the Sunset Plain and build a city." Clive said in surprise, "Sunset Plain?" The Sunset Plain was located in the center of the Red Earth wasteland. It was flat and open, yet extremely barren and devoid of resources. The only advantage it had was that it was the same distance from the four empires. Clive did not ask any more questions. He silently followed the convoy and continued to move forward. Yang Feng raised his head and glanced at the sky, only to see an eagle flying high in the sky overlooking the earth. Yang Feng smiled coldly, ignored the hawk, and continued to walk towards the Sunset Plain. 20 days later, a boundless and extremely flat sunset plain appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. "We've finally arrived." Everyone looked at the endless Wuxia plain and finally heaved a sigh of relief. These days, looking at the seemingly empty Red Earth wasteland shrouded the hearts of everyone in the convoy with a shadow and depression. Now that they finally arrived at their destination, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. At Yang Feng's command, the people in the convoy began to set up camp and start a fire to cook. Not long after he started the fire to cook, a cloud of dust rose from the distance. A group of about 2,000 wolf cavalry riders, each of them the size of a wild horse, galloped over with a fierce look on their faces. Wolf cavalrymen, the Beastman Empire's wolf cavalrymen. How come they're here? The wolf cavalrymen are here. When they saw the 2,000-strong wolf cavalrymen riding giant wolves, everyone present screamed in horror and fled in a sorry state. "Get into formation!" Clive roared and immediately formed a formation with the 200 Imperial Guards from the Aman Principality. A battle-hardened aura gushed out from their bodies, as if they were a stabilizing force, causing many people to calm down a little. Babu picked up a great sword and bellowed, "Take up your weapons and kill those bastards!" The Oxman warriors also roared and picked up 2-meter-long greatswords with blades on both sides and bellowed. The rest of the slaves either hid behind them or trembled in fear. Only about 50 human slaves picked up their weapons and stood beside Clive's party. The wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire were definitely the most ferocious troops. The people sitting on the crotch of those wolf riders were their blood relatives from the same mother. Both sides were related by blood and had the same thoughts. In battle, they were ferocious and unafraid of death. Once there were over 1,000 of them, any enemy would have a headache. The last thing the troops at the border of the Morance Empire wanted was to encounter the wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire in the wilderness. That was simply a nightmare. The leader of the wolf cavalrymen, Merk, the young master of the Copper Wolf tribe, licked his lips and his eyes flashed with excitement. What a flock of fat sheep. After doing this, the Copper Wolf tribe won't have to worry about supplies for at least 10 years. Clive bit his lips and stared at the wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire. Clenching his greatsword with both hands, he stood at the forefront of the procession, firmly guarding in front of Yang Feng. Wizards needed the protection of warriors. This was the rule of combat on the Feisua Plain. Without the protection of warriors, a weak wizard might be shot to death by a stray arrow if he wasn't careful. Wizards didn't have the life force field that warlocks had to protect their bodies at all times. Yang Feng quietly stood aside and watched the performance of the slaves. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he walked towards the procession. Clive frowned slightly and said loudly, "Sir, be careful. Please retreat to the back. Before I become a corpse, I won't allow a single wolf cavalryman to attack you." "I'll take care of this wolf cavalryman. Let me show you what I'm capable of." Yang Feng smiled confidently. With a flick of his wrist, more than 30 extraordinary plant vampiric demonic rattan seeds appeared in his hand. He threw the more than 30 extraordinary plant vampiric demonic rattan seeds on the ground, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds. A magic radiance entered the more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds. The more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds suddenly squirmed, grew frantically, and turned into dozens of meters long strange demonic rattan covered with countless barbs, and madly swatted at the 2,000 wolf cavalrymen. In the wake of the strange demonic rattan, the wolf cavalrymen were smashed into minced meat. The broken corpses were madly swept by the vampiric demonic rattan and quickly drained of all their blood. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the vampiric demonic rattan. With a flash of green magic radiance, the vampiric demonic rattan bloomed with blood-red flowers. The blood-red flowers sprayed out slightly, and a large amount of pink mist sprayed towards the wolf riders. Sprayed by the pink mist, the wolf cavalrymen staggered and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Feng pointed again, and the vampiric demonic rattan, which had absorbed countless amounts of blood, sprayed vampiric demonic rattan seeds. Illuminated by Yang Feng's magic radiance, the seeds quickly grew into mature vampiric demonic rattan, extended their huge barbed tentacles, and mercilessly stabbed at the wolf cavalrymen. The wolf cavalrymen immediately suffered a great loss under the attack of the vampiric demonic rattan. More than 200 wolf cavalrymen were swallowed by the vampiric demonic rattan. The wolf cavalrymen, who couldn't stop in time, ran into the vampiric demonic rattan and were sucked dry. The wolf cavalryman, the commander of the wolf cavalrymen, Merk, was swatted to death by the vampiric demonic rattan in the first confrontation, and his blood was sucked dry. There was no one to command the wolf cavalrymen anymore. After more than half of the wolf cavalrymen were killed by the vampiric demonic rattan wave after wave, the wolf cavalrymen finally collapsed and frantically fled in different directions. The slaves were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Lena's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of extraordinary splendor, and she was overwhelmed with emotions. Amazing! Is this the power of a great wizard? It's so powerful. Nancy's eyebrows creased slightly, and a touch of curiosity welled up in her heart. How come this human great wizard uses plant magic that seems to be mastered by us elves? The only difference is that the plants he uses are full of tyrannical and murderous nature, and carry a kind of evil aura. Vampiric demonic rattan was a weapon of massacre cultivated by the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent, and it was extremely powerful and evil. On the Feisua Plain, however, it was the first time that it had revealed its ferocious fangs. Pursue and attack. Clive gave the order and immediately led the 200 Amon royal guards to charge at the wolf cavalrymen. Yang Feng casually flicked his fingers and cast the level 0 spell web in a row over a dozen. Spiderweb-like large white webs appeared out of thin air, fell on the wolf cavalrymen, and stuck them to the webs as if they were bugs. Clive led his men in a charge and captured the dozen wolf cavalrymen. There were no good military horses in the Rijek city, and ordinary horses couldn't catch up to the wolf cavalrymen. Clive could only keep the dozen wolf cavalrymen at bay. Yang Feng pointed at the vampiric demonic Rottans. The vampiric demonic Rottans that wanted to devour the unconscious wolf cavalrymen suddenly stagnated, then contracted, split into two seeds, and flew back into Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 210. Once the seed of an extraordinary plant like the vampiric demonic Rottan was stimulated by spells, it would have to devour a lot of flesh. If it could devour a lot of flesh, then it could undergo a magic transformation and split into two seeds after it was no longer used. If it didn't devour enough flesh, then it would wither and turn into ashes. In the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world, the Dark Elves would throw many sinners and slaves that had lost their usefulness into the vampiric demonic Rottan to cultivate this terrifying extraordinary plant. After Yang Feng took control of the Tyrannid subcontinent's Dark Elves, he learned all the methods they grasped. When everyone present saw Yang Feng destroy 2,000 extremely ferocious Beastmen Empire's wolf cavalrymen practically by himself, their eyes flashed with a touch of awe. At the same time, they gained a bit more confidence in their future. In a corner of the Red Earth wasteland, Artes looked at the sky. His complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "The Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen were defeated." Gerald's eyes flickered with incredulity, and he said, "How is that possible? The Copper Wolf tribe's bandits have 2,000 wolf cavalrymen. They are extremely ferocious. In the Red Earth wasteland, who knows how many caravans have died at their hands? The 2,000 wolf cavalrymen should have used up all of his spell slots, so how could they have been defeated? What happened?" Artes had a complicated look in his eyes, and he gave a long sigh. "I don't know either. I only know that the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen were defeated." Gerald's eyes were bloodshot, and he suggested, "He defeated the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen, so he must have consumed a lot of energy. How about we sneak attack him now?" Artes shook his head and said very rationally, "It's too dangerous. That great wizard was able to defeat the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen so easily. If we sneak attack him, we might not be his match. The risk is too high." "Damn it!" Gerald swore and fiercely stamped his foot. A black bird descended from the sky and landed on Gerald's shoulder. Gerald's eyes lit up slightly, and he took a white slip of paper from the black bird. He stared at the white slip of paper for a while, and finally revealed a smile. "No, I don't think we have to go. The stronger Master Ian is, the better, because the people from the Elven Empire will arrive tomorrow." Artes also revealed a smile. "That's right, the stronger he is, the better. It would be troublesome if he is too weak." As night fell, the entire land was shrouded in darkness. As if a specter, Yang Feng rushed out of the camp and arrived next to it. Yang Feng waved his hand, and seeds of the extraordinary plant iron bamboo flew into the sky. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. He pressed his chest and a dense swarm of mechanical bees flew out, landed on the iron bamboo seeds with great precision. Yang Feng took out a pouch from his hand and tapped it lightly. The pouch opened and a large amount of green magic powder flew out, fluttered in the wind, and flew towards the iron bamboo seeds. As the green powder flew past, the iron bamboo seeds suddenly grew strangely. They quickly sprouted and their roots dug deep into the ground. At the same time, they continued to grow until they were more than 10 meters tall. The dense swarm of mechanical bees flew towards Yang Feng and flew into the dimensional crest. Yang Feng took out another dimensional crest and pressed it, and the mechanical battle beast Moffin Demonic Polar Bear suddenly appeared. The life force of the Moffin Demonic Polar Bear surged. It waved its paw, and a tremendous fluctuation of earth elemental particles shrouded the earth. Countless amounts of earth extended and covered the more than 10 meters tall iron bamboo. Yang Feng took out a pouch, opened it and flicked his finger. A large amount of red-tempered magic powder suddenly flew out and fell on the iron bamboo covered in earth. The earth quickly condensed and became as hard as steel. This tempered magic powder was a material used in the construction of some simple houses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Now it was used by Yangfeng in the Red Earth wasteland. Under the flickering of magic radiance, a 16-meter-tall, 10-kilometer-wide city wall gradually took shape in the darkness. The next morning the sun shone on the earth. City! City! Everyone come out and take a look. There's a city here! There's a city here! A shriek suddenly exploded in the camp. What happened? City! What city? Nancy opened her eyes at once and looked around vigilantly. After hesitating for a moment, she held the still sleepy little hand of Nanny and walked outside. No matter what, she didn't dare to leave her precious daughter. As soon as she left the camp, Nancy saw a 16 meters tall and 10 kilometers in diameter city wall appear in front of her. Nancy was dumbstruck with an incredulous look on her face. This huge city clearly didn't exist yesterday. Just what kind of power could actually build such a majestic city in a single night? This is a revelation from the mighty God. This is a miracle. That's right, this is a miracle from the mighty God who took pity on us. Looking at the majestic city that suddenly appeared, many slaves wept with sorrow, knelt on the ground, silently recited various prayers, confessed their sins to the God, and longed for the God's redemption. This is the power of the mighty Master Ian. It was the great Master Ian who had built this city. He had built this miraculous city in one night. Now let us recite his name and thank him for giving us this city of miracles. Clive walked over with the 200 Amon Principality's royal guards and shouted, "Thank you, mighty Master Ian. Thank you for giving us this city of miracles. We were spared from the hardships of wind and rain, and obtained a place to stay. We sincerely thank you for your gift." Lena immediately lowered her head and recited piously. Under her lead, the maids of the Amon Principality also began to recite Yangfeng's alias. Under their influence, the slaves also began to praise their masters one by one. Illuminated by the morning sun, Yangfeng slowly walked out of the city. Shrouded in sacred light, he looked like a god walking in the secular world. Yangfeng said lightly, "This is the residence I gave you. From today on, as long as you work hard for 3 years, I'll abolish your slave status, restore your freedom, and let you become my subjects." Thank you, mighty Master Ian. Thank you for giving us this city of miracles. We were spared from the hardships of wind and rain, and obtained a place to stay. We sincerely thank you for your gift. The slaves first saw the city of miracles that night, then saw Yangfeng promise them freedom. When they saw Yangfeng brimming with sacred aura, their hearts surged at once, and they knelt on the ground and praised Yangfeng loudly. The level 1 spell Sacred Light has no offensive power, but when used properly, it's indeed a powerful spell. Yangfeng operated a secret method, and his eyes flashed with misty magic light. He clearly saw the weak faith power exuded by the slaves converge on him. In fact, the names of the heroes who left their mark in the history of the Feisua Plain would be silently recited by billions of people, giving them the blessing of faith power. Some extremely outstanding legendary heroes whose names had been heard by the entire plain were most likely to ignite their divine fire and become demigods. However, on the Feisua Plain, the method to become a god was concealed by the gods, and was not disseminated to the secular world. Unless a demigod had heaven-defying luck, it was possible to find the godhead of a fallen god, absorb it, and directly promote to a god. The faith power exuded by the slaves was negligible when it came to becoming a god. Besides, without an idol attached to the main body, the faith power would eventually dissipate after praying every day. A mature church with countless pious believers and an endless stream of faith power was the foundation of a god. Yangfeng turned around and slowly walked towards the city he named the City of Miracles. Everyone in the huge convoy began to pack their luggage and slowly entered the City of Miracles. The City of Miracles had city walls, but inside it was flat and barren, without any buildings. The slaves began to build some simple buildings. Everyone worked in full swing, their hearts brimming with hope. In the Red Earth wasteland where there were no building materials, such a city appeared overnight, which was simply a miracle. Yangfeng's promise was a huge temptation for the slaves. On the Feisua Plain, slaves were the property of their masters. The descendants of slaves were also slaves and the property of their masters. Their masters could dispose of them at will. Even if their masters killed their slaves, they wouldn't be condemned, and wouldn't violate any laws. No master would easily give up the shackles of his slaves and give them freedom. Now that Yang Feng promised them the status of subjects after 2 years of work, it was natural for them to be very excited and motivated. Standing on top of the city wall, Yang Feng looked at his people down below, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. On the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng basically left everything to the robots to manage, while he cultivated behind closed doors and improved his strength. Now that he personally managed the slaves, it was a different kind of fun. Chapter 211. It seems that guests have come. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred slightly, and he turned to look into the distance. In the distance, red dust was rising, and a team of armed elven warriors riding black demonic wildebeests galloped over. The elven warriors clearly didn't expect that there would be a city like the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland. They pulled the reins and stopped a stone's throw away from the Miracle City. Yang Feng raised his voice. "Elves, I am the master of the Miracle City, Master Wizard Ian. May I ask why you have come?" "So it's you, you villain. Return our clansmen Nancy and Nanny, or else I'll shoot you." A beautiful elven girl with a curvaceous waist, a fiery and sensual figure, far sexier and more beautiful than that of ordinary elves, a golden ponytail, a delicate and beautiful face, a mixture of beauty and innocence, sexiness and unruliness, resembling a charming little goddess, spurred her horse out of the crowd, took out the elven bow on her back, shouted delicately, and shot an arrow at Yang Feng. The green arrow suddenly flew out, crossed a distance of 200 meters, and with a touch of a strong wind, brushed past a centimeter of Yang Feng's face. The terrifying force of the arrow brushed past Yang Feng's face, making it slightly red. Without blinking, Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and said faintly, "I heard that elves are an elegant and reasonable race. Is the rumor wrong? Are elves a race that can't communicate?" The elves originally wanted to see Yang Feng cut a sorry figure as he dodged the arrow, but when they saw that Yang Feng didn't even crease his eyebrows, their hearts stirred slightly and they secretly praised him. The extremely beautiful elven leader with long blue hair and a delicate appearance brimming with the aura of a mature woman spurred her horse forward and said faintly, "I am Belinda, the leader of this elven troop. Of course, we elves are not a race that can't communicate. However, it is hard for us to suppress the desire to kill those who harm our compatriots. Master Magician Ian, we've received intelligence that it was you who bought our clansmen, Nancy and Nanny, from the slave market. Please hand them over." After hearing Belinda's words, the elves fiercely glared at Yang Feng. Those human nobles were proud to own a beautiful pure-blooded elf slave. Pure-blooded elves had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. In other words, the suffering of the female elven slaves was almost endless. Many of the female elves ended up in a miserable state. What the elves of the Elven Empire hated the most were human slave hunters and human slave owners. "No problem." Yang Feng smiled slightly and said faintly, "I wanted to return them to you. Since you're here, then I'll let them go with you." Belinda was somewhat surprised and gave Yang Feng a deep look. When she saw the miracle city that strangely appeared in the Red Earth Wasteland, Belinda was ready to retreat if worse came to worst. The 300 elven warriors were not prepared to attack the city at all. Attacking a city guarded by a great magician was simply courting death. She never thought that Yang Feng would so easily return Nancy and Nanny to them. The elves below also looked at each other, not daring to believe their ears. Not long after, the gates of Miracle City opened. Holding Nanny's little hand, Nancy walked towards her compatriots. "Aunt Nancy, younger sister Nanny, are you okay? Did that man bully you? If he bullied you, I'll shoot him dead." Beside Belinda, a charming elven girl with a fiery and sexy figure and a gorgeous appearance galloped her horse to the side of Nancy and Nanny and asked loudly. Nancy replied in a loud voice, "No, Karina. Master Ian bought us from those wicked slave merchants out of kindness. He has been very good to us these days." After hearing Nancy's words, the elves heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with eased gazes. Belinda stepped forward and bowed slightly to Yang Feng, saying, "Master Ian, I'm very sorry. Our information was wrong this time. I apologize for our rashness. Finally, I sincerely thank you for saving our compatriots. We will repay you 3 times the amount of gold coins you spent." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Belinda, I understand your feelings. Let bygones be bygones. I have always admired the beautiful and elegant elves. I hope to request an audience with Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Azramia of the Elven Empire. May I ask if you can fulfill this small wish of mine? Belinda said. I'm sorry, but I'm just a small commander. I don't have the authority to agree to your request. However, I will report your request and let the higher-ups decide. Yang Feng said with a smile, Thank you very much. Originally, Yang Feng's purpose wasn't to request an audience with the Elven Empire's great elven monarch, but to send a signal of goodwill to the Elven Empire. In the Red Earth wasteland, offending the Elven Empire would bring great trouble. Goodbye. After Belinda took Nancy and Nanny back to her team, she took the elves and retreated towards the Elven Empire. Don't let me down. Yang Feng looked at the backs of the elves as they left and muttered meaningfully. In the distance, in a corner of the Red Earth wasteland, Artes looked at the sky with an unsightly expression and cursed in a low voice. Fuck, the elves left. Gerald asked hurriedly, Left? Did they lose? Artes frowned and said, They didn't lose, it seems that they didn't fight. Gerald was suddenly disappointed. Artes' eyes lit up and flashed with a fierce glint, and he whispered, however, It's not like we don't have a chance. There are 300 elves there. Besides, this isn't the jungle they live in, but the Red Earth wasteland. If we can catch those 300 pure-blood elves, we'll make a fortune. In jungles, elves had terrifying battle prowess and elusive archery. Even if human warriors with 20 times the number of warriors entered a jungle to fight elves, they would still be defeated. However, in an open plain like the Red Earth wasteland, their battle prowess wasn't as terrifying as in the jungle. Gerald said hesitantly, But the elves have strong battle prowess. Elves had long lifespans and superb innate talents. If they diligently practiced cultivation, every one of them would become a powerhouse. Every member of the elven battle force was a formidable warrior with chi. They could kill a human knight-rank powerhouse with a single arrow. The 300 pure-blood elven battle force armed to the teeth was definitely a terrifying and formidable force. Artes licked his lips and said in a very gloomy voice, With the two of us joining forces, we have a total of 4,000 people. With 10 times the number of people, and in the wilderness we'll be able to exhaust them to death. Besides, I still have 10 magic scrolls and 20 apprentice wizards. Don't tell me we can't catch them. On the Feisua plain, wizards had a distinguished status and were extremely rare. However, due to the weave, becoming an apprentice wizard on the Feisua plain was much easier than becoming an apprentice warlock on the Zhangji plain. Even though the education system was extremely backward, but the number of apprentice wizards was still not small. Gerald pondered for a while, and then finally raised his head. His eyes flickered with scarlet light. I can also take out 10 magic scrolls and 30 apprentice wizards. Let's do it. As long as we can do it, we'll be rich. Pure-blood elves basically hid in the Elven Empire, and were very rare and difficult to catch. The Elven Woods where the Elven Empire resided was a restricted area for humans. Without permission, any human who stepped into the Elven Woods would be killed by the Elven Empire's law enforcement team. To hunt a pure-blood elf, every slave hunter had to pay a price in blood. The number of human slave hunters who died tragically in the Elven Woods exceeded 100,000. However, due to the huge profits, there were still people who wanted to capture pure-blood elves from the Elven Woods every year. In the Rijek city, Nancy and Nanny, the mother and daughter pair, were bought by Yang Feng for 15,000 gold coins. That was because he was a great wizard, and no one dared to offend a great wizard. Besides, in the slave market of the Rijek city, the price of slaves was on the low side. Otherwise, it would be impossible to buy a pair of mother and daughter pure-blood elves for 15,000 gold coins. In the imperial capital of the Morans Empire, where first-rate aristocratic families and top tycoons gathered, Nancy and Nanny, the pair of mother and daughter pure-blood elves, could definitely be auctioned for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. It wouldn't be strange to even sell them for 1 million gold coins. Low-end slave hunters didn't have the means to sell them to the imperial capital, so they had no choice but to sell the pair of precious pure-blood elves in the Rijek city. If 300 pure-blood elves were sold to the imperial capital, it would definitely make first-rate aristocratic families and top tycoons go crazy. The Red Earth wasteland. Nancy spurred her horse to Belinda's side and said with slightly creased eyebrows, Belinda, I feel as if something in the sky is watching us. Is that so? Belinda's eyebrows raised, and she silently recited an incantation. Her eyes suddenly blossomed with radiant light, and she looked at the sky. At a glance, she saw the black eagle shuttling through the clouds, constantly monitoring them. It's the human slave hunter's black-eyed demonic eagle. Belinda's complexion became very unsightly. She gave a shrill cry, stimulated formidable firmament knight. Level 2 warlock. Rank Chi drew her bow and shot into the sky. An emerald green radiance soared into the sky, crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, and shot out of the black-eyed demonic eagle's eye and pierced through its brain. The black-eyed demonic eagle fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Belinda barked, "Prepare for battle. I think we'll soon have enemies." Karina spurred her horse over and raised her eyebrows, saying, "What? Could it be that Grandmaster Ian is treacherous and wants to sneak attack us?" "I don't think it's him." Nancy shook her head, saying, "Grandmaster Ian's strength is unfathomable. The miracle city that you saw before was built by him overnight. If he wants to make a move against us, then the miracle city is his best opportunity." Karina's beautiful eyes flickered with incredulity, and she exclaimed, "What? Did he build that city overnight? How is that possible? Even among the legendary magicians, there aren't many who can do this." Belinda's tender body shook, and her beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity. Even the Elven Empire's great elven monarch Azramia couldn't build such a majestic city overnight. This could be said to be a miracle. Nancy said, "I saw it with my own eyes. I suspect that he is very likely to be a divine chosen by the Weave Goddess, who came to the Red Earth wasteland to spread the glory and faith of the Weave Goddess." A divine chosen? Belinda's and Karina's countenance changed when they heard this. The Feisua Plain was a place with gods. Those who were chosen by the gods and blessed with great power were called gods chosen. From time to time, the gods would pay attention to the divine chosen. Not only would they bestow the divine chosen with power, but they would also personally guide the divine chosen forward. They would let the divine chosen spread their glory. Historically, any divine chosen was a proud son of heaven. They had accomplished many great things and were famous far and wide. There were even stories of divine chosen favored by the gods becoming a god of the gods' divine system. Belinda clenched the bow in her hand, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified glint. "Whether he is a divine chosen or not, I think we're in trouble." In front of them, 4,000 cavalrymen, accompanied by billowing smoke, fanned out, completely cutting off the path of retreat of Belinda and the other elves. Damn human slave hunters! When Karina saw the black-clothed, heavily armed cavalrymen exuding a valiant temperament, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and she erupted with frightening firmament knight rank Chi in a flash. She drew her bow, and an emerald green arrow ray suddenly burst out and shot towards the human cavalrymen. The emerald green arrow ray, with great accuracy, entered the group of human cavalrymen 1,000 meters away, and ran through 4 human cavalrymen in a row. Its momentum didn't diminish, and it flew for another 2,000 meters before falling to the ground. Seeing the might of Karina's arrow, the morale of the slave hunters plummeted. Eyes bloodshot, Gerald encouraged them somewhat rudely. "For every elf you catch, I'll reward you with 3,000 gold coins. There are 300 elves here, capture them alive. I'll reward you with 900,000 gold coins. With 900,000 gold coins, you won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your lives, and you'll be able to live the life of a rich man. I can also leave an elf for the brothers, so that everyone can have fun. Brothers, victory or defeat depends on this one move. After this, we'll be rich." For 900,000 gold coins. For the elves. I want to be the first to attack that elf. No, I'll be the first to attack. Hearing this, the eyes of the human warriors turned bloodshot, and they let out strange cries as they desperately pounced on the 300 elves. Chapter 212. High-end slaves such as elves, even if slave hunters captured them, they generally wouldn't touch them carelessly. Once the elves were damaged or killed by them, in that case this slave hunt would be a complete loss. In order to capture the 2 pureblood elves, Nancy and Nanny, The slave hunters went deep into the elven woods and eventually left behind the lives of dozens of people before fleeing in a sorry state. If the leader of the slave hunters kept the 2 elves for himself to enjoy, then his subordinates would definitely tear him apart. Many slave hunters were small groups composed of scum and outlaws. It wasn't uncommon for such small groups to fight each other due to the uneven distribution of spoils. Elven virgins could be sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, while elven virgins could only be sold for a few hundred, or 1 or 2,000 gold coins. The gap between the two was extremely frightening, because those who could afford to pay hundreds of thousands of gold coins to buy elves were all top tycoons. These tycoons weren't afraid of spending money, they were only afraid that the things they bought weren't good. Under such circumstances, many small fries of the slave hunters had never tasted elves. Now that Gerald promised to let them play with elves, these people immediately went crazy. Hearing the filthy words of the slave hunters, the pretty faces of the elves were covered with a layer of frost, and their beautiful eyes burned with raging anger. Fire! Belinda's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she barked. The 300 elven archers drew their bows and shot arrows shrouded in chi towards the human warriors of the slave hunters. The human warriors of the slave hunters immediately fell down like wheat that had been cut down, and blood splattered everywhere. In a single round of shooting, more than 100 human warriors died tragically under the arrows of the elven archers. The human warriors of the slave hunters were very experienced. They pulled apart their formation and madly rushed towards the elves from all directions. These slave hunters were the private soldiers of Gerald and Artace. They had experienced countless battles and were incomparably fierce. They knew that only by approaching the elves would they have a chance of survival. Therefore, they crazily rushed towards the elves. The elven archers fired 2 rounds at will, killing more than 300 human warriors as if they were mowing grass. The 100 elven archers abandoned their bows, drew exquisite elven swords from their waists, and stared coldly at the human warriors with disdain in their eyes. The 300 elven warriors here were all powerhouses of the elven race who had trained hard in martial skills. Every one of them had the cultivation base of a knight, and all of them had cultivated chi. There was even no lack of grand knights and earth knights. Belinda and Karina were even firmament knights. Under their leadership, the elven warriors didn't fear close combat with humans at all. As soon as the human warriors got close to the elves were instantly killed. A magician's apprentice hidden in the crowd took out a pouch, opened it, and cast the level 0 spell Magician's Hand. He lifted the pouch into the air and tossed it. A cloud of dragon excrement dust flew out from the sack. The magic apprentice silently chanted an incantation and pointed again. A cool breeze blew past, blowing the dragon's excrement dust in the direction of the elves. When the wildebeest the elves were riding smelled the dragon's excrement dust, they immediately went berserk and madly jumped and ran, breaking the elven formation. The human warriors, however, were already prepared. They dismounted from their wildebeests, took out many jars, opened them, and vigorously waved them in the direction of the elves. A mixture of lime and sand floated towards the elves. 10 magicians' apprentices cast a spell at the same time and pointed at the lime and sand. Gusts of wind suddenly appeared and swept the large expanse of lime and sand towards the elves. Caught off guard, the elves were swept by the lime and sand and couldn't open their eyes, let alone attack the enemy. The human warriors took this opportunity to take out large nets and toss them at the elves, trapping them in the nets. The nets were specially made props. Once the elves were caught in the nets, the more they struggled, the tighter they would be bound by the nets. Not bad. Humans are really the best at using props and defeating the strong. A low voice echoed in the clouds. Despicable. You despicable humans. Belinda covered her face with one hand and issued a roar of grief and indignation. She dismounted from her wildebeest and rushed into the crowd. The elven sword in her hand burst out with frightening chi and cut the slave hunters in two. Firmament knights were virtually invincible among the slave hunters. Wherever Belinda passed, no one could block her sword. In just a dozen breaths of time, more than 20 human warriors died tragically under her sword. The slave hunters didn't dare to fight Belinda head-on. They kept throwing nets, lime, and sand at Belinda. Belinda urged her chi, and the elven sword in her hand blossomed with green light. Wherever the chi passed, the specially made nets would be cut in two. Stop! The female elf over there. If you don't stop, I'm going to kill her." A voice came from the side. When Belinda turned around, she saw that Karina had been twisted into a ball by the fishing net, struggling in agony. There was a sword pressed against Karina's neck. The owner of the sword, Artes, sneered at Belinda. Although Karina had the cultivation base of a firmament knight, but she lacked actual combat experience. After being blinded by the lime and sand, he was directly trapped by the fishing net. Before he could display his powerful abilities, he had already been captured alive by the slave hunters. Artai's eyes flashed with excitement and he said loudly, "This female elf has blonde hair. She should be a member of the Sun Elves, the royal family of your elven empire. Besides, she is so beautiful. She should be a member of the Crossdale family, known for their divine beauty. She might even be a divine descendant with divine bloodline. Haha, if you don't stop resisting, I'll kill her." The elven empire was divided into different kinds of elves, such as grass elves, forest elves, earth elves, fire elves, water elves, gold elves, wood elves, and so on. Among them, the royal family of elves were sun elves and moonlight elves. Sun elves had dazzling, pure, and golden hair. The moonlight elves had beautiful, elegant, and mysterious silver hair. Among the elves, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. However, among the elves, the two races most favored by the elven primary god Mofasaraja were the Sun Elves and the Moonlight Elves. Among the Sun Elves, the Crossdale family and the Moonlight Elves, the Ramonfin family, were known for their divine beauty. The women of the two families were basically peerless beauties. Once, when a female elf of the Crossdale family walked the continent, the emperors of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire fell in love with her at the same time. For her sake, a 100-year war broke out that swept the entire continent. Finally, a god of the Zalia divine system personally went to the elven primary god Mofasaraja to ask for this peerless elven beauty. Finally, at the cost of betraying his own divine system, he joined the elven divine system and married the peerless beauty of the Crossdale family. The betrayal of the Zalia divine system also caused tension between the elven divine system and the Zalia divine system. Only after more than 100 years did the tension and antagonism between them disappear. After this incident, the peerless beauty of the Crossdale family became famous all over the world. Practically all human emperors would take pride in obtaining an elven beauty of the Crossdale family. The Crossdale family was said to be a divine descendant family, with the bloodline of the elven primary god Mofasaraja. It had an extremely revered status in the elven empire. When Belinda saw Karina captured alive, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave and her mind was in a mess. Karina wasn't a member of this combat force. She couldn't stand Karina's pleading and felt that she was strong enough to protect Karina, so she brought Karina along. If anything were to happen to Karina, even her family might be implicated. While Belinda was distracted, a cloud of dust and lime hit her in the eye, and a dozen large nets descended from the sky, sweeping towards her. Belinda was startled, but she didn't panic. She stimulated her formidable chi, strengthened her hearing, and prepared to slash the nets apart. Hypnosis. An apprentice wizard tore a level 1 magic scroll and pointed at Belinda. Belinda suddenly felt endless exhaustion welling up in her mind, and she wanted to fall asleep. However, the heavenly knight-rank chi strengthened her body, so she didn't fall asleep immediately. She bit her lips and drops of blood dripped from her mouth. She stimulated her chi and forcibly woke up. Hypnosis. Another apprentice wizard tore a magic scroll and pointed at Belinda. Belinda once again felt endless exhaustion welling up in her mind. She bit her lips again, and suddenly felt her body become slightly heavy. Nets had fallen on her. More than 30 slave hunters swarmed over, rolled up the nets and firmly tied Belinda up. More and more slave hunters rushed forward and threw out fishing nets, tightly trapping Belinda. After Belinda was humiliated and captured alive, the 300 elves were also captured by the slave hunters. The slave hunters beamed with joy as their lustful gazes swept across the bodies of the elves, revealing traces of lustful smiles. In this battle, nearly 1,000 slave hunters were killed or injured by the 300 elves. But capturing the 300 elves alive was a huge profit for the slave hunters. Chapter 213. Gerald looked at the humiliated and bound 300 elves and burst into laughter. Haha, 300 elves. We've made a fortune this time. These elves are really idiots. They think that they're stronger than us, so they dare to fight us. They're really stupid. If they had escaped at the beginning, then we wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. Gerald didn't care about the 1,000 casualties of the slave hunters. With their family's strength, as long as they had enough money, they could recruit as many elves as they wanted. Ardace also revealed a proud smile. The weakness of elves is that they're too arrogant. They think that they're stronger than us, so they don't care about us humans. If they didn't think that they were stronger than us, how could they have stayed and fought us? These two elven chicks have firmament knight rank cultivation bases. Presumably, they don't care about small fries like us who aren't even knights. But now they've been captured by us. This is the power of human wisdom. They didn't think that since we dared to capture them, we naturally had our own trump cards. This elven leader is really a big-breasted good-for-nothing. Artace ridiculed, and then said as if he had suddenly realized something. No, this elven leader isn't a big-breasted good-for-nothing. This chick from the Crossdale family, who's known for her divine beauty, is the real big-breasted good-for-nothing. She didn't even have time to display her abilities before we captured her alive. She caused the other elven leader to become distracted and was easily captured by us. When she heard that, Belinda's tender body trembled slightly, and her heart was filled with remorse. As Ardace said, if Belinda had fled in the direction of Yangfeng's Miracle City, then the slave hunters wouldn't have stood a chance. She was confident in her strength, which was why she dared to fight the slave hunters head-on. But she never expected that the human slave hunters would be so cunning and targeted. If it was in the Elven Woods, the 300 elven archers could kite the 4,000 slave hunters and cause them to collapse with no more than 10 casualties. In the Elven Woods, Belinda had hunted an unknown number of human experts, and even Sky Knight rank experts had died to her arrows. But she was defeated by Artace and Gerald, two people who couldn't even be considered knights, causing her to be filled with regret. Karina's delicate body trembled, and tears of humiliation and regret flowed out of her eyes. It was because she had been caught the moment they met that Belinda's mind had wavered, and she had been captured alive. Otherwise, given Belinda's battle strength as a heavenly knight, she could definitely kill her way out of the crowd and escape alone. Gerald arrived in front of Karina, squatted down, lifted her chin and commented excitedly, "Is this the chick of the Crossdale family who is known to have divine beauty?" Sure enough, her skin was soft and supple. Her waist was slim and her bottom was perky. She was extremely enchanting. Haha. The elven beauties of the Crossdale family were peerless beauties that could even tempt the emperors of the major empires. Gerald naturally wanted to take a closer look at Karina's face. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Gerald's chest and drops of blood flowed down the tip of the sword and fell to the ground. Gerald clutched his chest and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He stared at Artace with a horrified expression and tremblingly said, "Why? It's actually the rare possessor of the right heart." Artace slightly frowned and then said with a smile, "Gerald, don't you think that there are so many elves and 2 people are too few? So please go to hell." Artace pulled out his sword and a large amount of blood sprayed out of Gerald's chest and sprinkled on the ground. Then, he waved his sword and resolutely beheaded Gerald. At the same time, he sternly shouted, "Attack!" Artace's private soldiers were already mentally prepared. They suddenly launched an attack and slashed at their comrades who were fighting side by side with them. Caught off guard, more than half of Gerald's private soldiers were beheaded. The remaining private soldiers knew that they had no chance of survival, so they clenched their teeth and frantically fought with Artace's private soldiers. The magic apprentice on Gerald's side was immediately ambushed by Artace's private army, and was instantly killed in an instant. Artace's private soldiers had the help of the magic apprentices. They frantically beheaded Gerald's private soldiers, and their advantage was like a rolling snowball. Some of Gerald's private soldiers who wanted to escape were also stopped by the magic of the magic apprentices. One of Gerald's private soldiers mournfully screamed, "Artace, you dared to kill our Erlebet's only son. He will never let you off. You and your family will all be killed by our Erlebet. You don't have to worry about this. I will offer this godly beauty of the Crossdale family's elf to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely bestow me with a hereditary title of Earl or above. In addition to these 300 elven beauties, I can weave a powerful network in the imperial capital. I think Erlebet wouldn't dare to act rashly in the imperial capital. So long as I have a few years, Erlebet will be nothing. Finally, thank you for becoming my stepping stone and helping me take a solid step towards the pinnacle of power. You no longer have any value, so you can all die now. Ardes faintly smiled at Gerald's private soldiers. With the last mournful screams, Gerald's private soldiers were completely beheaded. When Ardes saw his private army completely annihilating Gerald's private army, a smile hung on his face as he clapped his hands and said, "All right. My dearest subordinates, apart from these 2 elves, you can choose 10 of the remaining elves as your reward. Of course, respected magic apprentices, each of you can also choose 1 elf." Artai's private soldiers, whose eyes had turned red from killing, burst into cheers. 10 elves, that was more than 10 times better than the 1 promised by Gerald. The eyes of the apprentice wizards who followed Artes shone. They wantonly sized up the elves and revealed looks of greed. Although the status of apprentice wizards was high, but there was a huge gap between them and official wizards. They weren't qualified to enjoy elven slaves. The elves struggled incessantly as tears of pain and humiliation flowed from their eyes. They knew how terrible and tragic it would be to fall into the hands of humans as slaves. "That won't do. These elves are my friends." Just then Yang Feng's voice came from the sky far away. Artai's complexion suddenly changed greatly and he looked up. Everyone present raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw Yang Feng step on a magic carpet, shrouded in a layer of holy and radiant light. As if the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world, he descended from the sky and flew over. "Chacon! Shoot him down!" Artai's complexion changed greatly and he bellowed. At the same time, he quickly retreated a few steps and retreated into the crowd of guards. An archer with the cultivation base of an Earth Knight took a step forward, surged with chi, drew his bow, and shot a meteor-like arrow towards Yang Feng. Clang! With a crisp sound, the level 3 secret treasure sword of light at Yang Feng's waist was unsheathed in a flash. Yang Feng slashed at the bow and arrow with his sword, and the bow and arrow were shattered. Dumbstruck, Artis muttered, "Magic and martial dual cultivation, how is that possible? Aren't only divine descendants or demigod rank experts capable of magic and martial dual cultivation? He's just a great wizard and a human. How could he possibly practice magic and martial dual cultivation?" The elves on the ground were also dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. On the Feisua plain, because of the weave that shrouded the entire plain, wizards would forget the spells they memorized the day before. Under such circumstances, mages no longer had the time to practice magic, nor did they have the energy to practice martial arts. The more powerful a wizard was, the weaker their body would be. This was also the reason why the Zhangji Plains human warlocks despised the various cultivation inheritances of other plains. In addition to the divine path, only demons, ancient fiends, ancient devils and other formidable existences of other planes could contend against the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, he jumped off the magic carpet, and blessed himself with light feather. Artai's private troops quickly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, a glint of red streaked past the abyss of his eyes, divinity of massacre trembled, his blood boiled, and he took a step forward and brandished his sword. Along with flashes of bloody light, Artai's private troops blocking in front of Yang Feng were split in two, and blood sprayed everywhere. The blood splashed, but Yang Feng was shrouded in a life force field. As soon as the blood touched the life force field, it was bounced away. Once the sword was unsheathed, it was invincible. No one could block Yang Feng's sword edge. On the ground, Karina and Belinda watched Yang Feng walk among the crowd, and they were deeply attracted, unable to tear their eyes away from him. In the crowd, Yang Feng seemed to have turned massacre into an art, exuding a dangerous and bewitching charm. This was the combination of the divine energy of massacre and black dragon blood meridians, coupled with Yang Feng's continuous maturation and transformation, exuding a bewitching charm. Yang Feng's blood boiled, yet he fought very calmly. Every time he brandished his sword, his understanding of swordsmanship deepened, and his divine energy of massacre strengthened by a trace. Chapter 214. No matter how many times Yang Feng trained in the virtual reality battle cabin, the sense of danger and urgency was far inferior to that of actual combat. After all, in the virtual reality battle cabin, Yang Feng knew that no matter how many times he failed, he could always try again. But on the battlefield, as long as he was slightly distracted, he would end up like Belinda. Artaiz's private troops repeated the same trick. They kept throwing gravel and lime at Yang Feng. At the same time, they threw fishing nets at him. When the gravel and lime came into contact with Yang Feng's life force field, they were jolted away. The special fishing nets were still vulnerable in front of the level 3 secret treasure sword of light. Web. Arcane projectiles. Hypnosis. The apprentice wizards clenched their teeth and cast level 0 spells one after another, blasting at Yang Feng. When the offensive level 0 spells slammed into Yang Feng's life force field, they immediately collapsed. The spider webs that appeared out of thin air were also minced by Yang Feng's sword. After the level 1 spell hypnosis passed through Yang Feng's life force field, its might was reduced, and then it was dispelled by the divine radiance shrouding him. Amidst a copious amount of blood, Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of Artaiz. Without hesitation, Artaiz threw the sword in his hand aside, knelt on the ground, looked up at Yang Feng and begged, "Master Ian, I have something to say. I'm willing to have all my subordinates lay down their weapons and surrender to you. Please listen to me. Please set up a soundproof spell and then listen to me. If you still want to kill me after listening to me, then it won't be too late to do so." Yang Feng smiled faintly and silently recited an incantation. A strange fluctuation of magic shrouded him and Artaiz, completely cutting off their conversation. Artaiz said methodically, "Master Ian, I think that you're a hero who wants to make a name for yourself in the Red Earth Wasteland. In the future, you're bound to leave your name in the history books. You're a mighty being of light, but there's also a shadow of darkness in the light. I hope to rely on you, serve you, become your shadow in the darkness, and help you deal with things that are very inconvenient for you to deal with. I will assist you and let your light shine in all directions. I'm a baron of a small family of the Morance Empire. I've been operating in the Rijek city for many years and have no small influence. I have over 1,000 private troops capable of fighting and killing. If I had the money, I could recruit a few thousand more private soldiers. You've subdued me, so all of this power belongs to you. I can be your ears, I can also be your dagger. As long as you spare my life, you will be rewarded with a loyal dog that walks in the dark. I know it is difficult for you to believe in my loyalty. However, magicians have countless tricks up their sleeves. They should be able to find a way to control me. I'm willing to let you control me. Please spare my worthless life." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard that. This was the first time he had seen such a shameless noble who could lower himself to survive. After listening to Artaiz's words, the killing intent in his heart gradually subsided. The Red Earth Wasteland was now destitute. They lacked manpower, money, supplies, and everything else. Moreover, the Red Earth Wasteland was surrounded by the Morance Empire, the Elven Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Titan Empire. To build a city and hold it, Yang Feng needed the support of a lot of forces. Although Artaiz was despicable, shameless, ruthless, and had no moral integrity, however, he was a talent that could get things done. As far as Yang Feng was concerned, he lacked such a talent. With a flick of his wrist, a syringe containing the liquid metal nano-robot elixir appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and he said faintly, "This is a magic elixir. Once you use it, if you want to betray me, then your body will explode inch by inch. Even the gods won't be able to save you." Without hesitation, Artaiz grabbed the syringe containing the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. "Thank you for the elixir, master." As if it had a life of its own, the syringe broke free from Artaiz's right hand, flew up and stabbed into his arm. Artaiz was slightly startled and his body swayed. He immediately restrained his desire to pull out the syringe and watched as the elixir was injected into his body. After all the liquid metal nano-robot elixir was injected into Artaiz, Yang Feng snapped his fingers. In a split second, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir stimulated the apertures inside Artaiz, and formidable life potential gushed out of him. An incomparably powerful chi suddenly erupted from Artaiz's body, promoting him to an official knight. With an excited expression, Artaiz flattered, "Thank you very much, master. for bestowing me with such formidable power. Master, your ability is simply unfathomable, comparable to the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world. Yang Feng gave Artes a meaningful look. From the feedback from the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, Artes wasn't as excited as he appeared to be. Artes' strength lay not in his cultivation base, but in his aristocratic identity, cunning mind, and tremendous power. Under his schemes, Gerald and Belinda were either killed or captured by him. If he hadn't misjudged Yang Feng's strength, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Artes felt a slight shiver in his heart after being given a meaningful look by Yang Feng, yet he still had an excited expression on his face, looking like a loyal dog. Yang Feng said faintly, "A new city requires a lot of supplies. I need people, weapons, food, and water. Send half of your men to the Rhine River to transport water for me. The rest are to help me get the supplies I want. In addition, I need you to establish a huge intelligence network in the Four Empires. I want to be the first to know about any movements in the Four Empires." Artes pondered for a moment, and then said, "Master, the Elven Empire is full of elves. They all live in the Elven Woods, and no humans can enter. If humans want to trade with them, the only way is through the ancient Green Forest City. It's very difficult to get information on pointy-eared people. As for the other three empires, so long as there's enough money, it won't be too difficult to establish a huge intelligence network." The Elven Empire was extremely xenophobic. They all lived in the Elven Woods, and were somewhat isolated from the rest of the world. The only way to the outside world was through the ancient Green Forest City. There, the elves would take out elven specialties to trade with humans and purchase all kinds of supplies. Humans could only see a lot of elves in the ancient Green Forest City. However, the ancient Green Forest City was also heavily guarded. 100,000 elite elven troops were stationed there, and experts were as common as clouds and experts were as common as rain. Anyone who attempted to hunt elves in the ancient Green Forest City would be hung on a tall iron tree if they were caught, and would be burnt to death by the sun. Outside the ancient Green Forest City, there was an ironwood corpse forest. There were more than 30,000 dried corpses hanging in the ironwood corpse forest. They were all the corpses of slave hunters. Half of them were human while the other half were beastmen, half-blood beastmen, and even half-blood elves. The 30,000 terrifying dried corpses were a warning to outsiders not to hunt elves. However, every year, there would be desperados who would take the risk out of desperation, and then turn into dried corpses in the ironwood corpse forest. "Money is not a problem for me." Yang Feng tossed a storage ring to Artes. "Use this money to establish a huge intelligence network. As for the Elven Empire, establish an intelligence network in the ancient Green Forest City." "This is a space ring." Artes received the storage ring and his heart shook. On the Feisua Plain, only greater aristocrats of the earls and dukes' rank could have such a space ring. For a lesser aristocrat like Artes, he had only heard of the existence of space rings. Now that he got his hands on one, his heart palpitated wildly, and he became extremely excited. Artes poured his spirit into the storage ring, and his eyes suddenly surged with excitement. 100,000 magic energy stones. What a big sum! As expected of a great wizard. No, even among great wizards there are few who can compare to him in terms of wealth. It seems that I've taken refuge in the right person this time. On the Feisua Plain, 100,000 magic energy stones could easily be exchanged for more than 80 million gold coins. 80 million gold coins could not only easily make up for Artai's losses, but also allow him to establish a formidable intelligence network with this huge amount of wealth. Artes showed a flattering smile and said, "Thank you for your trust, Master. I will serve you with all my might. I won't let you down." Yang Feng said, "Get up." Artes quickly got up. "Yes, Master." Yang Feng waved his hand and dispelled the sound muting spell. Artes said in a loud voice, "Everyone listen up. After my bitter pleas, the great master magician Ian finally showed mercy, and is willing to let us live. Now everyone retreat at once. I, Artes, will compensate you for your losses." Artai's private troops secretly heaved sighs of relief. They looked at the beautiful elves with some unwillingness, but in the end, they didn't dare to disobey Artai's orders and left with him. Yang Feng had killed so many of them that they were afraid. Nearly 200 people died to Yang Feng's sword. Yet he wasn't tainted by even a speck of dust. Such an expert made them despair. In this place only Yang Feng and the 300 tightly bound beautiful elves were left. The atmosphere became a little strange. Belinda looked at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with vigilance and apprehension. If 300 pure-blood elves were sold in the human world, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. In particular, Karina, who came from the Crossdale family, was a stunning beauty. If she was offered to the emperor of any human empire, she would definitely obtain the title of earl or above, and even a fief and become a hereditary aristocrat. These 300 pure-blood elves could be exchanged for money, beauty, aristocratic titles, power and fief in human empires. It would be hard for any human not to be tempted. Chapter 2:15. It was because Ardace wanted to obtain these 300 sprites that he ruthlessly stabbed his former good friend and close partner, Gerald, in the back. Belinda was well aware that the fate of the elves was now in Yang Feng's hands. Belinda said softly, "Master Ian, thank you very much for coming to our rescue. You mentioned before that you wanted to go to the Elven Empire to have an audience with Her Majesty the Great Elven Monarch Isramia. I'll use all my power to get the higher-ups to agree." Nancy also said softly, "Master Ian, thank you for coming to our rescue." The little lowly nanny also said with a smile, "Master Ian, thank you." Yang Feng saw through Belinda's intentions at a glance, yet he didn't expose her. With a light smile he slashed down with his sword, and holy light shone, cutting apart the special fishing nets binding Belinda. Belinda heaved a sigh of relief and drew her elven sword. With a flash of sword light, she cut apart the fishing nets binding Karina. Karina also leaped into the air. Sword light flashed in her hand, and like a swimming dragon, she swam among the bound elves. Wherever the sword light passed, the fishing nets were shattered, and the tightly bound elves were released one by one. Yang Feng no longer attacked. He sheathed the sword of light in his hand, took a few steps back and stood still. Yang Feng mused silently. Karina's swordsmanship might be a bit stronger than Belinda's, yet she was so easily defeated. It seems that she has very little combat experience. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Karina, who was a sun elf and had received guidance from countless experts, was far stronger than Belinda. However, she had too little combat experience, which was why she was defeated by the strange moves of the human slave hunters. If she had 30% of Belinda's experience, Ardace and them definitely wouldn't have captured the 300 elves so easily. After rescuing her companions one by one, Belinda heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with more sincere gratitude in her eyes. The 300 elves looked at Yang Feng with kindness and gratitude in their beautiful eyes. They knew very well that without Yang Feng, their fates would be very miserable. A fragrance wafting from her, Karina walked up to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes, which seemed to be able to suck in a person's soul, revealed a smile and she thanked him. "Ian, you are a good person. Thank you for coming to save us." Good people. When Yang Feng heard the pure thanks and looked at the pure and beautiful eyes, he had mixed feelings in his heart, and his mood was somewhat gloomy. At this moment all kinds of schemes in his mind were cast aside, and he sighed in disappointment. Maybe I used to be a good person. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person who holds the bottom line in his heart. Not good. I actually wavered just now. Truly frightening. As expected of the pure-blooded elves of the Crossdale family, who are known to have the beauty of a god and can even make gods fall. As soon as he sighed, Yang Feng was alarmed. He operated a secret method, focused his spirit, and looked at Karina with a trace of vigilance in the abyss of his eyes. Karina didn't use any charm techniques at all. Her mere existence was already a kind of beauty, a kind of beautiful scenery, pure and natural. The more he looked at her, the more he felt her charm. Yang Feng could be considered to have seen a lot of beautiful women. He had only seen Karina twice, yet he was still unconsciously attracted by her charm. Karina said, "Your sword is very beautiful, can I take a look at it?" Yang Feng smiled and handed Karina the sword of light. Karina drew the sword of light and waved it casually, and a sacred radiance blessed her, making her look very sacred. like the incarnation of a goddess. Karina waved the sword of light in high spirits and spoke with a faint smile, looking incomparably beautiful. Sure enough, you liar. I was wondering why you look so beautiful, so it was because of this spell. In fact, my looks are pretty good. It's not just because of the spell. You're so arrogant. It's not arrogance but self-confidence. Ian, do you really plan to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland? There's nothing here. Even if you build a city, how do you plan to maintain it? Although the Red Earth Wasteland is barren, but I can definitely turn it into a huge treasure trove. In history, there were several people who boasted, yet they eventually left with their tails between their legs. Are you one of them? I'll be the one to create new history. You're so arrogant. It's not arrogance, it's self-confidence. Where do you get the confidence to surpass those powerhouses in history? Because I'm Ian. Okay. Belinda walked over, coughed lightly, and interrupted. Karina, we should go. Karina hugged Belinda's hands and said coquettishly, Belinda, I suddenly want to see how this arrogant guy will turn the Red Earth Wasteland into a treasure trove. How about letting me play here for another year or two? Belinda said with a bitter smile, Your Highness Karina, I've already taken a great risk by taking you out this time. If you stay here, then we'll have to bear His Majesty's wrath when we return. Almost no one could refuse Karina's soft plea. However, when Belinda thought of how the 300 elves would have to bear the wrath of the great elven monarch if Karina stayed in the Red Earth Wasteland, Karina's beautiful eyes dimmed. Holding the holy light sword in her arms, she looked at Yangfeng with some expectation and said, Ian, I'm leaving. I like this sword very much. Can you give it to me? Yangfeng replied with a smile. Okay. Karina took out a green leaf and handed it to Yangfeng. This is my token. Go to the entrance of the Elven Woods, show this token, and someone will take you to see me. When she saw this, Belinda's pretty face changed slightly. She wanted to say something, but then hesitated and fell silent. Yangfeng took out a black stone and handed it to Karina. This is a call stone, an alchemical treasure I refined myself. If you're in danger, you can call me through this call stone. Karina's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she said with some excitement and expectation, You're also an alchemist. Alchemy was an extremely high-end existence on the Feisua Plain. On the Feisua Plain, there were also wizards who specialized in alchemy. However, alchemists were much rarer than ordinary wizards. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. When Belinda heard that, she cast a sidelong glance at Yangfeng, and began to seriously doubt whether Yangfeng was a divine chosen or not. Yangfeng said with a smile, That's right, my alchemy shouldn't be weak. Soon, the Red Earth Wasteland will have our own alchemical products. If you like them, I can give you the general distribution rights in the Elven Empire. Karina asked curiously, What do you mean by giving me the general distribution rights in the Elven Empire? Yangfeng replied, My goods will only be sent to you in the Elven Empire. You can sell those goods however you want. You can sell them to whomever you want. In the Elven Empire, we won't sell our goods to anyone but you. You can definitely make a fortune with our goods. Karina said with a happy smile. Okay. When your product is ready, you must show it to me. If they're good, I'll help you sell them. Belinda just smiled bitterly as she watched Yangfeng dupe Karina into becoming his big client. Belinda urged him a few more times, and then finally took Karina and 300 elves towards the Elven Woods. Yangfeng looked at the backs of Karina and them, pondered for a while, and then pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a phantom hunter equipped with a flight device flew into the sky and looked at Karina and company from the clouds. On the Feisua Plain, the gazes of the gods would fall on the secular world from time to time. Yangfeng didn't dare to directly launch a miniature reconnaissance satellite. After returning to the Miracle City, Yangfeng began to enter secluded cultivation and comprehend everything he comprehended in the recent battle. Such a battle was of great benefit to improving his strength. A day later. The Red Earth Wasteland, the land cursed by the gods. The truth of history is really hidden in the River of Time. This is clearly the place where the four divine systems fought in the past, the land of death of gods. Yangfeng walked on the red earth of the Miracle City, looked at it and sneered. According to the demonic fighting sect's records, the Red Earth Wasteland was the place where the gods of the four divine systems fought. Countless god avatars and even their true bodies descended from their divine countries and fought in this area. Countless gods died, and the blood of gods dyed the land red. Gods could be said to be of a higher rank than human warlocks. Without purification towers, the formidable life force of warlocks would fuse with some non-life forms and give rise to all kinds of strange phenomena. The blood of gods also possessed terrifying power. Wherever the blood of gods fell, everything would be eroded, and not even a blade of grass would grow. The land of death of gods would generally become a wasteland or a ruin. In the past, the Red Earth wasteland was a wasteland, a ruin, and a dangerous existence. However, in order to prevent the dangers of the Red Earth wasteland from entering the domains of various races, the gods purified the Red Earth wasteland. Then, with the passage of time, it became the current Red Earth wasteland. The reason why the Red Earth wasteland couldn't grow any food was because the land still contained traces of the power of God's blood. Ordinary plants couldn't grow under the power of God's blood. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching glint. For others, this is a wasteland, but for me it's a treasure trove. Chapter 216. Yang Feng took out a black seed and flicked it, and it flew into the earth. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at the black seed, and cast the level 1 spell, Extraordinary Plant Catalysis. A green magical radiance directly entered the black seed. The black seed suddenly gave birth to countless transparent roots, which plunged into the earth and frantically extracted the nutrients in the earth. One could faintly see traces of a red substance being extracted. The black seed germinated and grew rapidly. Under the power of the spell, it grew into a 5-meter-tall tree. On the tree, there were watermelon-sized fruits hanging strangely from the branches. It looked like they would fall to the ground if the wind blew. Yang Feng cast Mage Hand and pulled forcefully, pulling a watermelon-sized fruit from the tree branch. He slapped the fruit with his palm. Pa! The skin and a layer of transparent liquid splashed, revealing a blood-red steel-like fruit in the center. Yang Feng looked at the blood-red steel-like fruit, and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. Divine blood steel. This is one of the top materials for forging legend rank secret treasures. With divine blood steel, as long as there are enough materials, I can manufacture a large number of legend rank battle robots. The black seed was called Power Purification Seed. It was an extraordinary plant cultivated by a genius Starry Sky warlock who was proficient in extraordinary botany in the Tyrannid subcontinent. In order to solve the predicament of the land polluted by the blood of experts fighting in ancient times, he carefully cultivated it. This power purification seed could survive in areas polluted by the blood of formidable beings, absorb the residual power of the blood of formidable beings, and condense it into a magic mineral. If it was an area polluted by divine blood, it would give birth to divine blood steel. If it was an area polluted by demonic blood, it would give birth to demonic blood steel. Whether it was divine blood steel or demonic blood steel, both were top materials for forging legend rank secret treasures. The land where the power of divine blood was sucked away would be purified and become fertile land. The reason why there were no scorched lands left behind by the fierce battles between gods and fiends in the Tyrannid subcontinent was due to the existence of this power purification seed. However, due to the long passage of time, there was no need for them. The number of these seeds gradually declined, and they were almost extinct. Yang Feng had also found a few such seeds in Black Dragon Pagoda's collection room, and then unceremoniously took them for himself. Originally, he planned to use it in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but he didn't expect that by chance, he would use it in the Feisua Plains Red Earth Wasteland. Yang Feng took out the legend-rank dagger sharp dagger, stabbed the red fruit, operated his power, erupted with the life force of a level 2 warlock in a flash, and cut open the red fruit inch by inch, revealing the 19 black seeds inside. When Yang Feng saw the 19 black seeds, he revealed a smile and pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and countless mechanical locusts flew out, pounced on the purification tree, and gnawed at the fruits growing on it. The fruits were gnawed clean by the mechanical locusts and fell from the tree, revealing the red flesh. The tree of purification purified the red soil within a radius of 10 meters, turning it into fertile black. At the same time, 10 watermelon-sized fruits were formed. Yang Feng obtained 10 balls of 50 kilograms of divine blood steel and 190 purification seeds at once. After repeating this action 9 times, Yang Feng obtained 10 balls of divine blood steel and 1,881 purification seeds. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a dense swarm of mechanical bees flew out. With the 1,881 purification seeds in their mouths, they planted them every 20 meters, and then entered the farmland he had planned. After all the purification seeds were planted, Yang Feng flipped his hand, took out the legend-rank magic staff rain scepter, pointed it at the sky, and unleashed the legend-rank meteorological spell torrential rain descent attached to the rain scepter. A green magic radiance entered the sky, and the water elemental particles in the sky were immediately attracted from all directions and condensed into dark clouds. The dark clouds stretched for several kilometers, and before long light rain began to fall from the sky. Yang Feng looked at the sky and mused. Sure enough, the power of water magic cast in such a place with thin water vapor isn't satisfactory. The might of different spells cast in different environments was completely different. An ordinary magician would not even be able to cast a fireball under the water. Even among legendary mages, few could cast a fireball underwater. In some places with thin elemental particles, even spells couldn't be cast. This was the limitation of wizards. Wizard pagodas, warlock pagodas in such existences can absorb the drifting elements in space and converge them inside the elemental pool. Therefore, the might of the spells cast inside the warlock pagodas is much greater than that of the spells cast in ordinary places. In the Red Earth wasteland, rivers, lakes, and ponds were completely extinct, and the water elemental particles were extremely thin. The might of the legend-rank meteorological spell torrential rain descent was reduced to a pitiful level. That's Master Ian casting a spell. Amazing! To be able to call the wind and summon the rain, Master Ian is really amazing. In the Miracle City, when the slaves saw the rain, they cheered and their worship of Yang Feng increased. Clive looked at the rain in the sky, revealed a smile and said full of joy, "So powerful. Master Ian." Lena's eyes flashed with a glint of worry. But even Master Ian can't cast such a spell every day, right? With such a powerful spell, I'm sure the price one has to pay is also greater. Under the nourishment of the rain, the purification seeds slowly grew roots and pierced the earth. When their roots pierced the earth, they began to absorb the power of the remnant divine blood, and began to grow frantically. Purification trees immediately grew, bloomed, and bore fruit. In one breath, they purified more than 200 acres of extremely fertile black earth. A maid came up to Lena and said, "Madam Lena, Master invites you." Lena nodded slightly and followed the maid towards the agricultural area designated by Yang Feng. This is black earth. Black earth that can be freely cultivated. For thousands of years, the Red Earth wasteland, which had never been conquered by anyone, was actually conquered by Master Ian. This is simply a miracle. When Lena entered the agricultural area and saw the more than 200 acres of black earth, her beautiful eyes flickered with endless shock. She was even more shocked than when she saw the Miracle City that night. Located at the junction of the 4 empires, the Red Earth wasteland was extremely vast, even reaching 2/3 of the area of the Morin's Empire. Many ambitious and ruthless people wanted to establish a foundation in the Red Earth wasteland, but ultimately failed to conquer the stubborn Red Earth, and could only leave with their tails between their legs. The gods in the starry sky had the power to purify the Red Earth. However, purifying the Red Earth required them to consume a lot of divine power and energy, which was far from being as simple and easy as purifying the purification seeds. Besides, the gods were busy enjoying themselves, practicing cultivation in seclusion, comprehending laws, and strengthening their divine countries. Who would be willing to condescend and consume a lot of divine power and energy to purify the Red Earth wasteland's divine blood? With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng threw a pouch and a knowledge crystal to Lena. "Lena, these are breadfruit tree seeds. Go and organize people to plant the breadfruit tree seeds. This is a knowledge crystal for planting breadfruit trees. Crush it immediately." "Yes, sir." Lena crushed the knowledge crystal and felt a lot of knowledge enter her mind. After a good while, she respectfully saluted Yang Feng and said. Yang Feng left and arrived before an artificial lake with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a depth of 30 meters. with a hill in the center. Due to the legend rank spell torrential rain, a shallow layer of water had accumulated at the bottom of the artificial lake. Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and the seeds of the purification seeds that had just been harvested flew into the artificial lake. As soon as the seeds of the purification seeds came into contact with the water, they gave birth to countless roots, took root in the artificial lake, and began to purify it. After the entire artificial lake was purified, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he arrived at the top of the hill. He took out green seeds, threw them on the top of the hill, and then silently recited an incantation and cast the level 1 spell Extraordinary Plant Catalysis. Under Yang Feng's spell, the green seeds grew rapidly. Each of them grew into a 10-meter-tall huge tree with countless glistening emerald green leaves. Countless water elemental particles converged from all directions and condensed on the leaves of the huge tree. When the wind blew, raindrops fell from the leaves of the huge tree and fell to the ground. This huge tree was an extraordinary plant called rain tree. It had a special characteristic that was, it could absorb water elemental particles from all directions, condense them into water droplets, and then let the water droplets fall to the ground like rain. This rain tree was most suitable to lock the water elemental particles in the Miracle City. As long as the water in the Miracle City wasn't moved too far away, it could absorb the water elemental particles, condense them into rain, and then sprinkle them into the super large artificial lake. Of course, to fill the super large artificial lake, it wasn't enough to rely on the rain tree alone. It was necessary to draw a steady stream of water from other places and fill the super large artificial lake. In the Red Earth wasteland where water elemental particles were scarce, the rain tree could only lock in water. Chapter 217. Yang Feng looked at the rain trees, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The problems of water and food have been solved. The bread tree seeds Yang Feng took out were also improved extraordinary plants. Bread trees planted on an acre of land could be harvested 3 times a year, with 4,000 kilograms of bread flour harvested from the bread trees each season. On the Feisua plain, the wheat yield of an acre of land could be harvested twice a year, with the yield of each harvest being only about 200 kilograms per mu. If there were natural or man-made disasters, then the yield would be even lower. Yang Feng took out a vial of elixir and downed it, then closed his eyes, operated a secret method, clenched a top-notch magic stone in both hands, and absorbed the magic energy inside. After a while, he recovered his spirit and physical strength. The resilience and endurance of bloodline warlocks with black dragon blood meridians were far superior to those of the same rank. The only weakness that wasn't a weakness was that the evolution potential was too small. If one didn't take the path of faith and ascended to godhood, then after reaching the Starry Sky warlock rank, there would be no way forward. Yang Feng opened his eyes, his figure shook slightly, and he disappeared. In a blacksmith shop of the Miracle City, dozens of blacksmiths were forging all kinds of ironware in full swing. Blacksmiths were the most popular type of people among slaves, especially in the Beastman Empire, which lacked ironware. Every year, a large number of blacksmith slaves were smuggled from the human kingdoms due to the lack of ironware. The human empire repeatedly issued orders and formulated many cruel and strict laws, yet they still couldn't stop the powerful slave merchants from turning many blacksmiths into slaves and smuggling them into the Beastman Empire. The dozens of blacksmiths were gifts to Yang Feng by the slave merchant leaders in order to curry favor with him. "Esteemed master, may I ask what brings you here?" A burly middle-aged man with a shaved head and a wheat-colored body that looked like it was plated with a layer of oil walked towards Yang Feng and asked. Yang Feng handed a piece of divine blood steel to the burly middle-aged man. "Bando, can you process this ore?" Bando was the leader of the dozens of blacksmith slaves, as well as the most outstanding blacksmith in forging weapons. Bando took the divine blood steel, only to feel the weight in his hand. He squeezed it slightly, and his face revealed a trace of graveness and joy. "Good steel. This should be a legendary magic metal. I'm not confident, but I can give it a try." After that, Bando put the piece of sacred blood steel directly into the stove and burned it crazily. In the burning flames, the divine blood steel gave off a bright light and showed no signs of melting. With the passage of time, Bando's eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, he took out the red pincers from the furnace. Looking at the still dazzling divine blood steel, he smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, this is definitely an extremely powerful magic metal that we can't process at all. I'm afraid that only the legendary dwarven craftsman can refine this kind of magical metal." On the Feisua plain there were also dwarves. Dwarves' smithing skills were unparalleled in the world. On the Feisua plain, many legend-rank weapons were forged by dwarves, and even a few semi-divine armaments were forged by dwarves. According to the legends, the dwarves had even dabbled in the domain of the gods and created divine artifacts. However, there was no clear proof. On the Feisua plain, dwarves were a weak race and the god of dwarves Paladin was a neutral god. They wouldn't easily get involved in the wars between powerful divine systems. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a knowledge crystal flew into Bando's hand. "This is the knowledge crystal of the smithing skill I've mastered. Crush it and then try again." Bando crushed the knowledge crystal and suddenly, a large amount of smithing knowledge poured into his mind, making his eyes flash with ecstasy. Bando opened his eyes and gave Yang Feng a grateful look, and then said with a bitter smile, "Master, thank you for your generosity in bestowing me with this knowledge. However, after all, I'm just an ordinary human blacksmith. Without tools, I can't process this magic metal." Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and a set of secret treasure rank stove, bellows, hammers, iron blocks, and other secret treasures required for smithing appeared in the room. Bando looked at the set of secret treasure rank forging secret treasures and said in a trembling voice, "Are these the legendary smithing and enchantment items?" Yang Feng said, "That's right, give it a try now. The knowledge just now should contain knowledge on how to use these tools." Bando thought carefully for a while, and then tried out the secret treasures one by one. His movements changed from rusty to proficient. The enchantment items used magic stones as their power source. Even though Bando was just an ordinary person, but he could still use these secret treasures. After Bando skillfully started using the secret treasures, he picked up the piece of divine blood steel with a pair of tongs and put it into the stove. A white flame gushed out of the stove and fell on the piece of divine blood steel. The divine blood steel, which previously showed no signs of melting no matter how it was burned, finally began to turn red. Bando was overjoyed. He took out the piece of divine blood steel, put it on the iron block, raised the enchantment hammer, and mercilessly hammered it. Along with the sound of the hammer, the piece of divine blood steel finally began to deform. Under Bando's hammering, it transformed into a sword. Yang Feng smiled faintly, turned around and left the smithy. Even though Bando had the knowledge Yang Feng gave him and used the power of the secret treasures, he could at most forge the piece of divine blood steel into the strongest and sharpest sword. If he wanted to enchant it with magic and turn it into a magic sword, he would still need Yang Feng's help. However, Bando could use divine blood steel to forge weapons and armor, as well as provide a batch of sharp weapons and sturdy armor for Yang Feng's troops to use. Yang Feng had a lot of things to do, so he naturally couldn't stay in a smithy and forge weapons. 3 months later, a huge merchant group of nearly 8,000 people appeared in the Red Earth wasteland and slowly moved towards the miracle city established by Yang Feng. In this huge merchant group, there were 3,000 guards and 5,000 human slaves. This huge merchant group was a joint merchant group formed by the slave merchants in the Rijek city. Although the Red Earth wasteland was extremely barren and lacked water and food, but it was a transportation hub at the border of the 4 empires. However, it was a transportation hub at the border of the 4 great empires. In order to obtain greater profits, some human merchants would often take the risk to pass through here and head towards the 4 great empires. If the human merchants didn't become rich overnight, then they would become the feces of goblins, bugbears, ogres, and other bandits in the Red Earth wasteland. Although the Red Earth wasteland was extremely barren, but there were still some places where shrubs grew. There were still some edible and extremely sour berries in the shrubs. In addition, there were also some places that were less contaminated by divine blood. Although they were very unpalatable, but could barely fill one's stomach, wild vegetables and potatoes could be planted. There were as many as 8,000 people in the joint caravan. In the Red Earth wasteland, no force could contend against such a terrifying force. When bandits saw this huge merchant group, they could only reveal covetous gazes, not daring to make a move. A city? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? There's actually a city there. A city, it's only been 4 months, yet he was able to build such a city here. Incredible. He actually succeeded. Only 4 months. When the merchants saw the city in the Wuxia plain, their eyes filled with shock and they commented spiritedly, "Amazing, as expected of a great wizard." Jim, one of the leaders of the merchant group, was also shocked by the majestic miracle city. According to the construction strength of the Feisua plain, without tens of thousands of people spending a year or two, it was absolutely impossible to build such a majestic city. With several thousand slaves, it only took Yangfeng 4 months to build such a huge city, of which 1 month was spent on the road. Such a construction speed was simply a miracle on the Feisua plain. Suddenly, a merchant's eyes widened and he cried out, "Trees! Heavens, great God of slave hunters! What do I see? A tree? Oh no, it's a forest." A forest actually appeared in the Red Earth wasteland. Is this a miracle of a true God? Trees! That's a forest! Heavens, there's a forest here! Trees! That's a forest! The merchants were dumbfounded as they stared at the forest and cried out involuntarily. Some merchants rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and then stared at the purification trees that appeared in front of the miracle city. They were dumbstruck and it took them a lot of effort to accept this fact. Jim's eyes widened and he cried out, "Trees! Are these real trees? Heavens, who the hell is Master Ian? How could he plant trees in the Red Earth wasteland? That's something that many legend heroes haven't done." For ordinary people, it was almost impossible to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland. However, on the Feisua plain, many legend heroes have tried to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland and succeeded. But without exception, they couldn't sustain it and could only leave the Red Earth wasteland. If the two most important factors, water and food, couldn't be resolved, it was impossible to maintain a city in the Red Earth wasteland. Even if there were mountains of gold and silver, they would be spent on water and food. Establishing a city was not profitable, and it was even more impossible to develop and grow. But now, a forest had appeared outside the miracle city. This meant that at least this part of the Red Earth wasteland was no longer a plant-forbidden zone, and it was possible to grow food and other crops. This was of great significance to the conquest of the Red Earth wasteland. Chapter 218. Under the stimulation of the green trees, the incomparably huge merchant group immediately sped up their pace and rushed towards the forest. During this time, the Red Earth wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. The green woods, as if an oasis had appeared in people's minds, nourished their minds and gave their taut nerves a trace of moisture. It was already lunchtime. Wisps of smoke rose from the green woods. The slaves working in the woods began to gather together to have their meals. Heavens, white bread! These lowly slaves are eating white bread and potato soup. Damn it, these lowly slaves, how can they eat white bread? Aren't they eating better than me, Lord Bai? Is there any justice in this? White bread! What a waste! It's such a waste to give these slaves white bread. Master Ian, it's such a waste. When the leaders of the slave caravans broke into the woods, they were attracted by the fragrance and went to the place where the slaves were having their meals. When they saw the slaves eating white bread, the eyes of many leaders of the slave caravans turned bloodshot and they screamed bitterly. On the Feisua plain, the staple food of the middle and lower class commoners and slaves was the extremely coarse, hard as wood, and needed to be soaked in water to be able to be eaten. As for the fragrant, soft white bread made from finely ground flour, only wealthy merchants and aristocrats could afford to eat it. Some abject aristocrats even had to yield to reality and eat black bread with their families. There were a lot of misers among the leaders of slave caravans. Some leaders of small caravans ate black bread every day. Now that they saw Yang Feng's slaves gnawing on white bread, their eyes at once became bloodshot. When the guards of the slave caravans saw the slaves eating white bread, their eyes couldn't help but turn bloodshot as well. The guards of the slave caravans basically ate black bread and drank water. Now that the slaves were eating better than them, it naturally made them feel very unbalanced. Jim stared at the white bread, then looked at the miracle city in the distance, and his eyes flickered with endless greed. Master Ian is so rich, even the slaves can eat white bread. What if I take people and seize the city? I have 3,000 people in my hands, and he only has a few hundred slaves. Even if it's a battle of attrition, I can use up all of his spell slots. Seize this city and offer it to His Majesty the Emperor. Who knows, Jim might be able to become a noble lord. Basically, none of the Rijek slave traders were good people. When they were in Rijek City, they could barely be considered law-abiding. But once they left Rijek City and came to the unrestrained wilderness, they became the most terrifying vicious beasts. Every year, many small slave caravans would disappear into the wilderness without a trace. For Jim to have such great power in Rijek City, it was unknown how many small slave caravans he had swallowed up. Jim, keep your men quiet. Clive walked out of the forest with 400 fully armed warriors. He frowned slightly and berated Jim. Jim looked at the awe-inspiring, spirited, and powerful Clive. His gaze fell on Clive's fingers, and his pupils constricted. The redness in his eyes faded, and he smiled amiably. Haha, Clive. I'm so happy to see you. It seems that your body has been completely healed by Master Ian. Master Ian, you're really amazing. That's right. 200 of my brothers and I have recovered our full strength under Master Ian's treatment. Not long ago, a group of more than 2,000 wolf riders came to ambush us. In the end, Great Wizard Ian single-handedly killed 1,000 wolf riders. If they hadn't run away fast enough, I'm afraid that all the wolf riders would have died here. Their corpses are hanging over there. Do you want to take a look? Clive operated a secret method, and a terrifying Sky Knight rank chi erupted in an instant. The powerful aura oppressed Jim to the point that he couldn't breathe. He looked at Jim with a smile that wasn't a smile. Clive knew better than anyone what kind of people those slave traders were. If you were stronger than the slave traders and offered them enough benefits, then you would be able to do it. Then they would be your most loyal dogs. But once you showed a trace of weakness, they would turn into a pack of jackals and pounce on you. Jim's pupils shrank slightly. He showed a gratified smile and said shamelessly, Haha, amazing. Master Ian is really amazing. Clive, you have to thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have met such a good person like Master Ian. Moreover, I didn't mistreat you and your brothers when you were with me. Clive and the 200 soldiers of the Aman Principality were valuable goods. Jim naturally didn't mistreat them. If they were raised to look haggard, sallow, and emaciated, those noble ladies wouldn't like it. Clive said with a faint smile, I really should thank you for that. But now, take your men into the city. Jim said without batting an eyelid, all right. By the way, do all the slaves here eat white bread? That's too extravagant. Clive said, not really. Jim breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that a mere slave could eat almost as much as a big merchant like him made him feel a little unbalanced. Clive said, only the slaves who work hard can eat white bread. Those who are lazy can only go to another place to eat black bread and water. Jim's face twitched slightly. The expressions of the leaders of the merchant groups that surrounded them didn't look good. Their living standards were only the same as those of the hardworking slaves in the Miracle City. The faces of some of the leaders of the small merchant groups were even darker. They basically ate black bread every day and only ate white bread on holidays. Their lives were simply worse than that of slaves. Of course, that was also because they were too stingy. The guards of the merchant group all had dark expressions on their faces as they considered the possibility of jumping ship. The slaves, on the other hand, all revealed expressions of anticipation. Jim asked curiously, isn't the Miracle City short of food? If we feed the slaves white bread like this, will the food be able to last? The leaders of the slave merchant groups also pricked up their ears. In particular, the merchants who transported the food were extremely nervous. As if awaiting trial, they waited for Clive's answer. Clive replied proudly, the great Master Ian cast a spell to purify part of the Red Earth wasteland. Now, the land can be used to plant breadfruit improved by him. The breadfruit trees can be harvested 3 times a year, and each season, 5,000 caddies of breadfruit can be harvested from 1 mu of land. Furthermore, the land planted with breadfruit trees can also be mixed with some potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other crops. From now on, the Miracle City can be completely self-sufficient in food. The leaders of the slave merchant groups inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes flashed with astonishment. The merchants who transported the food had sullen expressions on their faces, and were so depressed that they almost wanted to cry. Jim's eyes turned and he said with a smile, Can I buy some breadfruit tree seeds? I can buy them at a high price. As a merchant with a keen sense of smell, Jim perceived the great strategic value of the breadfruit tree seeds at once. Once breadfruit trees were popularized, it would have a huge impact on the entire Fesua plain. Clive said with a smile, I'm sorry, but I'm not in charge of these things. You can go discuss it with Lena or Master Ian. Under the escort of 400 warriors commanded by Clive, the huge slave caravan directly entered the Miracle City. As soon as he entered the Miracle City, Jim saw the wide and orderly streets of the Miracle City. On both sides of the streets, there were trees giving shade, and there were many exquisite buildings. The streets were paved with a layer of cement. People came and went, yet there was not a trace of garbage or excrement of humans and animals. The whole city looked neat, clean, and beautiful. Jim sighed from the bottom of his heart. What a beautiful city! Master Ian is really amazing. Not only does he have formidable magic strength, but he is also a master in designing cities. I think the imperial capital can't compare to the Miracle City in many aspects. Randy looked around and sighed. It really can't be compared. I've been to the imperial capital before. Apart from the aristocratic district and the imperial city district, the rest of the districts are covered in dust and excrement of livestock and humans. When it rains, you can't go outside without wearing rain boots. This is the city where the upper-class people should live. The leaders of the huge slave merchant group were Jim and Randy, the two most powerful slave merchants in the Ridgex city. That's a lake. I'm not mistaken, right? That's a lake. Suddenly, Jim's eyes flickered, and he pointed into the distance and said in a trembling voice, A lake. My God, that's really a lake. How is that possible? How could there be a lake in the Red Earth wasteland? The merchant leaders also looked in the direction that Jim's slightly fat and short finger was pointing at, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. After the War of Gods, due to the contamination of divine blood, it was difficult for plants to grow in the Red Earth wasteland. The climate also slowly changed. The water vapor was thin, and there were only a few times a year when it rained. It was impossible for there to be a lake in the entire Red Earth wasteland. Even if a lake was artificially made, due to the arid climate, the water vapor would evaporate and eventually turn into a dry dead lake. But now there was a huge lake in the Miracle City, which was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 219. A lake. What a big artificial lake. Randy sighed with a voice filled with complicated emotions. Then he exchanged glances with Jim. Located at the junction of the four empires, the Red Earth wasteland could be used as a commodity trading hub of the four empires. Throughout history, who knew how many ambitious and ruthless people had their eyes on this place? However, due to the lack of water and food in the Red Earth wasteland, in the end, no hero was able to establish a foothold here. But now Yangfeng purified a large amount of land, opened up farmland that could grow food, and created a huge lake, solving the biggest problem of water shortage in the Red Earth wasteland. It was already foreseeable that the Miracle City would soar in the future. Jim looked at a neatly leveled plot of land with signs inserted in it, and asked curiously, What are those places? Clive said with a smile, The Miracle City is located at the junction of the four empires. It can become a commodity trading hub of the four empires. These plots of land are for the chambers of commerce that will settle in the Miracle City in the future. These plots of land are not cheap. Each of them is worth more than 100,000 gold coins. When the leaders of the small merchant groups heard that, they were first delighted, but then withered. For these small merchant groups, 100,000 gold coins was still too much of a burden. The eyes of the leaders of the medium and large merchant groups lit up, revealing a trace of excitement as if they had spotted their prey. With the speed of development of the Miracle City, it would definitely grow stronger and stronger in the future. Besides, transnational trade had always been the most profitable business. The Miracle City, located at the transportation hub of the four empires, would definitely become popular in the future. Clive said with a smile, Master Ian has already spread the news through other channels. Reportedly, some merchants and aristocrats of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire are very interested in the Miracle City. When they heard that, the leaders of the merchant groups no longer hesitated. and their eyes flashed with determination. Jim suddenly regretted asking such a question. With this question he gained countless competitors in an instant. "Sir Commander Clive, can you let us take a look at these plots?" "Yes, Sir Commander Clive. Please let us take a look at these plots." The leaders of the merchant group said passionately. Looking embarrassed, Clive pondered for a while, and then agreed. "All right." The leaders of the merchant groups immediately poured into those plots, their eyes filled with greed as they searched for their favorite plots. Even Jim twisted his fat body and dove into those pieces of land with an agility that didn't match his figure. His eyes shone with greed as he searched for the piece of land he liked. As long as he bought a piece of land, he could definitely sell it for a large sum of money in the future. As for the delivery and collection of the slaves, the leaders of these merchant groups handed it over to their subordinates. Although the divine priest of the god of contracts was expensive, once the contract was signed, both parties were unlikely to violate the power of the god of contracts. After a few hours, the leaders of the merchant groups regrouped and headed towards the city lord's mansion under Clive's escort. Tony. Sapphire Commerce Group's Tony. As soon as Jim entered the reception hall that was specially used to entertain the leaders of the merchant groups, he was slightly taken aback, and his pupils shrank. There were already more than 200 people gathered in the reception hall. All of them were well-dressed and had rich faces. Jim didn't know most of them, but the few he knew were big merchants of the Morince Empire. Tony of the Sapphire Commerce Group was a person in charge of a territory with wealth no less than that of Jim's super merchant group. With a glass of red wine in his hand, Tony came over with a smile. "Jim, Randy, you're really not good friends. Since you found such a big business opportunity, why didn't you call me? It's really disappointing." Jim's chubby face trembled and he said with a smile, "Haha, Tony, didn't you go to the Blue River Manor for a vacation? I couldn't get in touch with you for a while, so I didn't call you. By the way, what's the origin of those people?" Tony smiled and didn't pursue the matter. He looked at the rest of the people, his eyes flashed with apprehension, and he whispered, "Many of those guys are barbarians from the Titan Empire." The people of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire basically called each other barbarians. Numerous wars had broken out between the two empires. However, neither empire could do anything to the other. Jim asked with a puzzled expression, "How did those barbarians get the news?" Tony replied, "Someone went to the Titan Principality and released the news that a person called Master Ian established a miracle city in the Red Earth Wasteland, and that there was a huge business opportunity. Furthermore, he swore in front of the clergyman of the god of contracts that everything he said was true. The stray dogs were attracted." Jim sighed slightly and said with some regret, "It seems that our Master Ian isn't simple. The power he wields is far beyond our imagination." If there were no competitors, Jim and the other caravan leaders could still join forces to negotiate with Yang Feng. But once the merchants of the Titan Empire came, Jim's caravan would have no chance of joining forces. Although merchants had no borders, but the people of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire looked down on each other. Jim had no friendship with the merchants of the Titan Empire, so there was no way for them to join forces. The merchants of the Titan Empire also stared coldly at Jim and the others. In the tavern there were clearly two large groups. In addition, there were also some merchants from other lesser principalities who came to take risks, but they didn't amount to much. At this moment, Yang Feng slowly walked in from the side of the tavern. All eyes focused on Yang Feng. "Thank you for attending this banquet. I am Ian, the master of the Miracle City." Yang Feng looked at the hundreds of merchants from the Morince Empire, the Titan Empire, and some lesser principalities, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Artes did a good job." Yang Feng's words had just fallen when bursts of applause sounded in the tavern. "You must have seen the plots of land that the Miracle City is going to sell. I am confident that within 10 years, the Miracle City will be built into a giant city with a population of more than 500,000 people. Besides, this place will become the trade hub of the 4 empires. Every inch of the land will be worth its weight in gold. If you have a plot of land you like, you can pick up a pen and paper next to you, write down the plot of land you like and the price you are willing to pay, and then put it into the black box. The Miracle City will immediately do a calculation, and the land will go to the highest bidder." Yang Feng clapped his hands and beautiful maids filed out from both sides with smiles on their faces. each holding a black box in their hands. Jim smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart. What a ruthless move. In this way, if you want to buy the plot of land you like, you can only offer a high price. The surrounding merchants picked up a pen and paper and began to write down the plot of land they wanted to buy. Jim pondered for a while, then took a piece of paper, wrote down the plot of land he wanted to buy, and threw it into the black box. Standing on a dais, Yang Feng watched this scene with a smile on his face. Just by selling the land, Yang Feng made a huge profit. Moreover, when the merchants bought the land, they would have to construct it and make use of it, which would attract many workers. With more people, the consumption rate would slowly rise, forming a huge virtuous cycle. Although Yang Feng brought a huge amount of wealth to the Feisua Plain, but if the Miracle City only allowed people to enter and not leave, then he wouldn't be able to support it. A grain merchant couldn't help but ask, "Master Ian, your Miracle City already has a food source. What about us grain merchants in the future?" Each of the breadfruit trees improved by Yang Feng could produce an astonishing amount of food. The grain merchants were worried that they wouldn't be able to make a living in the future. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Don't worry. Within 2 years, according to the price I agreed with you, you can transport as much food as you have. I'll take it all, as long as there's no problem with the quality." The population of the Miracle City would only increase, so it wouldn't be too much to stock up on food. 2 years after the Miracle City was fully developed, Yang Feng would still need to import a lot of food. The grain merchants heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile on their faces. The merchants wrote down notes and threw them into the black boxes, which were then collected by the beautiful maids. By the way, let me tell you another piece of good news. I'm not only a wizard but also an alchemist. Recently, I've refined some gadgets in my spare time, so please come and have a look. Yang Feng clapped his hands and a warrior walked in with a fine steel sword. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Please elect a few people to take a look at this fine steel sword to prove that I haven't tampered with it." The merchant groups of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire quickly elected 10 highly prestigious merchants, including Jim, Tony, and Randy, to go on the dais. After carefully examining the fine steel sword, Jim waved it a few times, and then said very cautiously, "There's nothing wrong with this fine steel sword. It's an excellent imperial military sword. This sword has been maintained very well. There is no damage to it." The other 9 people took the sword and carefully examined it for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Chapter 220. Military standard fine steel swords weren't inferior swords. On the contrary, they were well made and of excellent quality. Compared to the scimitars and swords used by many adventurers, they were of much better quality. The quality of military weapons had always been far superior to that of civilian weapons. "This is an enchanted sword I forged. Give it a try, Jim." With a flick of his wrist, a sword with a thin blade engraved with mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's grip, and he handed it to Jim. Jim took the sword and waved it slightly. A pale green magic radiance and a pale red magic radiance buffed Jim's body, making him feel lighter. At the same time, there seemed to be endless power surging out of his body, causing him to reveal a trace of ecstasy. "These really are magic weapons. My body has been blessed with 2 spells, increasing my agility and strength." The eyes of the merchants of the 2 empires turned bloodshot and flickered with endless greed as they stared at the magic sword in Jim's hand. On the Feisua Plain, due to the weave, it was easier to cast spells than on other planes. However, it was dozens of times more difficult to search for the source of spells. Apart from the Weave Church and a few ancient mage organizations, there weren't many alchemists to be found, and magic items were few and far between. Once the magic sword in Jim's hand was put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Yang Feng said faintly, "Reggie Qi." The warrior Reggie urged his qi and poured it into the standard sword in his hand, causing the standard sword to radiate qi radiance. According to the understanding of warlocks, qi cultivated on the Feisua Plain was a powerful life force that could be used to strengthen various weapons and armor. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Jim, chop at the tip of the sword. Wait a moment, let the others test the sharpness of the sword." With the magic sword infused with 12 grams of divine bloodsteel, Jim chopped at the tip of the standard fine steel sword of the Morince Empire and easily cut off the fine steel sword blessed with qi. Seeing this scene, the merchants all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by the sharpness of that magic sword. Magic swords were just long swords that could be enchanted with magic. They were not necessarily sharp enough. That magic sword could already be regarded as a peerless sword that could cut through iron as if it were mud, even without being enchanted with magic. Now that it could be enchanted with magic, it could be said to be a heaven-defying sword. The magic swords collected by many noble families were only of this standard. Jim fondled the long sword admiringly and exclaimed in ecstasy, "Good sword, what a sharp treasured sword! Jim, get out of the way. Let me try." Randy pushed Jim away impatiently, snatched the magic sword from Jim's hand, and slashed at Reggie's steel sword that had been strengthened with combat energy. Dang! With a crisp sound, the fine steel sword in Reggie's hand was sliced off. Randy's eyes also revealed a trace of excitement. "Good sword, it's indeed a peerless sword." Tony's eyes lit up and he snatched the magic sword. "It's my turn." The 10 merchants took turns to try out the magic sword and praised it profusely. Even though the magic sword could no longer be enchanted with magic by the 5th person, but they were still very satisfied. To be enchanted with 8 level 0 spells a day, to be extremely sharp, and to be able to cut through iron as if it were mud, such a treasured sword was definitely a rare treasure. I name this treasured sword Warrior's Edge. Every year at this time, I hold an auction here and auction 5 of these treasured swords. If you're interested, you can come and participate in the auction at this time every year. Yang Feng smiled. With a flick of his wrist, 5 Warrior's Edge appeared in his hand. Lena came over with a smile on her face, took the 5 Warrior's Edge sheathed in an exquisite scabbard, handed 4 of them to a maid behind her, and looked around saying, "I am Lena, the Miracle City's Internal Affairs Manager. I will now be acting as the auctioneer. The starting bid for this Warrior's Edge is 100,000 gold coins, and each bid increment must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. The auction begins now." 150,000 gold coins. Just as Lena's words fell, Jim impatiently quoted a high price. Hearing the sky-high price, the venue went silent for a while. At the time, Yang Feng had bought hundreds of slaves in the slave market for tens of thousands of gold coins. For a magic sword, Jim offered a sky-high price of 150,000 gold coins, which shocked everyone. A middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire said flatly, 300,000 gold coins. Hearing that voice, everyone was shocked, and the venue went silent. Lena said with a smile, 300,000 gold coins going once, 300,000 gold coins going twice, 300,000 gold coins going thrice. Sold, this magic sword is yours. Numerous gazes were focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire, and their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. 300,000 gold coins was definitely not a small sum. For the middle-aged merchant to be able to take out so much liquid funds without batting an eyelid, he was definitely someone from a super large merchant group. Lena said with a smile, "The auction for the second Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now. 110,000 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins." Just as everyone was quoting prices, the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire still said flatly, 300,000 gold coins. The entire venue went silent once again. Gazes full of complex emotions and hatred focused on the middle-aged merchant. Lena said with a smile, 300,000 gold coins going once, 300,000 gold coins going twice, 300,000 gold coins going thrice. Sold, this magic sword is yours. Lena said with a smile, "The auction for the third Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now. 300,000 gold coins." Just as Lena's words fell, the middle-aged merchant directly opened his mouth, blocking the desire of those merchants who were trying to increase the price. Jim hesitated for a moment, his gaze fell on the 2 remaining magic swords, and he gritted his teeth and quoted a price, 310,000 gold coins, 320,000 gold coins, 330,000 gold coins. The atmosphere in the venue seemed to be ignited at once. The price of the magic sword rose steadily until it reached 500,000 gold coins, when it was bought by a wealthy merchant from the Titan Empire. The corners of Lena's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sincere smile, and she said, "The auction for the fourth Warrior's Edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now. The middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire quoted a terrifyingly high price in an attempt to deter the rest. 400,000 gold coins. 410,000 gold coins. 420,000 gold coins. The price of the warrior's edge suddenly rose steadily. Without stopping, it directly broke through 500,000 gold coins, all the way to 610,000 gold coins, when it was bought by the red-eyed Jim. The corners of Lena's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sincere smile, and she said, "The auction for the last warrior's edge will now begin. The auction rules are the same as before. The auction begins now." A merchant from the Titan Empire, his eyes bloodshot, directly quoted a price, 600,000 gold coins. This magic sword, which could cut through iron as if it were mud, was very popular in the martial Titan Empire. Many greater aristocrats liked to collect such peerless swords. If they could meet a bigwig who liked this kind of sword, it would be normal for it to reach 1 million gold coins. The poor of the Feisua plain were very poor, but greater aristocrats of the various empires could even afford to raise tens of thousands of private soldiers. Such peak greater aristocrats were not short of money. Such a peerless sword could definitely help those big nobles recruit top powerhouses such as Sky Knights and Heavenly Knights. Randy's eyes were bloodshot as he said, 610,000 gold coins. Tony also directly went all out and roared, 650,000 gold coins. 700,000 gold coins. The competition for the last warrior's edge was extremely fierce. In the end, it was bought by a wealthy merchant from the Titan Empire for the sky-high price of 800,000 gold coins. At this time, the gazes of the greater merchants focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire, their gazes brimming with admiration. The middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire had a very unique vision. At the beginning, he bought the two magic swords at a sky-high price in the eyes of the greater merchants. Now it seemed that the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire had made a fortune. His profits had nearly doubled. Lena said with a smile, "Master Ian is also a grandmaster pharmacist and can refine a variety of potions. When you come next year, you should be able to buy a variety of mystical potions at the auction. I think that you won't be disappointed when you come next year." Grandmaster pharmacist. After hearing this, the greater merchants inhaled a mouthful of cold air. They looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a gold mine emitting the radiance of gold coins as it walked. Potioneering was also a branch of magic. On the Feisua plain, because wizards would forget the spells they memorized the day before, they had to memorize spells repeatedly, wasting a lot of time. Therefore, there were very few wizards who studied potioneering. Every kind of magic potion had mystical powers. Some magic potions could dispel many curses. Some magic potions could curse others. Some magic potions could inflict strange poisons that even divine spells would find difficult to dispel. Some magic potions could restore youth for a short period of time. Some magic potions could restore people's energy. Every kind of magic potion was a rare treasure. Generally, only the royal families of empires as well as some greater aristocrats had some magic potions. Just a magic potion could make the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland, a holy land in the eyes of many people. They had come from far away. Chapter 221. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Presumably, everyone knows that what the miracle city lacks the most is people. Henceforth, if anyone brings 500 slaves to the miracle city alive, you can buy a magic elixir from me. Of course, I'll also give you a satisfactory price for those slaves. I won't let you come empty-handed." The middle-aged merchant of the Titan Empire, who spent 300,000 gold coins to buy the two magic swords, stood up and said, "Master Ian, I'll return to my country and organize the supply. I'll definitely satisfy you." Yang Feng said with a smile, "If you satisfy me, I'll also guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Master Ian, don't worry. I'll go back and organize the supply." "Yes, I'll also go back and organize the supply." The merchants who came from all over the world were very excited and shouted loudly. The banquet came to a successful end. "Amazing! Just the 5 magic swords have earned us more than 2.5 million gold coins. Master, you're really amazing." Inside a room, Lena stood behind Yang Feng, massaged his shoulders, and said with a look of worship on her face. More than 2.5 million gold coins. This was definitely a huge sum of money. It was enough to buy all the slaves and various supplies brought by the Rijek city's allied merchant group, and still have a lot left over. Yang Feng said with a faint smile. How much was the land sold for? Lena looked at Yang Feng with a look of worship on her face and said softly, a total of 21,680,000 gold coins. That piece of land with nothing on it could be sold for so many gold coins just by sticking a sign on it. Lena couldn't quite believe it. After all, the land was worthless before. Yang Feng sighed somewhat regretfully. Unfortunately, the sale price was too low. The price is still a bit low. If it wasn't for the sake of quickly attracting more merchants to stay in the Miracle City, Yang Feng wouldn't have sold the plot so easily. Real estate was a windfall among windfall profits. Lena's eyelids twitched, and she was somewhat speechless. The prices marked on the plots of land were already astonishingly high in her opinion. But listening to Yang Feng's tone, the plots of land were sold cheaply, which made her somewhat incredulous. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he mused, with so many gold coins and the time is almost up, we must start preparing for the next step. 50 miles to the west of Miracle City, under a flat red land, it had been excavated and built into an extremely spacious, 100-meter-deep underground base. The underground base was filled with all kinds of mysterious runes that were used to block all kinds of probing. Even if it was a god-level powerhouse, they would have to use their incarnation to personally come to this area and use their divine power to see through the underground base. A level 1 mobile fortified stronghold was built 100 meters underground. Although the Mechanical Legion couldn't appear on the Feisua plain, but the huge computing power of the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer and the ability to synthesize all kinds of elixirs were what Yang Feng needed. Yang Feng reclined in the chair of the portable fortified stronghold's main control core and raised his head to look at the sky. In the air, pictures of beautiful female half-blood beastmen kept flashing, and below those pictures were their resumes. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Based on all the information, it's her. The projection also stabilized in midair, revealing a beautiful blonde woman with a pair of lion ears. At the same time, her eyes were burning with unyielding fury, making her an unforgettable sight. The Red Earth Wasteland was located at the border between the Kasama region and the Beastman Empire. In the Beastman language of the Feisua Plain, Kasama meant hybrid. In fact, the Kasama region was a place that the Beastmen despised as a hybrid area. The land in the Kasama region was extremely barren, and could only produce some sour and unpalatable berries, potatoes, and some unpalatable roots. There was a kind of people living in the Kasama region, and they were hybrids between beastmen and humans, half-blood beastmen. In fact, half-blood beastmen were the product of a tragedy. Once the two human empires invaded the territory of the Beastman Empire, they would plunder many beastman beauties. When the Beastman Empire's armies invaded the territory of the human empires, they would also be merciless and plunder a large number of human beauties. Half-blood beastmen born under this tragedy weren't regarded as compatriots by humans and beastmen, but as filthy and sinful existences. According to the customs of the Beastman Empire, once half-blood beastmen were born, they would be directly thrown into the Kasama region and abandoned. The half-blood beastmen in the Kasama region would silently accept the newborn half-blood beastmen as their compatriots. As if cursed by the gods, the offspring of half-blood beastmen and other races would also be half-blood beastmen. The offspring would be treated with contempt and even hostility by the many races of the Feisua Plain. Behind a hillside in the Kasama district, there was a half-beastman girl with golden hair and blue eyes. She had a golden ponytail and was about 1.85 meters tall. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes, and her legs were slender and beautiful. Her appearance was very beautiful, but she had a heroic aura. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and she had a pair of lion ears. She held a wooden sword in her hand and continuously brandished it. Drops of sweat slowly dripped from the forehead of the half-blood beastman girl, nearly drenching her clothes. Even so, she didn't slack off in the slightest. She practiced a set of the most basic swordsmanship. Even that set of swordsmanship was incomplete, but she still did not give up. She chopped, flicked, stabbed, lifted, and slashed with her sword. Every sword move was extremely serious. enough to make many martial arts practitioners blush with shame. Suddenly, the face of the half-blood beastman girl turned pale, her breathing stagnated, and she spat out a mouthful of blood that sprinkled on the ground. The set of swordsmanship was incomplete. The half-blood beastman girl practiced this set of swordsmanship so hard that she unknowingly injured herself. Without the guidance of a great teacher, it was extremely difficult to practice swordsmanship. At the time, although Yang Feng had the inheritance of the Black Cottage, but he still went to great lengths to join Warlock College Antalya in order to get the guidance of a great teacher and a huge amount of cultivation resources. A 12 or 13-year-old half-blood beastman girl with a sallow complexion, a pair of cat ears, and slender limbs that looked like they could be easily snapped ran over and said with a look of horror on her face, "Big Sister Catherine, it's bad. So many wolf cavalrymen are attacking our village." Catherine's pretty complexion changed, her eyes flickered with endless anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Wolf cavalrymen? Is the winter hunt starting so soon? Those bastards!" The so-called winter hunt was when the beastmen of the Beastman Empire would sweep through the Kasama region from time to time during winter. They would plunder the food of half-blood beastmen and capture the beautiful half-blood beastmen for their own enjoyment, or sell to human slave merchants in exchange for various supplies. Because many half-blood beastmen were the offspring of handsome men or beautiful women, they were generally not ugly. Although they couldn't compare to elves, who were all handsome men and beautiful women, but the proportion of beautiful women was still much higher than that of humans. Half-blood beastman female slaves were also very popular among humans. Whether it was the Beastman Empire or the Human Empire, they had never regarded half-blood beastmen as their compatriots. Therefore, when it came to killing half-blood beastmen, they didn't show the slightest bit of leniency. It was as if they were harvesting chives, harvesting one batch after another. Catherine's eyes almost spewed flames of anger, and she said while stressing each syllable, "Little sister Kitty Kitty, hide here. I'm going to find a way to rescue Aunt Gina and the others." Without waiting for Kitty 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 to reply, Catherine tightly grasped her only weapon, the wooden sword, and rushed towards the hillside. Once she rushed out of the hillside, she arrived at the small mountain village where Catherine lived. At this time, huge wolves could be seen running amok in the small mountain village. Many of the huge wolves were biting and chewing on the half-blood beastmen in the small mountain village. Blood splattered everywhere, and the entire mountain village was filled with screams and wails. The humanoid werewolf warriors were dragging the half-blood beastman women in the mountain village, laughing wildly and humiliating them without the slightest scruple. "You beasts!" When Catherine saw the miserable scene that resembled hell on earth, anger surged in her heart. She waved the wooden sword and stabbed at a werewolf warrior. "Aha, there's a beautiful chick here. This time we really struck it big. If we catch her and sell her, our family will have food to last through the winter." The werewolf warrior had the cultivation base of a senior warrior. His eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. He swung the scimitar in his hand, and with a casual shake, he sent Catherine's wooden sword flying. He reached out and grabbed Catherine's head, and just like that, he forcibly pressed Catherine to the ground. No matter how Catherine struggled, she couldn't break free from the werewolf warrior's grasp. "And a lion race half-blood beastman, haha. Maybe one of your parents is a member of the royal family. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to F***ck you now. This way, I can also play with a half-blood beastman with royal bloodline. You might even be the daughter of a prince or princess." The werewolf warrior smiled malevolently and began to tear off Catherine's clothes. His eyes were filled with undisguised lust. Why did the heavens do this to us half-blood beastmen? Why? We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't come to this world of our own free will. Why are you doing this to us? Catherine's eyes were bloodshot, and she howled mournfully. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down from her resolute and courageous eyes, showing that she was already at the peak of grief and indignation. Since Catherine could remember, this hellish scene had been repeating over and over again. This filled her heart with the desire to become stronger and caused her deep pain. Now she was almost in despair.